Okay, we are back. Let me just make sure everything's working again, because again, for some reason, OBS is still having problems, despite me not changing anything. So, actually no, this time it actually worked almost immediately. We are back with more Ace 2 Investigations collection, where we didn't make a ton of progress yesterday. Not yesterday, we didn't make a ton of progress in the previous stream. We just got introduced to a new gameplay mechanic with the little V video player thing, where it splits the screen in quarters and you can frame by frame it, and you can do a bunch of other stuff there. So we're still going to finish off that. We discovered the one of the prisoners has escaped. We also discovered the method of how the prisoner that died got moved from one area to another. And I think that was about it. We didn't get a whole lot done from what I can remember. It was close-ish, but not like thing. We'll definitely be able to finish the thing today. We'll definitely be able to finish this today. This case, I should say. Yeah, pretty much, we investigated the, what did we do? Yeah, we investigated the circus, saw, Regina from one of the previous cases, and figured out the missing prisoner stuff, where we got more of the secret weapons that were used with missile and things. That was when we found the hole. One of the prisoners has escaped. We found out the way that the body got transferred from one thing to the other. We ended up then going and again, investigating more stuff with Gavel, understanding how all that worked. Then we found the murder weapon in the dog, and now we are just breaking down the stuff with the video player. So this is still not the end part yet, but we are getting close-ish to finishing that off, which is a good sign. Game is getting closer to finishing. This case, I should say this case. This case we should be able to finish today. Next case, I have no idea. I don't think we'd be able to finish it, considering these are taking a long time to get through. So, yeah, obviously, let me just make sure everything's working here again, because I haven't streamed on here in several days. And OBS is still annoying me with things, so we are good. That's the right category. That's done there. So yeah, the rest of this week hopefully should be Tuesday for Friday, as well as Sunday will be this. Saturday we're going to try and return for Persona 5 Strikers, and then Monday will be Rivals. Everything looks like it's good. So let's begin, because there's not much else to really talk about. We didn't progress too far in the case. I do need a guide for this, because this part is just really annoying. I didn't realize it was going to be like frame perfect, but apparently it is. So let's just get started. Let's get back into the streams today. I would like to get the Plat. I would like to finish this game this week, but I don't think that I will. We'll probably get part way through Case 3, but we'll try. We'll try. Welcome in, Movie Critic. Thank you for stopping by. Hope all is well. It's nice that you were able to finally get the that collectible out of the way. Finally getting those collectibles out of the way, finally getting the, the tapes are finally done. So now it's just a matter of the mementos and it's so annoying though. The mementos collectible thing, I don't know what to do there. The survivors. That traveling one, I don't know. I'm wondering if it's, I'm wondering if it's a cumulative, like it doesn't matter, like, I've not actually thought about it. There is a tab that you can check, though, in the game that tells you how far you've gone. Apparently, if you go into the extra tab in the main menu, you can see how far the track distance is. So I'm wondering how far you've actually... I wonder how far you've actually travelled out of the 960 kilometers. Because there is a thing in the main menu that apparently tells you how far you've travelled. But the survivors thing is annoying, the 50 survivors. 50 survivors, the mementos, which again, if you can figure out a way to do the mementos, maybe you can do something, but at least now all the other collectibles are out of the way, so it's just focusing on the mementos. And you were doing well until you made that one mistake, so it's like, you know where you made that mistake before. You just need to make sure you don't do it again. Like, you only have to focus on one objective for the mementos, the survivors, and then just the traveling, which apparently doesn't matter about which playthrough it is. You can do it across, I think it's across playthroughs. It's in the menu. It tells you how far you've traveled. I do not remember where I was up to, so... I suppose we may have made a critical error of judgment. What we're looking at here is no dog. This animal is a bear, a cat, or a pig. It has to be a bear. Yep. That's not a dog, it's a bear. So the paw prints from the photo I took were not canine, but ursine. Bears, that could mean... Yes, I think it could. After all, who else do we know with such a pet? And if we were mistaken about the creature in the footage, just focusing on the mementos alone is already bad enough. Is already enough. They are so bad, yeah. The only thing I can think of with the mementos is... I mean, you would have to make your own guide, but considering that you made that mistake, you already know that up until that point, everything else you were doing was good. So it's just a matter of making sure that the part after... So I guess what I would do is... get to the point where you got the mementos, and get the one that you made a mistake on, and then if you back up the save, that way if you make a mistake, you don't lose the mementos that you've already collected. That might be the next best option. Like, do the backup save method. So that way, if you do make a mistake, you can reload onto the save. You don't have to collect all the mementos again. And then... yeah, do that maybe. Oh, you can't back up anymore since your PS Plus is expired. Really? It's showing up on my... I look on my PlayStation app and it still shows that you've got the plus symbol. That's weird. Yeah, I just looked on my PlayStation and it's still showing that you've got the plus symbol on your account. So I'm wondering if it's expired for a few days. Oh, right. That's weird. Because it's still showing up that you've got it, which is, you know, it shouldn't be doing that. Because, I mean, I could probably put a guide together, but I've not played the game, so that's the hard part about it. The hard part is I have not played the game, so I don't know which missions come before where, and which things happen in... Because there's only those two options, either just not make a mistake, or do the thing where you go into someone else's world. It's inconceivable that we were mistaken about the person in the footage, too. Maybe there's something in there that could prove it, sir. Something that shows it wasn't good. No. It's like hype for some reason. You're right. We can't identify... we can't see the person's face, which means a direct identification is out of the question. But perhaps there's something that can tell us who they are indirectly. Indirectly? Like the mirror? Yes, it's certainly worth a look. This footage seems odd. Oh. Okay, now I've got to do this again. Right. Where are we? So now I need to Hopefully you can get it done, at least you know that the DLC stuff is not... Yeah, the DLC stuff is not... that's always the case, usually. I think there's very few points in time where I can think of a DLC influencing the platinum. Usually, if anything, DLC actually adds to chances to get some things. Okay, so at 6:42:24 we need to pause. Top left segment. Whoops. Just pause it at 24. Okay. Zoom in on this frame. Step back to the frame in the left. You need to collect the DLC graffiti tags for that trophy, so that's why I wasn't sure. That's strange. I didn't realize that was the case. Unless there was a trophy for DLC graffiti tags, but I mean, I hope that that isn't the case, that the DLC ones don't count. Like, maybe you should just collect them in just in case, but it's like, I just... I don't like what they've done with this game. Like, Mafia 2, I've played Mafia 2, they did the exact same thing in Mafia 2. In Mafia 2, the Definitive Edition, they patched the game, and they patched collectibles in. Instead of fixing the game and its problems, they patched collectibles in, and those had to be collected, and I hated it. Okay, so... how far do we want to... Just gotta wait till the guards had his visit. Oh, so it's here. So we want this here. Yeah, examine this. Present the guard uniform. And then Rocco glove. At least one graffiti. I wish that it was more consistent. The only reason I think that some DLC stuff did not count towards collectibles is because some stuff was actually timed. Like there was like certain collectibles that were only available for a certain time, and that would be bad. Tomorrow it's time to go back to Shadows, yeah. I mean, you said it yourself, you have to go back and do it eventually. It's just like me, you know, I'm gonna, you know, I have Assassin's Creed Mirage. I've still got Assassin's Creed Mirage, because Allison hasn't played the game yet. I've still got Assassin's Creed Mirage on this, and I play this for stream, so... I'm gonna have to eventually go back and do this anyway, because I've already played Mirage on stream, so I'm probably going to, because it's a game I've already played, I will probably just play that at some point. Like, once the DLC becomes available, I'll probably just play it. Because I've already played the game on stream, so it'll be like a separate thing, I guess. Or I can just add it to the voting. But I feel like since I've already started the game, it's like I should probably just finish it. And Shadows I haven't gotten around to, which... Is that a hat? So doesn't it look like the hats the guards wear, sir? I mean, you're gonna have to get through it at some point. Unless I'm delayed any longer, it better be finished sooner rather than later. I mean, yeah, it's the same thing with Star Wars Outlaws. I know that you're not looking forward to Star Wars Outlaws, but, like, if you've got it, you may as well finish it. And that way you don't have to worry about eventually going back to it, but it'll be hard. Oh, jeez, is that what I think it is? Have there been any reports of one of the animals attacking a guard recently? Not that I've heard of. You're more excited for Outlaws than Shadows, yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure about how I feel about Outlaws. Like, I don't like the combat It feels like the stealth is good, but I don't like the combat. You still need the Avatar Platinum. Avatar's getting DLC, free DLC as well for because the movie's coming out. That's been announced. So Assassin's Creed Mirage is getting DLC 2 years after it came out, and then Avatar is getting free DLC for, I believe, New Game Plus. I think it's coming, I don't know if it's coming before the movie. I think it's coming before the movie's out. Is it a movie DLC? I don't think so. Let me see. I thought I saw something that was coming. They have an F1 movie DLC for F1 2025. Where is this news? Yeah, December 5th. December 5th, Avatar Frontiers of Pandora is getting a third-person free update. So, if I click on it, yeah, it's getting never mind. It's getting third-person mode and New Game Plus. It's not a movie DLC, but it's getting, yeah. Third-person mode and New Game Plus. And also, it's going to... let's see, what does it say? So third-person mode, New Game Plus, and also it's going to follow the post-launch content with 2 story packs, which were unavailable in New Game Plus. So it's not movie DLC, but it's, yeah, just play the game a second time DLC, which I absolutely adore. I absolutely adore games that make you play the stuff over and over again. The same exact thing, like, I love it. I love when they make me play the same games over and over again. Like, if they had New Game Plus trophies for Mirage, we're speedrunning through that. I will just be doing the main missions. I have no reason to do all the side missions. I have no reason to do any of that stuff. I'm just going to try and finish those missions as fast as possible. I don't want to do anything else. I've already finished the entire game all the way through. I'm not doing it a second time on stream. We're just going to do the New Game Plus and that's it. Maybe. And I don't know what's happening with Shadows. If Shadows gets New Game Plus DLC, then it's like, we're going to have to do that as well. You wouldn't mind New Game Plus Death Stranding 2 trophies? I think there's a higher chance that they release a director's cut. Maybe. Because for Death Stranding 1, they did not... As far as I know, did Death Stranding 1 have normal Death Stranding 1? Let me check real quick. Where's Death Stranding 1? I haven't played that game in a long time. Where is it? Death Stranding. Where is this? Death Stranding. Here we go. Did it get any trophies? No, it did not. Death Stranding 1 did not get any DLC trophies, so, I reckon normal Death Stranding 2 might not get a New Game Plus. I reckon it might just get a director's cut. I personally, I don't get, like, I remember when New Game Plus was first coming around, like, in the PS3 era, and it felt like they didn't need to add it as a feature. It was just there, and then now every game has to have New Game Plus, and I hate it, because it's just like, I want to play the game one time, complete everything, and I don't want to have to come back months later and then replay it again, because I feel like I've already... Yeah, that's me. 69% of the trophies. I will not be going back to Death Stranding 1. I tried. What am I missing out on anyway for Death Stranding 1? What didn't I do? I have a lot of incomplete trophies. I didn't even complete all the orders. I never did anything on Legend of Legends. What's this that I missed out on? Connecting all the facilities, didn't do that. Maximum connection, didn't do that. I didn't even get 50,000 likes. Yeah, you can tell how much I love this game that I didn't even get the 50,000 likes. Restore all the memory chips, that's collectibles. Read 100 mails, 100 interviews, maximum connection. Grade 60, yeah, I think I just gave up on this game. I was just so bored and so annoyed with it. Didn't even deliver all the cargo. I could probably go back at some point and do it. Upgrade all the structures, fabricate all the equipment. Yeah, I did not even... I gave up on that game. You only have 5 trophies left for the first game. Yeah, but you've got the director's cut, so... Yeah, I have the... That's the original game. Maybe I can go back and play it, but... I mean, I feel like I don't have the motivation to do that. This might shed a little light on the matter of the hats. Some guards are reported being attacked by an animal, as far as we know. But we did hear about a guard's spare uniform being stolen. So I don't know, like I should revoke my fan card for Death Stranding, I guess, because I don't have the all the trophies, but when I played it way back then, the director's cut is harder just for the roadsters alone. I mean, I'm not great at racing, so I don't know how bad the roadster stuff would be for me. But racing is just highly skill dependent. That's the problem. Could the person in security footage perhaps be someone disguised as a guard? Someone attempts to escape without being noticed. Because that's the one other thing as well, is like, if I get to a point where I have no more backlog to play, I can go back and play older games that I haven't finished to get trophies. I could do that. I mean, that still is an option if I absolutely, desperately need to make content. Like, I do have that as an option. Or I can just play random games. Good disguise, because it might work. Because I think outside of the roadster stuff, director's cut seems like it's better. And again, I was not expecting the roadster S rank to be what it was. Which again, I don't like that the guides are just like, be good at, just complete the race with an S rank. It's like, it's not that easy. It's skill dependent. And not everyone's good at that, so... Just saying, oh, complete it is not good enough. We're just talking about someone. We were indeed. Someone who seems to have successfully made his escape. You assumed that it was night in the security footage. Well, it was his cell. It's hardly a crazy theory.
Who's that Pokemon?
But at least Death Stranding 2... just fine for this survival. It's not that hard to glitch the system. I mean, that's again, it's inconsistent with the guides because the patches have stuffed it up. So that's why I looked up real quickly about like what's the trophy's name? Let me like have a look and see. Even when I look at like some of these old, they're like 3 years old. That's the problem. Because this game came out 3 years ago. And so sometimes you just gotta look around and hope that it's like, oh, just go to every blue encounter, go and do this other thing. Someone made a video, but I don't know how accurate the video. Again, it's 3 years old. Then someone says that they can confirm peacekeepers do work, but then I've also seen stuff that said that it was patched out. But then someone 2 months ago said they finally got it. You just need to fast travel to downtown Metro, run around the outside of it 3 times. That's But that's weird though, because it's... Someone said 2 months ago they did this. They fast traveled to downtown Metro, ran around it about 3 times. You save them, return to the bed, exit the main menu, resume and try again. But then someone said it took them 10 hours to do that, and sometimes it didn't pop. So I don't know. Maybe the method still works, but it's like I've also seen stuff that says that it doesn't work. Wait, there was an event as well. Oh. I don't know if this event still exists. I doubt it. I doubt it. There was an event that happened, a Year of the Dragon event. But that happened like a year ago. Yeah, but it happened a year ago, so apparently they actually like increased the spawn rate. This is what it doesn't make any sense. Does not make any sense to me whatsoever. It's like, why not just... Yeah, all these guides are just not... All these guides are just completed. They're all 3 years old. Actually, wait a second. Someone made a new guide. Let's see. Oh, this is a new one. This is a new area, and this was made in May of this year, so it's only a couple of months old. The most effective way to get the second worst achievement, a friend in need. Yeah, let's, I'm gonna link you this link here, and see if this one works. Here is what I found. This was, someone made a guide for this, in May of this year. That might be a good one. So you have to go to the a certain hideout. Oh, sent in Discord. Yeah, I'll do that. If I'm reading this correctly, they're saying that near this hideout, there's 4 or more locations that survivor spawns can appear, and they actually show you. They don't show you on the map where they are, but it shows you how to spawn them. But I guess they would appear as the thing. I'm going to send you the thing. Let me do that now. Hopefully it helps, but everything else is already too late. So let me let me just copy that. Let me load up Discord real quick. Go. There you go. Apparently that guide was made, Apparently that guide was made a couple of months ago. And by standing in that specific spot, there's like 3 to 4 different places that it can happen. So, I mean, it's worth a shot. It's worth a shot if you want to try it. But I've sent it to you through Discord. Perhaps, but now that we know about the hole under the bed, it's no longer the only possibility. In terms of the collectibles, I'm not really sure. Everything else, all of the guides are not out of date, but they're just they were made 3 years ago. So I think the only thing to do there is just get to the point where you were stuck on originally, and then thing. But hopefully that method works. I mean, I'd rather it take you 5 hours to complete than it take you like 10, 15, 20. Hours of just needless grinding and hoping to find it. Whoever had access to the tunnel could very well be the one caught on camera. Who was that, Mr. Edgeworth? Would you care to tell the court who you believe this person to be? Yeah, give it a shot. Again, it's the most updated guide that I could find. Everything else was from 2022, and maybe like a couple of Reddit posts, but those are too, at this point those are too old because the game's getting updates every so often. It's just yeah, the collectors will be fine to make it. Yeah, I think you can do it if you make your own guide, because that's what I had to do with one of the Dark Pictures games. I had to make my own guide out of 3 different guides because every method that I tried just didn't work, so I made my own thing. Yeah, it'll be hard, but you already know that you only have to make it from... You only have to make the guide from the point that you got stuck, I would say, onwards. Because you already know that you got everything else before then. What's in the security footage is... obviously... I believe I know who our guard in disguise is. It's none other than Rocco Castle, a prisoner who recently escaped from this facility. Confident it's him because he was assigned a polar bear cub as his companion. The bear in that video was all black. Indeed. We have evidence that explains why. Evidence that explains the polar bear's dark fur is... the... I was gonna say, was it the tunnel or was it something else? Court saving tomorrow, please be good. Actually, I wanted to check something, because I believe... I'm not going to look at the... I don't think the reviews are out yet, but... I don't think the reviews are out yet. I hope that it's a good movie. No, not yet. It's too early. I completely forgot that they were in that movie. Wait, I know this director's name. Oh, he's the one. That's who it is. I know that I've heard that name before. He's directed some good films, actually. I just looked at this now. The guy who did Caught Stealing, he's done some good films. The Wrestler was a good film. I like that. Requiem for a Dream was also really good. Requiem for a Dream is great. I love that movie. I knew I'd seen that name before, and I was like, I couldn't remember what it was for. It's like, he did The Wrestler. That's the movie that I remember the name from.
Take that.
Call if you will, Mr. Frank Sorbett's testimony. Like, I think it'll be good from what I've seen in the trailer. It should be good. Like, I'm not trying to hype it up, but it's just like Terminal List. You know, from what I've seen of Terminal List, the Dark Wolf, the clips and stuff. It's like, I think that will be that should be a fun an action movie, action series, I should say. It's the rubber glove I dropped. Would you care to explain why it's so dirty? Oh, of course. It's mud from one of the pet treatments I've been practicing. Giving one of the animals a mud pack right when the incident happened. See. Around what time would this have been? Let's see. The show had already started, so around 9 AM perhaps. Thing is, the more mud I applied, the more in the zone I got, and the darker the animal's fur became. I'm still not sure what to think about with that Leonardo DiCaprio movie, but I think Caught Stealing could at least be a fun one. Some trance, quite like the trance one enters when one slothers an animal with thick black mud. Yeah, if it looks exactly like Terminal List and you already think highly of that, I would think that it's gonna probably be able to live up to the standard of the previous. When the circus performance was underway, he was giving one of the animals a mud treatment. And that animal could have been... Indeed, our polar bear. Mr. Edgeworth, your latest assertion simply introduces yet another contradiction. The footage from the security camera. Fully understand, Your Honor, and your doubts are entirely justified. Mr. Sorbet mentioned applying the mud pack while the circus performance was underway. It's just gonna be another busy week, like, the end of August. It's already been nearly a month since, Dracula came out, and you know, outside of, like, well, you know, Fantastic Four came out around, like, the mid-July, and it feels like everything from, you know, maybe outside of, like, Nobody 2. Almost got done rewatching it, so the review should be online later today, yeah. Like, outside of Dracula being what it was, and Nobody 2 just being disappointing, everything else has been fairly consistent. This does indeed introduce a new contradiction concerning the security footage. Yeah, Weapons was good, Eden was good. Oh, and that's right, Afterburn. Afterburn was bad. Yeah, Afterburn was bad, I forgot about that one. Yes, let's put it this way. When would you expect the footage to have been recorded, okay? It was taken right after he applied the mud pack treatment. It should have been around 9 AM. In which case, something isn't right about the footage. Really? What's that? What new contradiction does the security footage introduce relative to when it was recorded? The timestamp. Yeah, when I read that Afterburn review, and I was thinking, like, I wasn't expecting it to be, like, fantastic, but I wasn't expecting it to be that bad, either. And no one else has reviewed that movie as well, on Critic List. No one else has reviewed Afterburn. So Sword said he administered the treatment at around 9 AM. In which case, the security footage should also show a time of around 9 AM. However, the timestamp says 6:42 AM. So I guess that's telling that no, I don't think anyone else has reviewed that movie. I think you're the only reviewer for Afterburn. From what I have seen. Same for Dracula, only after a few weeks, close to a month. Yeah, I mean, I think the thing with Dracula is... the thing for Dracula is I just don't know if it's released everywhere yet. It has not made any money. It's not even made like 10% of its budget back. It's not even made 10% of its budget back. Yeah, no one else has reviewed Afterburn, only you have. That's a good thing, yeah. I mean, again, it's a good thing, but at the same time, like, people are still gonna make it. Like, that's the one other problem, is, like, no one's gonna learn from Dracula being bad, because there's been so many mixed Dracula films that it's just gonna be, like... It's gonna get to a point where it's just like, okay, moving on to the next one, sort of thing. That's the problem. That's why public domain is bad, because there could be 500 Dracula films and 400 of them are bad. And they'll just keep getting made because Dracula is popular, and it'll be like, oh, it's a cash grab to get someone into watch. And it's like, well, not if they flop like this one does. And then you'll get fake praise for it as well. Like, I read those reviews where there was so many 5-star reviews for... There was no in-between. There were either 5-star reviews, or there were, like, 1-star reviews. And the 1-star reviews were really, like... basic, just like people not liking it, and then the 5-star review, like, I'm not even joking with you, one of the 5-star reviews that I read out on stream was basically it may as well have been a letter to Luke Besson saying like, oh, we still love you and don't let the haters get you down, and it's like, that's not a review, that's just people defending a bad movie, which I don't get it. Like, the day of the murder, the prisoners all went out to the yard to watch the circus, because like, that's the one thing as well, it's like, you voiced how you felt about Nobody 2, but you didn't like write a letter like apologizing to Bob Odenkirk and, you know, saying like, oh, you know, like, don't let the haters get you down. It's like, it was just, you have to, if the movie is not up to expectations, it's fine to give an honest review, but like, who writes a letter basically in their reviews sort of saying these types of things? It's just very strange. All except 3. Mr. Kane is to remain in his cell at maximum security. Mr. Sorwit, who was administering a mud pack treatment in the workshop. And Rocco Casarado, who had been awaiting that precise moment to put his escape plan into action. Leaving entrusted the bed to Mr. Sorwit before entering the tunnel. It'd be like if someone really liked Assassin's Creed Shadows and was saying like, oh, you know, I'm sorry Ubisoft that you're going through this, and we still love you, and we still love and support all of your games. And then, like, what's even more insulting is that you have people that will then compare it to Nosferatu and say that it was better. And it's, you know, oh, Caleb did a much better job as Dracula than Nosferatu. Which makes me think of 2 things. Either 1, they didn't watch Nosferatu, or 2, they only saw certain things of it, and then they just... Yeah. It's better to be honest. That's why I think a lot of YouTube critics, their opinions really don't matter, because they have fan bases that they need to appease to. And so, and being honest about that, negative reviews for things get more views than positive ones do. It's just the way the internet works. Like, it shouldn't be that way. You know, if a game is good, it should get good, you know, viewership as well. But negativity is what draws people into watching someone. They want to see someone bash something, and it's like, I would rather, you know, it be a little bit more even. Caleb's not in the same league. Yeah, exactly. It's just what... And then when you read about, like, him making the movie, him talking about, like, he didn't want to make a Dracula film, he wanted to try and find a role that he felt Caleb would fit into, because he worked with him in another project that was voice acted, and so it's like, I don't know how that correlates to... You voiced a character in Dogman, so that means that now you should play Dracula? And... yeah, first Pennywise and that can't all look. Yeah. That's why, when that Locked movie came out with Anthony Hopkins and Bill Skarsgård in it, it was like a meeting of 2 legends of horror. And regardless of how you felt about that movie, you walked out at Dogman? Yeah, well... I was a little bit past those books, when they came out. Although I am familiar with Dogman, but still, that was what people were saying. It's just not, I didn't think it was as good as what... And they make Sense8 3. I mean, let's go through and have a look and see what other movies he made then. You might hate some of those too. What else did he do? What else did Luke Besson do that was directed by him? Because I guarantee that you haven't probably seen a lot of them. I probably haven't either. What did he direct? Let's go and check his let's check just the directed stuff. Dracula, Dogman, he did a movie called Anna in 2019, which I haven't seen. Lucy was 2014. Everything else before that, I have not seen. Like, The Fifth Element he directed, but that was, like, 20 years ago at this point. He also directed Leon the Professional, which is, an interesting movie. That's actually Natalie Portman's first movie. Gary Oldman plays... Gary Oldman is, also in that movie. He's made a couple of movies that I've enjoyed, but... I remember Arthur and the Minimoys, but I've not watched any of them. I remember when those movies came out, I've not watched any of them. Lucia's Nosferatu compared to Dracula. He's written and produced a lot of stuff, but in terms of directorial stuff, he's only done a few movies that I recognize, but... Dracula just has not made any. Oh. It's just unfortunate. Because I liked Lucy, but I recognized the problems in it after... I recently rewatched it, and it's like, I still enjoyed it, because for me, it went by really fast. It's a fast movie for me. But there's still, like, even when I first watched it, I remember thinking, like, what just sort of happened? So it would have then left the workshop to pursue the bear, at which point he saw Miss Cancer's dog retrieving the murder weapon from Knight's body. Fits perfectly, except for the security footage, which should have been recorded from around 9 AM. But I think playing a Dracula, you need to have some sort of, like, it's like what we said before, how there's different interpretations of Dracula from different movies. And technically Nosferatu isn't Dracula, it's Nosferatu. They're two separate, like, entities, but still, like, most people when they hear Nosferatu probably think of Dracula. So it's one of those association kind of things. The timestamp is 3 hours off. Why would the timestamp be wrong? Detective, I would like to have the security camera examined. Right away, please. Look, sir, just talk to the guards and... So, I don't know, I probably won't watch Dracula anyway, but, you need to rewatch it again. I mean, I remember when you first talked about Nosferatu, I think you gave it a really high, I think you gave it like an 8.5 rating? When it first came out, you gave it a really high score. So it's at least on the level, it was on the when you first watched it, it was on the level of at least Dune Part 1. When you saw it. But I feel like you will probably, you probably would have enjoyed it more on the rewatch, because I mean you rated both Dune movies very highly, and Dune Part 3 is probably going to be over the time 9.5, maybe a 10. Oh, that's actually even higher than I was expecting. So you would actually rate it higher than when you first saw it. Seems like the time codes can slip on these cameras if they lose power. Pretty old, sir. Guess the clock stops when the power's off. Which would mean the power was off for approximately 3 hours at some point. Nosferatu as of now is 9.5. Yeah, that's extremely high. But it's it's definitely understandable. Higher than Part 1 and 2, yeah. But I get why some people would rate it lower, just because it's not a film that everyone can get into, but at the same time, it's also like, if you enjoy those types of films, it will then have a heightened... You liked it more over time than Northman? I've seen Northman a couple of times, and I've enjoyed it the times that I've watched it. Both, like... It's a very, very fun movie. But I can see how the Northman wouldn't be as good as Nosferatu if it's more to your... If vampire stuff is more to your enjoyment. First Northman was his best film, but Nosferatu was so good, yeah. And then you've got Werewolf next year, so that's the other thing. The fact that you don't even like werewolves and you're hyped for a werewolf movie, and it's like what, it's only second to Dune Part 3, which Vikings is also in your genre when you do it right, yeah. See, Assassin's Creed Valhalla is a good Viking game, but it's not an Assassin's Creed game. That's what I've always looked at it as. It's like, it's not a... If you compare it to an Assassin's Creed game, it's like not an Assassin's Creed game at all, but it's a good Viking game. Similar to Odyssey. Odyssey is not a Assassin's Creed game, but it's a good Spartan game, I guess you would say. So it's, you know, even though I would say Valhalla for me is probably the weakest of the trilogy, it's still a good Viking game. Like, Odyssey I think is my favorite of the three, because I really loved those DLCs. Is Valhalla better than Origins? So I probably enjoyed... Oh yeah, using I had Mjolnir by the end as well. I still haven't finished everything for Valhalla. Well, Knight to Knight's still in the keys. No one believed him, considering, well, you know, you seem kind of like the only suspect. It's a long platinum for sure. Actually, I should show you this. So I played the game around the time it launched, I think. Let me see if I can bring it up. I actually have a trophy that unlocked when it shouldn't have. In the starting section in Valhalla, when you are going through the ice section, where is it here? Let me show you the. So obviously, when you play this game, like you're supposed to get these in order, the certain arcs, right? Yeah, I had that as well. If I go to date earned, you're gonna notice that there's something that's completely off here. Yeah. I think it was this one. I think it was, yeah, it was this one here. So I got a trophy for completing the Sussex arc before I even left, the area. So this actually unlocked while I was in... This trophy actually unlocked while I was in, the opening area. Because the game was really, really glitched when it came out. So this is technically... It's not an illegal trophy, but it's a glitched one. Like, this was happening to people. You also have a 24-hour clock? Yes, I do. I have it set. So you can set it to 12 or 24 hours. So I know the... Yeah. So technically this is... It's not an illegal platinum, because if you look at where Sussex is supposed to be, Sussex is all the way down here, in terms of the trophy, in terms of the progression, and I unlocked it like as my second trophy. Yeah, I have it set as 24 hours, but I remember what the 24-hour stuff is anyway. So technically you could say that I have a cheated trophy, but I don't really have a cheated trophy, because it's just like, it unlocks as... that there's proof that that was unlocking on launch. Yeah. I mean, I had another situation where I unlocked 2 trophies for Black Flag, and I had to redo the entire story again, because it actually... Yeah, it's not cheated. Especially since there's proof that that was happening to people. That's the one thing that I have on it as well, is like there's proof that people were unlocking trophies that they shouldn't have been on around the launch day, which was around the time that I played it. Turns out it wasn't all he said. He also said he was knocked out cold, just like the other guy. But there are people that like comb through your trophy list and think, oh, like you cheated, you did some other, you know. There are people that are like this on some of these trophy sites that just comb through all the, they comb through all of the stuff. You got like 8 trophies, maybe 9 popping after. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that was also satisfying as well, because you spent so much time fighting those bosses on Evil, and then once they were defeated, it was like, it's over, you don't have to play Evil anymore. And then you just unlock everything, like, just ding, 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 you know, just like what you said before, you just get constant stuff, which may not necessarily have been a lie. Oh, Luke, so you all are. How goes the investigation? Is there anything I can do to help things along? Actually, there might be something we can do for you, Warden Lagarde. Now it's just boring playing Evil West, yeah. That's unfortunate that that's happened, though. But, at least once it's done, it's done. You can just finish it and be on your way. Escapee, Mr. Castleretto. I believe he may still be on the premises. He's disguised as a guard. Here's the proof, should you need it. We're reasonably certain that the person captured on this tape is our man. If I am correct, he might even be right here in this room with us now. Hey, Mr. Castleretto would have been wearing a bracelet, right? Yes, a bracelet that could easily be hidden under the sleeves of his stolen uniform. Furthermore, the doors out of the prison proper don't have those sensors to detect the bracelets installed. So if you avoided doors with sensors, you could simply wait for an opportunity to finally make his escape. It's not hard, but just so boring, nothing happens, you don't get motivated to get all the money and collectibles during the boss fights. Yeah. It's understandable. It's almost like Evil Difficulty gave you what you wanted out of the game, even if it was frustrating, but then now that you've done that, it's just kind of like you can't really do a lot else. You're kind of just like left in, left kind of doing that, I guess. Which is just unfortunate. So it's hard to really, like, know, like, what would, be better done with that, I guess. That's why I try to get everything done in the one playthrough. So what I would have done, if I was playing Evil West, what I would have done is, like, I would have gone through and done everything on the easiest difficulty. And then from there, I would have then done New Game Plus on Evil. Yeah. Because I've also heard other people who played Evil West, and they didn't like it as much because a lot of stuff just became very repetitive by the end. And so I think because you spent so much time on Evil, it was rewarding, you got everything that you wanted out of it, it was your first playthrough, a full playthrough of the game, and then now it's just like clean up, which, you know, can get boring if you feel like you're not making a lot of progress, and, you know. It happens. That's why I was saying, like, if you know, just do one thing at a time sort of thing. Play it in spurts, rather than just playing it all up in one giant section. And then, like, eventually you get things... It really depends on how someone plays. You can either get stuff... To me, I can get stuff done in long stretches. It's probably more boring, but because I'm streaming it, it's not as boring for me because I'm usually just chatting or I'm doing some other stuff. Like, it's not as boring. But there's no right or wrong way to trophy hunt. Ultimately, it comes down to how, you know, there are people that will get games to, like, the last trophy, and then they'll leave it. And then they'll go and do the next one, and then near the end of the year, they go through and just do a massive... Am I ready for Shadows tomorrow? I don't know. I hope so. Chances are I probably won't be streaming tomorrow, so I might be able to see the entire stream, but I should be asking, are you ready for Shadows tomorrow? Because I'm not sure if you are. Oh, yes, I suppose he could. You just have to avoid the workshops and the cells and... Oh my. He's one of you, isn't he? He's here right now. Look, it's Teddy. Well, look, it's like what you said. You have to eventually get back to it at some point. You eventually have to get back to it at some point. You're either going to completely abandon it and never play it again, or you're going to do it in small bursts, or you're going to just get back into it again and just hope for the best. Because the DLCs are keeping on coming, and again, I have Assassin's Creed Mirage to do at some point, so if there's trophies on Assassin's Creed Mirage, it's going to be getting the Platinum's Mephisto level deal making, yeah. I mean, again, I'm going to go for the Platinum, so if I don't get it, if you don't get it, I'm probably going to do it, assuming that nothing breaks. Which is my concern. My concern is if the internet goes off and then I get a trophy and it doesn't register, because that's something that can actually happen. Oh. Oh, pause off. Your mitts off of me, you big palooka. Oh, this is the... Yeah, there he is. Thank you, Teddy. Very kind of you. Did I play Jedi Survivor games? I have played... I played on stream, actually. I played Fallen Order. I did my full playthrough of Fallen Order on stream. Yes. I have the Platinum for Fallen Order. I have not played Survivor. Survivor has a PS4 version, I just haven't got it yet. So I will eventually play Survivor. I've played Fallen Order at least. But there is a PS4 version for Survivor, but I might wait until later to play it. It is on the to-do list, but there's just a lot of games on the to-do list. And it's hard to get around to everything. Dang it, kid, if it wasn't for you, what a thing it is to be loved, huh, Mr. Casaretto? I'm almost envious. I did enjoy Jedi Fallen Order. I had some problems with it, namely getting all the collectibles and the map. The map was just god-awful. The map in Fallen Order was terrible. I hated it. Please play Survivor as well. It's Death Stranding 2 level better, sort of. I mean, I do intend to play Survivor at some point. I just don't have the game. I haven't bought the game. So it is going to be on the agenda, or on the list somewhat, in some ways. God, it's horrendous, man. Hearing that it's on Death Stranding 2 levels is interesting, but I can't see Jedi Survivor being as good as Death Stranding 2. Like, Death Stranding 2 is every bit as good as the first game, but improves on everything except for the snow areas. Jedi Survivor, I've heard, is better. I know when the game first came out, it was bad. Launch day, it was not good. I think... Did I already plan the Ragnarok streams? I have it in the plans, I just don't know when they're going to be. I wanted to have it to be sometime this year. I've still got 2 more Switch games and another Platinum attempt to get through, as well as this game. So I'm hoping it's going to be sometime toward the end of the year. It's hard. If I can get through these Switch games in the next month, I would think it would be sometime this year. It really just depends. Moment, if you will. If I have some questions for you, would be Escapee. So I haven't got a date planned for them yet, but by the time that I finish Persona 4, the fighting game, I will have an idea of when we will be doing them. Yeah, Survivor is better than Fallen Order. Yeah, that's what I've heard anyway. And I heard that the problems that I had with Fallen Order are fixed in Survivor, so to me, that's already... I can hardly say no now, can I? Come on, then, hit me with your best shot. Mr. Casaretta's escape route led directly into Knight's cell, so it's highly possible he has something to offer. Tell me what you were doing on the day Mr. Knight's body was discovered. So I don't want to give a concrete day. I will know... If I had to give an estimate, let's say I get the Switch games done next month. That would be September. October would be... I'm trying to think. I feel like before the new year, I should have at least started Ragnarok. Because Ragnarok will be a decent length as well, I think. Because we're going to do the DLC as well as the main game, and we're doing the Platinum, so... I would think that... I don't know how long the first game took me to finish, Platinum-wise. Because I did that when I wasn't streaming. But I'll try and do... I don't want to make any promises, but I think it should be before the end of the year. Like, if we get to January or February and I still haven't played it, that would be a problem, but I don't think it'll be that long. So it was you guys, huh? You're the ones who found my secret getaway tunnel. First Death Stranding 2 playthrough will be an experience, not just a game. I mean, I haven't played it myself, but I feel like I've experienced Death Stranding 2 from, like, multiple different people already, so me actually picking up the game and playing it might not feel as special, but... It's more so just, like, wanting to get into the game and seeing how it is. You know how long it took me to dig that freaking thing? Had me a guard's uniform, a whole dog, and a plan in place, so I went for it on the day you found the guy. Then this little guy just had to come right after me. Psychophobe was covered in mud, too. I had to go back to my cell. Alright, we're gonna press the third statement, I think it is. Yeah, press the third statement. And then present the key, but we will leave the third one at the moment. Would have gotten away with it if somebody hadn't off night and brought you bombs down here. Claim to have dug that tunnel just now. How exactly did you do it? Al used everything I could to get my hands on, see? Emma, spoons, you name it. Spent every dime I had on this cockamamie fixer. What do I get to show for it now, huh? Do not be disheartened, friend. Tomorrow is another day. There's an outside chance Mr. Casaretto and Knight met face to face just before Knight's death. I don't think it'll ruin the experience, to be honest. Just because I've seen the scenes multiple times doesn't mean that they're not, you know, again, I've seen the Higgs scenes multiple times. It doesn't change anything about how I feel about Higgs. It doesn't change about, like, maybe me playing it will make it so I understand the story better. And obviously gameplay-wise, everyone plays differently, so... And I haven't... Keep in mind, like, I've seen all the cutscenes, but I haven't seen everything that... I haven't seen all the interactions with the different facilities, I haven't read all the mails, I haven't, you know, seen anything like that yet. Like, some of the stuff I haven't seen. So there's still going to be plenty of stuff that exists as well. See what other details I can extract from him. So to me, I don't think the experience can be ruined. Because I already have a experience with it, and from what I've seen, like, the music, still gonna be the same reaction. Graphics, game's still gonna look great. Characters are still gonna, you know, have their same moments. Shut up, who are you telling to hold it? Telling you said you don't know nothing. You don't know what I had to do. I had to come crawling to the fixer monk. I had to grovel and kowtow day after day after day. Hey, you're gonna give me back the hours, huh? The days, the months. Can't get a word in edgewise. You should have never stuck your nose in my tunnel. Never. And then we'll just have to wait and see for the end of the year, because, obviously the concert's in January, and then December is going to be the Game Awards, so I'm sure Death Stranding's going to appear. I'm surprised there was no mention whatsoever about Death Stranding 2 at Gamescom, which is why I'm thinking that there's going to be a performance at the Game Awards. Because I had an acoustic version of one of the songs from Claire Obscure at Gamescom, so I'm thinking that there might be a performance at Game Awards. Whether it's the Dolman dance, whether it's the Die Hardman dance, whether it's the Troy Baker coming out and playing guitar, whether it's I don't know. There needs to be something. I feel like they need to do like an Alan Wake style dance routine. Oops, that was supposed to be pressed actually.
Hold it.
So the tunnel was all your own work. Every inch. You see anybody else in my cell when I was there? It's quite an effort, even for an athlete. Yeah, now that I think about it, it is an insane amount of digging for one guy. Yeah, well, you don't even know the half of it, kid. Would be cool, Troy Baker showing up in Higgs cosplay performing live. All I need to hear is I need to hear Troy Baker say some of his lines, or say "Suffer for Me, Baby" at the thing. Imagine that with a concert. I mean, he could very well be there. It's going to be hard to avoid spoilers. I hope that you can avoid them, so that you get an actual genuine surprise about, like, what could happen. The rules of being a great thief are pretty similar. Okay, I'd rather you didn't start sympathizing with the suspect. I was just joking, Mr. Edgeworth. Ain't no stinking joke to me, you punks owe me. Okay, we skipped this one because it's, the one we need to progress.
Hold it.
Ludwig is there, that's confirmed, and he's performing. Yeah. I mean, that's at least something, but I feel like, because there's a limited amount of dates and they're happening, I think they're happening every week. It's not like a normal band where they're happening every day. I think they're happening every week, or every couple of days, so it makes it at least... That makes me think that each concert is going to be relatively the same, for the most part. So I feel like if you see it at one concert, there's a chance you'll see it with the other. I guess it just depends on how busy they are, because... Troy Baker's a voice actor, so... Unless he's working on some... voice acting roles for other stuff, there's a chance that he'll be there. And then obviously some of them are actual actors and actresses as well, so that's also what's... I don't know if Woodkid will be there. When I got out of the tunnel, right when I thought I was home free. Didn't notice anything before that? When you're in the tunnel, perhaps? Nah, he wasn't around, I made sure of it. I knew the little guy would have been all over me like a rash if I hadn't been. I was so close I could smell it. And then there he was, the little bum. Hey, don't you think you're being a little mean to your friend? Or Teddy? He's from France and Berlin is close, so it's possible. Yeah, that's another thing as well. Could Fragile's voice actress be there? Because she's French. I believe she's French. So I wonder if she would appear, if Fragile's voice actress would appear. So I wonder if she would be there. Fragile. Because I feel like Kojima might be there in general. There's a high chance that that will happen. Kids all over me. What am I supposed to do? Coming after me yesterday was bad enough. I'm trying to think who else would have... Because if they're doing merch and they're doing like meet and greet stuff, that makes me think that like some people might be there. Can you consider trying to escape with Teddy? Wonder if I could, but all that mud would have given us away. Chances to break out the slam, I don't exactly grow on trees, pal. When one comes along, you gotta do it right. What about the one who loved him most? It's almost tragic. So that makes me wonder if, they will do something, because I'm not sure what his plan is with, That's a chance Mr. Crossroader and Night met face to face just before his murder. Because hearing them perform live would be like, it's not just the music, it's just them performing. So you get to actually hear the, you know, they're not just going to be, they're not just going to be playing the music, it'll be an actual proper like live performance. Should listen carefully to each of his statements and look over the evidence we have. Skip to the third one.
Hold it.
Uniform, was that from the Fix-It 2? Sure was. Earlier was something on one of the guards. Had the guy swipe it from under... Had the guy swipe it from my pal's locker. Were you wearing it when you were crawling through the tunnel? Nope. Would've got dirt on it. Really? Why am I getting, like... That's so bad that I'm getting, like, friend requests constantly. Once I was out of there and all dressed up, opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake. It's an orchestra just like the PlayStation concert, yeah. But because Ludwig is performing live, it's going to be them, you know, them actually there performing some of the music, so that's... yeah. Like, the PlayStation concert is not necessarily the same people that made the music for all the PlayStation games, they're just performing the music. But if Ludwig is there actually doing it, it's like, the songs that he does would be actually like, here we go, I think, freedom beckons, and then the furball jumps at me. This would be the moment captured on camera. I see, I'd be grateful if you could add that to your testimony. It was the original people? Really? So all the people that were at the PlayStation concert were doing they were the same orchestra that made all those... I didn't think that was the case.
Hold it.
I guess maybe it makes sense, because if they're all PlayStation games, maybe they all got access to the same orchestra. Opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake, you say. Sure, anything seems that easy after dragging yourself through a hole in the ground. You were familiar with the layout of the detention center, even though you live in the prison. Why wouldn't I be? The original God of War composed with the original Last of Us. Okay, so that was, yeah. I didn't realize that there was that many, because, I mean, the Last of Us composer is probably the same person who worked on Uncharted, because they are from the same company. And like, I've never been there before. If he's familiar with the detention center, then he'd surely be awake. But unlike the doors in the main prison, the holding cell doors are locked with actual keys. I'm sure Mr. Casaretto would have needed that particular piece of evidence to make its escape. Alright, so now we present the... this I think was... Oh, never mind, it wasn't this one. Uncharted also had a 5 to 10 minute show. Yeah, Uncharted has some underrated music, I think. It's the cell key, sorry. Cell key, sorry. Floor, then the body. That's what it is. I'm nearly done with this case. these ads. Close down the ad. Doesn't even matter anyway. Like, I hate these sites that have ads on them. This is a long case. I've got an entire examination thing as well to do. Sure. Astrobot? Oh, Astrobot was there as well. Astrobot, Spider-Man 2, Bloodborne, Helldivers 2, yeah. That sounded really... That sounds like a really fun concert, to be honest. I love Spider-Man music as well. Wrong thing. Because I was trying to think when Astrobot came out last year, so... Yeah, it was last year that Astrobot came out. And because it was only PlayStation exclusives, that was Ratchet and Clank there? Because I think Ratchet and Clank has great music as well. That's another game where, like... I was reading this recently, and I don't know how this, like, I'm not sure if you saw the article about Ratchet and Clank. They said one of the former Sony executives, he pushed for Ratchet and Clank to be on PS4 because he was told by Sony bosses that nobody wants to play this old game, and that only 20% of the player base. Only 20% of the player base on PS4 knew who Ratchet and Clank was. And then they make Rift Apart, and it's like in contention for Game of the Year when it comes out. This is the kind of thing that I just don't like, where it's like... Sure, you can say only 20% of the people think, but it's like, that's still a large portion of the audience that does know who it is. It's not like 2%, it's 20%. That's a big amount. It's a big amount of players. And I don't get it. I really don't get it. So I really don't get it. In the intro they showed it, yeah. Yeah, I love Jak and Daxter, I love Ratchet and Clank, I love those platformers. It just it's just very reminiscent of just childhood memories of just, like, playing those, and... Like, to me, I would rather go back and play those than sometimes play some of the newer games, because... Every game nowadays has to be, like, long and epic and things like, I get it, story-based game, but, like, Ratchet and Clank has, like, some of the most creative weapons, it's got funny dialogue, it's got very colorful worlds, it's got, you know, good characters, good combat, good, you know, good, like, playing and stuff, like, that's the kind of thing that I like, you know, Epic games are great. Epic games in terms of, like, long thing. I love RPGs. I love, like, playing cinematics stuff, but at the same time, like, there's nothing to, you know, a short platformer that doesn't waste your time a lot with things. It just brings something back to you. I get that you can't really get back. Leaving the holding cell. God of War was like, yeah, that would like make sense because. Got a problem with that? Because we can make it a problem if you catch my drift. Even once you had reached Knight's cell, you still had another door to contend with. How exactly did you plan on opening? So, Custer, I posit that leaving the cell would have been a piece of cake only because you had the key. Don't get no stinking key. I, didn't need one. It was a piece of cake because the door was open. I walked right out. Yes, I suppose Knight's cell was vacant by that point. With the last special performance, Astrobot and Spider-Man 2. Probably because those games were more recent. yeah, it sounded like it was a great concert, but it was indeed unlocked when I went to examine it for myself. So perhaps when you finally succeeded today, it truly was unlocked because it was after the murder. You had attempted to escape previously. Yeah, the security footage shows when you tried and failed because they caught you. It was during the circus performance before the body was discovered. Yeah. So I hope that the Death Stranding 2... I mean, I shouldn't even say hope, like... You already know that seeing the cutscenes again is going to be great. You already know that seeing the music again is going to be... hearing the music again is going to be great. So it's just kind of like, what additional things will it do? Like, what additional things will there be? Will there be cameos? Will there be, some surprises? That's the thing that I'm thinking is going to happen with this Death Stranding concert. So I was still locked at that time because no one knew that Knight had been killed yet. And the other thing as well is like it's not just the concert; it's actually like going to another country. You're going to another country for the first time. So you get to see another country, you get to, Yeah, you already said that you made a mistake with the merch stuff, so, I mean, I hope that you can get some good merch. Maybe if you can get something signed, that would be, that would be cool too. You must have had the key to his cell on you. Without it, your escape would not have been possible. Are you sane? Could he really have... I believe he could, yes. The theft of the keys was, in fact, perpetrated by none other than... Mr. Carceretto. He is the one who attacked the guard. But not just the guard, Knight too. All to gain possession of the guard's keys. Wasn't me, you lousy bum. Didn't even know this Knight guy. If you stole the key, you went back to your cell to avoid suspicion. And then you waited for the perfect moment to escape. A moment when the prison would be almost deserted. Just beat Dying Light 2 again for the 15th time by now on the PlayStation. Oh, that's right, you were playing this while... You were playing Dying Light 2 while, I forgot that you were still playing that. So now you just need to, figure out what to do with the remaining, the remaining stuff. That's right, the moment of the show, just before the discovery of the body. Unluckily for you, that particular attempt was thwarted by a furry friend. Says who, huh? You got proof, genius? This ain't your win yet. Might knock the guard out for the count, and everybody knows it. How can you see how much you traveled again? Let me look that up real quick. It's in the menu. Dying Light to travel. In the extra tab on the main menu, there should be a thing that says tracked distance. That's what this is saying. Yeah. In the menu, in the extra tab on the main menu, you can now see your tracked distance for the 960,000. So you've done almost 800,000. That also tracks no matter... it also tracks no matter... no matter how many times you play the game, I believe. And also someone said once you reach the distance, the 960,000, that's where it stops. It doesn't start counting from that point, which is really weird. So I guess you're just to wait and see what happens there. You played this for 180 hours? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you've played it a lot of times, but I'm hoping that you can get the survivors done, because again, if you already know that you can get the distance travel, that's just going to take a while because it's a distance trophy. Like, if anything, and that if that's the last thing, if you're able to get the collectibles, and if you're able to get the collectibles, and you're able to get the survivors done, and the only thing left you've got for is the distance, you could probably just, if you're not intending to play the game anymore, you can probably just have the game running, and just have it run around constantly, while you're off doing other things, and just let it run. Like, if you try that guide, I'm hoping that the guide works. I'm hoping that guide that I gave you works on Discord, because that will, if that's a guaranteed way to get survivors. It might be a little bit grindy, because they did say it took them about 5 hours to do, but that's the most updated guide that I found outside of looking on YouTube. That's the only other thing I can think of, because you've done that a few times already. Like, you were the one that found the guide for that Death Stranding thing, where the glitched package. As a matter of fact, I have proof that Knight had been attacked in his cell. Going to try it tomorrow for now. Yeah, going to try it tomorrow for now. I'll be in chat for maybe 30 minutes and go to bed. No problem. Proof that he was in the...
Take that!
Is that? So that is Scorpion. Never mind. Welcome in, Johnny. Hope you're doing well today. Thanks for stopping by. My fault as well. That was my fault. Not far left. 3 trophies for the platinum, 3 for the DLC, 6 in total. Yeah. You'll get it done. You'll get it done. Proof that he was attacked in the cell. Yeah, the tapes had finally finished. That's the worst part of that. I can't remember what I said, but I was supposed to look up here. Is it... I don't know why I don't remember this. Let me check something real quick. Where is this? Where is this? Where are we? Where are we? Hang on 1 second. Oh, was it the white floor? It was the white floor. White floor in the body, that's right. Yeah, so it was the white floor. For a second I thought it was something else.
Take that!
That would be great, owning both platinums go into the beast fresh from the platinum. Yeah, yeah. You can definitely go and do that. I think that you'll definitely be able to, because that comes out the 19th or the 17th of September, so assuming that you can get the survivors and the collectibles done, I think you could do it. Like, honestly, like, the traveling is, yeah. The traveling is not that hard, considering you've already accumulated 800,000, and you've got to do a full another playthrough again, and really, again... If the traveling's the only thing left that you've got to do, and you have no intention of playing the game anymore, you can just have it keep moving and then go and do other things. That might be the better option. Could possibly explain such a thing other than him having been attacked. And it was you who attacked him. You ambushed both of them and stole the keys. Yeah, the 900 collectibles are bronze trophies. Yep, Yeah, that's actually happened a while. That's happened for a little bit. The 900, that's happened a lot with a lot of other trophies. There's people that have made entire videos like, here's like 10 like trophies that are bronze and should be higher, and why I order? What's with you, huh? A newspaper wiped that blood up good. Ain't no way you should have found it. Okay, but why did you think you had to wipe it up anyway? They'd checked Knight in the guard's hands, they would have seen those who never came to blows. That blood would give up the whole game. Ain't no way they don't figure there was a third man in the ring. Plus, once they started sniffing around on the floor, they'd have found the trial in a heartbeat. PlayStation trophies are weird, gold is easy, bronze is mind-breakingly annoying. I mean, it depends on the game. Honestly, it depends on the game. There's a lot of shovelware games that exist there's a lot of shovelware games that exist for PlayStation. That's just the way things are. So you'd wipe up the blood to buy yourself a little more time, so you could wait for a better opportunity. Sadly, the opportunity you sought wasn't good enough to get you clear of the prison, it seems. Now hand over the keys. Right in the kisser. Oh, we knocked his mouth guard out. I mean, that's also why we get them, you know, like... Trophies are super annoying, but at the same time, like, even if I look at... You know what, let's have a look at what my rarest trophies are. I want to see what my rarest trophies are, and what ranking they are. Let's see. I guarantee that they're probably bronze, right? Let's see. No, I got a couple silvers. My 2 rarest trophies are silver. Then I got a platinum, then a bronze, then a platinum. Let's see. Jedi Survivor had annoying trophies. The one which struggled the most was having the full garden. Yeah, Fallen Order had the garden trophy as well. Fallen Order had that trophy. At the same time, though, it also Fallen Order had the one trophy. Where you had to do the full garden, but I knew that I had to do that, so I planned ahead in time. So I think that was why. Here it's 150 plants without markers. I mean, I'm going to be using a guide for the plants anyway, but it sounds incredibly annoying. Let me see, is there a way to know how many of these that I have? I'm looking at my actual rare, like, anything less than 5%. I have a good variety of stuff, but it's... My top 5... My two rarest are less than 1%. My 2 rarest are less than 1%, and they're both silver. My rarest bronze is 1.64. My rarest gold is 2. Is 2%. And then my rarest platinum is 1.5. 1.58 for GTA 5 and 1.66 for Batman Arkham Origins, which I don't think is possible now. But also Batman Arkham Origins is easily the hardest Batman Arkham game to platinum. It is very hard. It is very hard. I remember doing Batman Arkham City, and I was talking to people in a chat room that were doing trophy stuff, and my heart was like beating. My heart was beating, and you've got rarer platinums than me. You have rarer platinums than I do. Like, my rarest trophy is 0.55, but again, that's also just like incredibly grindy, and no one wants to do that. But it's not a race necessarily. Like I'm happy with the platinums that I have. I mean, I could probably go and try and do things differently, but at the same time, I am happy with what I'm already doing. KO'd by a lousy stinking bum. Fine, you want keys here? I'll help you choke on them. But Suicide Squad would be definitely a rare one, because I just don't think a lot of people played it. I have the Avengers Platinum, but how rare is the Avengers Platinum compared to everything else? I think I have the Avengers Platinum. How rare is Marvel Avengers? Marvel Avengers, where are you? Where is it? Where is Marvel Avengers? Yeah, Marvel Avengers Platinum is only 5.3% rarity. You're looking on the app. You're looking on the app. You're looking on the PlayStation app for the trophies. Yeah. Alan Wake 2 was probably the most fun you had with a platinum. I think mine is one of the. I have a few games I had a really fun time with the platinum for, but Spider-Man is not a bad platinum to have as a starter. Honestly, like. Again, the Sony games for the most part are usually easier to get the platinums for. Wait a moment, if Mr. Casaretto here had the keys. Indeed, Your Honor. If theory relies on Knight having used the keys he allegedly stole to escape his cell. That was the only way he would have been able to enter Mr. Saint's cage and be moved to the workshop. Fortunately for you, we now know that the theory cannot possibly be true. I guess this changes things up a bit, yeah. Now the only person who could have moved Knight's body is the one person who knew about the tunnel. No, you gotta be freaking... It's Casaretto, you're under arrest. Come quietly now, pal. There's a few games that I had really fun times platinuming, but some of them are heightened because of me doing them on stream. Like, several of the long RPGs that I've done were very fun platinums to get. Dragon Quest XI, Octopath Traveler 2. But then I have a whole bunch of games that I got from, like, when I first started. Like, I loved playing the Ratchet games. I loved playing the Sly games, the Jak and Daxter games. Getting the platinums on those. Like, most Ratchet and Clank games had very fun trophy lists. And just fun to play. Like, I'm trying to think what game I had the most fun with, but also had a really good trophy list. Because some games have bad trophy lists, but are just very fun games to play, so you don't really feel it. But if you've got a fun trophy list and a fun platinum, Skywalker Saga all over again next year for Legacy of the Dark, I have no problem with that. Like, I know that I've had my complaints about Skywalker Saga, that there was too many collectibles, but in saying that, I also really liked Skywalker Saga. And to do a Batman version of that, where it's just a full open world Gotham and the Arkham combat, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. The wrong guy, I didn't do nothing. Alright, fine, I knocked these two chumps out, and I stole the keys. But after that, I went right back to my cell and waited for my moment. Next time I went to Knight's cell, there was nobody around. And I mean nobody. Plus, his body was found in the workshop. You think I just magicked my way in there or something? Couldn't even get out of my cell. Indeed, you only had the key to Knight's cell. You couldn't have left on your own cell back in the prison. And I also have more love for Batman than I do Star Wars, so I guess my hype is heightened because it's just... It's Lego Batman. I've always liked Lego Batman. And it's the movies. Like, we're not just getting the comics, we're not just getting the games, we're not just getting the TV shows, we're getting the movies. We're getting the Batman. We're getting the Batman, we're getting cutscenes from the Batman that they're showing. So I'm assuming that they're going to do other stuff as well. Maybe they do like detective sequences where you have to go around and look for clues, and so I think that would be very fun. Mr. Canis's dog code. It's not you, but Helmet who moved the body from your cell to the workshop. I get it. Now you're saying he wasn't the only gun in this conspiracy. Yeah, Colin Farrell's the Penguin as well. I don't know if he will be in it, but like we saw the chase sequence from the Batman. Great sequence as well, by the way. That's one of the best sequences in that movie is the car chase with fantastic. Gee, one could easily imagine that Mr. Casaretto and Mr. Canis might have worked together. Mr. Casaretto could have killed Knight and dragged him back to his cell. Then Mr. Canis's dog took him from there to the workshop. There are no restrictions on the animal's movements within the prison. Movement between the detention center and the prison proper, however, is tightly controlled. I still haven't seen the Penguin yet. I need to see that. And I want more Batman 2 news. I'm not sure if we're going to get too much out of it. I think we have to wait for once Robert Pattinson's parts have been confirmed to be finished with June, I think we maybe get more Batman Part 2 news. Because I think they're waiting for him to finish that movie. There's only one possible route, and only you could have taken advantage of it, Mr. Casaretto. How can you be so sure, huh? Maybe there's more to him and you just don't know. Darkwolf is tomorrow as well? Let's see. Terminal list. Let me see when it says it's coming out for me. Yeah. August 27th. August 27th, Amazon Prime Video, so tomorrow. Yes. So that's tomorrow. For the first 3 episodes. So that's 3 episodes of that and Court Stealing. So yeah, there you go. Yeah, it will be a good day at least. I think Court Stealing's tomorrow, yeah. You must be getting, actually, you're getting it earlier. Interesting. You're getting the movie earlier than its actual release. For Court Stealing. I just had a quick look. You're getting it, it's supposed to come out in the US on the 29th of August, so you're actually getting Court Stealing 2 days early. I just had a look. You start with that's going to be an interesting day. You're starting with Shadows, then I'm guessing you're probably going to see the movie, and then you've got 3 episodes of Darkwolf to watch. So yeah. You're actually getting the movie 2 days prior to the US, so you'd avoid all the, I guess you would avoid all the, yeah. So it's gonna be a good day tomorrow. Outside of maybe Shadows, which hopefully that goes well, but at the same time, like, it's Shadows. At least it's not the last thing that you're doing. The stream later is a review for Darkwolf and Court Stealing. Ah, yes. So I guess that's one thing. That's one thing that you can say is, like, even if it ends with Shadows, so even if it starts with Shadows, at least you'll have something to clear the mind. Tells me that digging even a single tunnel was arduous enough. Got that right. You try scraping more than one hole in the dirt with a spoon? Lucky for me, I didn't have to dig the whole way. Somebody already did a bunch of the work for me. You didn't dig the entire tunnel yourself? Nope, found it when they put me in that cell. So that's gonna be a lot of things, actually. it's gonna be a lot of things. Terminal list review. Terminal list review, then Shadows, then Caught Stealing, then Dark Wolf, and then another stream with reviews for Dark Wolf and Caught Stealing. So it's a big day tomorrow, but an eventful day, and that's just the stuff that's announced. There could be something that happens tomorrow with other. And all the way from there to the well in the yard already. Even looked down the well to check from there. It was the same tunnel, alright. Just made good on what somebody else had already started. And what was the original tunnel for? Who knows? You're the one with all the answers, pal. Maybe somebody else tried to break out. Or maybe the animals dug it. Like to get water from the well or something. The Boys Season 5 is being teased again. I think they're intentionally teasing you. They're intentionally teasing you with all these boys stuff, and then they're gonna either unveil it sometime during Gen V Season 2 or after. It would not surprise me if the end of Gen V Season 2 is like an opening or something to the Boys Season 5. That could definitely be something. That could definitely be something that I could see them potentially doing. Maybe the ending of Gen V Season 2 leads straight into the Boys Season 5, of where it's going to start, and maybe it's something that happens at the end of the Gen V Season 2 is like the... It's like the Boys Season 5 starts with the aftermath of what happens in Season 2 of Gen V. I think that the trailer is coming out during or after the thing. I think at that point it makes the most sense, because you want to get people to. Well, I'm trying to think. You want to get people to watch Gen V Season 2. So do you either wait? I don't know. What do you do in that case? Because you've already got people that are gonna watch Gen V regardless. So do you release the trailer before Gen V to tell people, hey, like, if you like the boys, check out Gen V? Or do you want them to watch Gen V and then say, hey, like, if you liked what you saw at the end of Gen V, here, watch this. And then here's the trailer that plays. So I don't know. What would be the best option? After for the spoilers. Yeah. Okay, so then that's what they should do then. Just let Gen V Season 2 play out, and then have the teaser trailer be like something of, you know, like to show that. And be like, oh, you like Gen V Season 2? You want to see what happens at the end of the season? And what happens to the characters, or what happens in the thing? Check out Boys Season 5, coming to you on Prime in... and then give the release date. Give the release date out. What are more plausible scenarios than that in B-grade movies? You've sent me the boys news. Let me have a look.
Who's that Pokemon?
I also saw more stuff about Soldier Boy. I thought I saw. Ah. Oh, that's the other Supernatural brother, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, that's the other Supernatural brother. Yeah, that's the other Supernatural brother, I think. Further more plausible scenarios than that in B-grade movies, okay? Well's dry, kid. Ain't no water to be had down there. Oh, come to think of it. Smell. Yeah, always smelled kind of nice down there. Spider-Man 3 news as well? What's the Spider-Man 3 news? I must know. You know that I'm a big Spider-Man fan. You can't hold me out on Spider-Man news. Gee, I don't know. Smelled sort of like dessert, I guess. A sweet scent. That sounds very familiar. Where did we come across a sweet scent before? It was, yeah, on the body of Mr. Knight. Well, wait, Spider-Man, oh, Spider-Man 3, wait a second, you mean the video game Spider-Man 3? For some reason I was thinking, wait, I thought it was a brand new day news, but that's not it. Alright, hang on. Where have we gone? Doesn't like the Miles Morales Adidas suit, thinks it's showing his hair. I mean, I agree. Miles will come back to the original suit in the future. I mean, I think that... I'm gonna say something that, like, it's not even controversial, but, like, again, I'm not saying that... Miles Morales is not a bad Spider-Man. He's not a bad Spider-Man, at all. Just for me, personally, though, Peter Parker will always be Spider-Man. It's just one of those things. My problem with the Miles Morales, Spider-Man is that a lot of the stuff that he does is pretty much just copied straight off of what Peter goes through. And he doesn't really have a unique identity. He's kind of just like a different version of Peter. It's not like Miguel O'Hara, you know, from 2099, where it feels like a different character. I'm not a big fan of Miles Morales as Spider-Man. I've always liked Peter more. Peter Parker is my Spider-Man. I can't accept anyone else, even if they're good. Like, Miguel O'Hara is still good, Miles Morales is still good in his stuff. Peter Parker is my Spider-Man. I cannot, you know, it's just the way that it is. It's not even, like, meant to be, like, anything, like, politically motivated. It's just, like, ever since I was a kid, Peter Parker was Spider-Man to me. And all the other variants and all the other versions and everything else, like, Peter Parker is Spider-Man to me. Nobody else can play that character. But I know why they're doing it. And I know that Miles is popular, I know that Miguel is popular, but, again, just Spider-Man is my favorite superhero. And it will always be Peter to me. Like, there's it. You know, I guess the same thing could be said with, like, it's huge. It's like if they replace Hugh Jackman as Wolverine with somebody else. It's like, that somebody else is not going to have the same impact that Hugh Jackman has with Wolverine. That same person's not going to have the same impact that John Bernthal has as Punisher. It's just one of those things. You can't replace certain people, you know. There's been multiple Spider-Man actors, but it's always been Peter. Outside of the Spider-Verse movies. But, you know, to me, that's just how it is. I'm more invested if it's Peter than I am if it's someone else. How about a police dog? We followed the scent of the body and traced its route back through the prison. They're bringing on Spider-Gwen on board for Brand New Day. The casting is from Stranger Things. Spider-Gwen? Really? I mean, they haven't introduced Gwen Stacy into the Tom Holland Spider-Man universe yet. They haven't introduced her yet, so that will be interesting. It's gonna be weird though, because does that mean that Zendaya's not gonna be in the thing? Because again, the way that it is in the comics, Peter hooks up with Gwen Stacy first, and once Gwen Stacy dies, that's when all the MJ stuff happens. But in the Tom Holland universe, he's already with Zendaya, and then now he's forgotten. Well, now all the rest of them are forgotten. So are they just going to ignore the fact that Zendaya is not around anymore? Are they just going to completely ignore all that stuff? Like, is Peter just going to suddenly forget that she exists? That same sweet scent be what you notice coming from the well. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Like, I'm fine if they bring Gwen Stacy in, but it also just feels weird to go from one character to the other character. At least it makes sense when Gwen Stacy dies that he goes to MJ, because it's like him trying to move on, but we're in a situation where... I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think Ned or Zendaya are in it, from what I can remember. Let me see. Brand new day. Nope. Okay. No, she is. She is. No, she is. Tom Holland, Zendaya, Ned's in it still. John Bernthal's in it. Mark Ruffalo. Scorpion. Scorpion's in it as well. Scorpion's in it. Matt Murdock's gonna be in it, so Daredevil's gonna be there. So the one thing is that they're still going to forget. They're still not going to be... Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Okay, so... What are they saying? There were rumors that Sadie Sink was going to play Jean Grey in the MCU, so that would be the new X-Men casting. But why would she be in Brand New Day? Because Gwen, she has, she'd have to dye her hair, because she has red hair, and Gwen is blonde, usually. Yeah, Zendaya and Ned are both back. Oh, okay. They have said that, the film, the Spider-Man movie, is happening at the same time that Doomsday is. So that explains why we're probably not going to get Spider-Man in Doomsday, is because they're setting the events at the same time. And Scorpion is going to be coming back, because he was the guy that was in the prison in the mid-credit scene in the Homecoming movie. So we're gonna get Scorpion as a villain, but he won't be the main villain, I don't think. Like, I think we're getting, yeah. So that's what we're probably gonna get. If she's Spider-Gwen, I guess I could see it, but there were also rumors that I looked up, that she might be playing Jean in the X-Men. So I guess we'll have to wait and see, because that'll be after Endgame. Sorry, after Secret Wars, I think. So if they're gonna do younger versions of the X-Men, I could see her playing Jean. She looks the part. And she already has the red hair, so that already kind of fits in with Jean's character, because she usually has red hair. But if you're saying she could be Spider-Gwen, that could be possible. Very clever, Mr. Edgeworth. You mean to suggest that this is evidence of the body having been moved through the tunnel? It just mentions that Zendaya and Ned are both going to be in it, but it doesn't mention to what extent. Are they going to be in it? Because it also says that, like, Iron Man... It also says that, like, Iron Man, Nick Fury, and Doctor Strange are going to be in it, but they're going to probably just be in it to explain what happened in the previous, like, movie. And then MCU Ghost Rider's already been cast, so that's also going to be something, but... Furthermore, I still want my idea to come to play. Do something where it's like Moon Knight, Punisher, Ghost Rider, and Doctor Strange, and they just go down to hell and fight Mephisto. Like, just make us forget about Ironheart existing and just do the, Mr. Casaretto, you were the only person who could have done it. Nobody else had access. Have our thanks, Mr. Casaretto. Truly. Finally the truth comes into view. Now unburden yourself, it is time. Like, I'm a bit concerned. I'm honestly a bit concerned. I'm a bit concerned with the upcoming Marvel products. A lot of stuff's being announced for the casting, but a lot of the stuff, we just don't know what's happening at the moment. Like, I'm hoping Brand New Day is good. I think Doomsday and Secret Wars could be good. I'm not as concerned with Marvel that I am with DC. I think I'm more concerned with DC than I am with Marvel. I'm afraid that they're going to do something that's going to ruin the Batman movie. I'm afraid that all these projects that are going to get announced are going to make people, there's too many DC projects, I think. So I don't know. And also, like, some of the directors for, like, you have more hope for Marvel than Star Wars or DC. I don't know what's going on with Star Wars. Honestly, like, Mandalorian and Grogu might be the very last, like, maybe that Ryan Gosling Starfighter movie. I'm not looking forward to the Rey Jedi Order trilogy. I don't think that's gonna work. Confess your role in this tragic incident. You ain't betting this on me. I'm glad to see that we are finally in agreement, Your Honor. Yeah. Oh, if only we were, Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah. Honestly, like, the only, like, I would love to see, if they ruin the Matt Reeves universe of Batman, and he's unhappy with it, Marvel, get in contact with Matt Reeves and give him the Daredevil property, the Punisher property, the Kingpin property, give him the street-level superheroes, and let him do that. Because he does that well. If DC doesn't want him to make more Batman movies or more Penguin stuff, hope is already lost. Give him the Marvel street level characters and let him do Kingpin, Punisher, Daredevil. Let him do all of those characters, because I guarantee that he would knock those out of the park. He would knock those out of the park. Kingpin and Penguin are very similar. I think he would make a really badass, like, Punisher. Like a models off kind of story Punisher. And the casting's already there. You've already got Vincent D'Onofrio as Kingpin, you've already got John Bernthal as the Punisher, and you've got Charlie Cox as Daredevil. All these people are proven commodities. They can do these characters. Time to go to bed. Hope you have a good stream till next time. Shadow's coming soon, and Cold Stealing Dark Wolf. No problem. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good sleep. Thank you for the chats as always, and I will see you next time. Bye for now. Mr. Casaretto may have been an accomplice, but not Mr. Canis. No, he was working with Mr. Knight.
Hold it.
What do you mean? I do not believe that he moved Mr. Knight's body.
Who's that Pokemon?
Instead, I believe that he lent Mr. Knight the use of the keys he stole. You gotta be kidding me. Granted, it seems likely that he attacked Mr. Knight. But that doesn't necessarily mean that Mr. Knight was knocked unconscious as a result. What if he wasn't? What if he and Mr. Casaretto had reached a certain agreement? What kind of agreement exactly? Mr. Knight was plotting an escape for which he required a means of leaving his cell. Here is that precise means in the form of the keys Mr. Casaretto had just stolen from the guard. Mr. Casaretto himself would need to pass through Mr. Knight's cell in order to effect his own escape. Mr. Knight needed only to shout and alert the guards, and Mr. Casaretto's plans would be ruined. And so, the two struck a deal. Lady, the only striking I do is with my fists. My, still you deny it. So, we're agreeing that we still disagree? Mr. Knight had Mr. Casaretto unlock his cell so that when Mr. Knight arrived, Mr. Saint arrived, he could escape from his cage. Mr. Saint was then able to move him into the prison proper just as planned. And then he took Mr. Knight into the workshop and did the dirty deed.
Objection.
When neither of you listening, the scent on Knight's body proves that it was taken through the tunnel. It was moved from this cell to the... Perhaps if you would let me finish, Mr. Edgeworth. I am not denying that Mr. Knight's body was moved through the tunnel. Then what are you driving at? Is this a trick question? As you say, Mr. Edgeworth, the sweet scent shows the route the body took. However, it did not enter the tunnel from Mr. Knight's cell. Then how did it get down there? There is another possibility, one you seem to have overlooked. The well in the yard. Could a body not have entered the tunnel from there? The well in the yard? Yeah, that thing. Mr. Saint did not take the cage to the workshop, he took it outside. There, he killed Mr. Knight. And threw his body down the well. Mr. Case's dog then dragged Mr. Knight's body here to his owner's cell from the bottom of the well. On that note, I would ask you to recall something. What was happening in the yard at the approximate time of the body's discovery? So what was happening exactly? Oh, the circus show. Yep. The circus show, right? Regina and Simeon were performing for everyone. Wait, Simeon? Ah, indeed. And so you see how it must also have been him who disposed of the body. Judge Gavel is a truly formidable opponent. She so effortlessly adjusted her theory to fit the facts. Proposed that Mr. Knight was taken to the yard, not the workshop. But as we have established, Mr. Saint was off stage for 15 minutes. Ample time to throw the body down the well, I am sure you will agree. The deduction is impressive, Your Honor. However, even supposing that Knight's body was indeed thrown down the well, you cannot conclusively say that it was during the show. It could have happened at a different time. My sympathies, Mr. Edgeworth, but it simply could not have. Mr. Casaretto was using the tunnel at around the time the show began. Mr. Casaretto, did you happen to trip over a corpse while you were down there? No, the place was clean. If the body had been at the bottom of the well before the show began, Mr. Casaretto would have seen it. However, he saw no such thing. Which makes it somewhat difficult to support the theory. Furthermore, Mr. Knight's body was discovered in the workshop after the show. In summary, the body must have been thrown down the well and moved to the workshop. At some point during the show. Tell me, who else could have done that but Mr. Saint? What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? The body did indeed enter the tunnel from the well. Things don't look good for Mr. Saint. Still, Your Honor, your theory is still just that, a theory. And I posit that you'd like the evidence to back it up. I concede that for the moment I do not. May I suggest that we investigate the yard again? Very well, may the Goddess of Justice go with you. Alright. Now then, to the yard. Perhaps we can finally put this case to rest. Wait, what? What's that sound? Hey, is there a fire? Somebody else escaped? Should we maybe skip town too? Darlings, please, there's nothing to be alarmed about. By which I mean, that's not an alarm, it's the dinner bell. Although I suppose it is rather alarming if you aren't used to it. It certainly scared the heck out of me. Why is there a dinner alarm? Why is there a dinner alarm in a prison? I don't know. I wonder if that's gonna come up in the case. I'm so sorry, Sweet Pea, I hope you can forgive us. Alright, you two, back to your post. Chop chop. As for you, Rocco Casaretto, it's time you went back to your room. Fine, I get the picture. Come on, Teddy, we're out of here. Warden Lagarde, we'd like to take one more look around the yard now. Oh, darlings, don't you have homes of your own to go to? Visiting hours are over, I'm afraid. Tomorrow. No, it's imperative that we investigate it right away. I think we've had quite enough excitement for one day, don't you? Murderers, escapees, so eventful. Time I guess went home to Betty buys, isn't it? Yes, yes it is. Come on now, darling, don't let me bore you with all that I am the warden. This is an order nonsense. Warden Lagarde is right. Her word is law here, and we must respect her wishes. Mr. Edgeworth, your investigation of the yard will have to wait until tomorrow. You may keep your badge for now. The matter of your standing can wait. I bid you all good day. What are you waiting for, kiddikins? Off you go. Fine, at least there is a tomorrow for me. Judge Gambit believes that Knight's body was dropped down the well, and then taken through Mr. Carceretto's cell to the workshop. But is that truly the case? Do the facts really support her theory? She also seems to believe Mr. Saint had to be the one to move the body. Was he really the one with the opportunity to do so? Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, tomorrow's another day. We'll figure out a way to save Simeon. I know we will. Yes, we will. Prove that Mr. Saint is innocent, beyond a shadow of a doubt. Yep. It took us 2 hours to get to... Almost 2.5 hours just to get to the next section. Granted, I know we were doing a lot of other stuff too, but still. It's easy to get distracted when you're chatting away. March 29th, 10:12 AM, Prison Yard. Let's see if anything's changed, because we haven't investigated this area since the, we actually haven't investigated. Last time we came to this area, there was the, stage for the circus. Which is over there. Here we are again. Let's hope we can find something this time that will finally reveal the truth behind it all. Although that might be easier said than done. There's nothing left to investigate. Judge Gambit's deduction yesterday. There is another possibility, one you seem to have overlooked. The well in the yard. Could a body not have entered the tunnel from there? In summary, the body must have been thrown down the well and moved to the workshop. At some point during the show, tell me, who else could have done that but Mr. Saint? Had Knight's body really been thrown down the well? The answer to that question will surely show us the way forward. But before we begin, I should tidy up my organizer a little. At least we're getting this part again. Unnecessary evidence has been removed, remaining evidence has been rearranged. Let's see here. So we'll investigate the well last. There's a cover on it. Dried up well slapped bang in the middle of a prison. Figures it'd be locked. Luckily, I'm a master lockpicker. Want me to do my stuff? I think not. We'll do this investigation by the book. Come on, don't be such a stick in the mud. What is it, Kane? The lock's broken, and from the looks of it, it's been broken for a long time. If that's the case, anyone could have thrown Mr. Knight's body down the well. Judge Gambit's theory was that Mr. Saint carried out the murder here in the yard. Then during the performance, he threw the body down the well. What are you thinking, Mazzarino? Plausible or no? Why don't we see if Miss R can help us out again? He'll be able to tell us if Mr. Knight's body was here, and which way it went. Good idea. I'll call Detective Gumshoe. Gumshoe speaking. Detective, I need your assistance. Come to the prison yard and bring Miss R with you. You bet, sir. Gumshoe's 7 secret weapons to the rescue again, huh? Fairly sure Miss R belongs to the precinct. I'd also like you to bring one of your witnesses. Call the Berry Big Circus and ask Miss Regina Berry to come down here with you. Yes, sir, I'll be there before you know it. Say, what should we do while we're waiting for Gummy? How about a quick game of hide and seek? Fun idea, kiddo, but where exactly would we hide? He's not seriously considering it. The game can wait, Kay. We need to call on one of your more practical skills. I think you know the one. Oh, you bet I do. One crime scene recreation coming right up. Finally we get to do the, Little Thief again, I guess. So what now? Let me show you. Introducing a great thief's great secret weapon, Little Thief. Whoa, screen's appearing from thin air. Why is that flashing? This is some next level tech, little sis. Wanna talk me through the deets? What are you doing now? I'm inputting everything we need for the simulation. I love Little Thief from the first game. It was just, it just reminds me of detective mode, reminds me of, crime-solving games. I love them. Quite a lot. I'm going to explain, this is Mr. Thief. It's a device that can recreate crime scenes at specific moments in time based on the data you feed it. How about I start us off with a recreation of what the yard looked like yesterday? Good idea. That was when they were in the middle of tearing down the stage. Didn't pay much attention to the well then. Who knows? We may have overlooked something. Leave it to me. I'll use the photo I took. Beepity beep boop beep. That's all the data. Just gotta pump the projection power to max and... Dark skies of evening where no other bird dares take wing. One alone remains all seeing. Now witness the true power of the real modern day Robin Hood. What is this? It's a recreation of how things were yesterday, modeled on the data I gave Little Thief. This gadget was a tool used by the original Yatagarasu. They used it to plan robberies. Well, there's no harm in using it for something on the right side of the law now. Oh, but keep in mind that I can only recreate what you tell it to. Can't simulate things it doesn't have data for, and if the data itself contains mistakes, then you'll wind up with those same mistakes in the recreation too. This particular recreation is based on case photos, so we shouldn't run into any problems. That's enough preamble. Shall we get started? Okay. Investigation. Don't forget, you can examine stuff in the recreation just like in real life. You can also present evidence to try and clear up any inconsistencies you find. Of course, thank you for the reminder. Now let's take a look at that well. Alright, I'm gonna leave the well till last because obviously that's where we've gotta go, so we'll start with the stage and then we'll make our way anti-clockwise around the area. Make our way anti-clockwise around. And hope for the best there. So, that will be the plan. We're going to go and see how that all works. And hope for all the best. So, yeah.
Who's that Pokemon?
Also, we have this to do as well. Wouldn't it be great if we could find an alibi for Simeon? Careful, bringing your personal feelings into this risks introducing bias to our findings. You must keep a cool head at all times while gathering information as quickly as possible. That's why you go around glaring at people. You're using your icy set to methodically analyze your tight-lipped opponents. Do I really come across as that cold of a man? Alright, stage first. Yes, this is where the circus show stage stood. Do you think people would be interested in a great feeding show? I'm sure the place would be very eager to attend. This door appears to be locked. I mean, open it, can't guarantee anything, but I'll certainly give it a try. No, if we deem it necessary, we will simply ask for the key. Spoil sport, that could have been my chance to shine. You're free to shine somewhere else, but you'll not make an audience out of me. What was the name of our trunky happy friend again? Azia the Asian Elephant, star of the show alongside Regent the Tiger and Saint. Cool, how could I forget? Not exactly inspired though, is it? Was Miss Berry having an off day when she came up with it? My gosh, Mr. Edgeworth, not in front of the poor elephant herself. So I think the only things we want to investigate are the stuff that's highlighted in yellow, because when I investigated the door, it said the same dialogue, so I'm assuming when I investigate the fence, it'll be the same thing as well. At least it's how I think it is anyway. A wicker basket, or rather a cart, given the wheels. I've been raked down a hill. Yeah, this is the same dialogue as before. This is the same dialogue as before, never mind. I suppose I can just mash through if it's the same dialogue. Wanders home to Warden Lagarde's beloved alligator. Those bones must be from our latest meal. Someone dead an alligator could pick a carcass clean like that. I think I got a feeling she was rather ladylike in her own way, actually. If you say so. Well, I do. I kind of have a sixth sense for these things. An interesting talent, though not one I'm particularly envious of. Now that's one impressive fence. I'm sure I could climb it if I... Please don't, it's electrified. Wonder what's on the other side. The warden's office, I believe. Oh, that's where we are. Okay, yeah, because of the yard. Guess she likes to keep a close eye on her pets. This facility would probably function better as a zoo than a prison. Alright, we'll talk to Eddie. It's fine. Great feats, great secret weapon. Color me intrigued, Mazzarino. Not exactly by the book stuff, though. Using great feat doodads in an official investigation? I mean, it's not, again, it's a recreation of the crime scene. To me, it's not, like, what crime is being... If anything, we're doing better with... We're doing better at solving crimes using this. Like, I don't see why this is bad. I don't see why it's bad. I really don't. I really don't get it. Like, it really isn't all that bad. It's actually just more helpful, if anything. Whoa, enough with the death stares, Chief. I'm cool, okay? I can keep a secret. Anything for the truth, am I right? Also, remember what they said. They said this is based on the... It's based on the information that we inputted from the photo, so it's almost like we're just there reinvestigating it again. So, if we have the proof and we know how it works, then yeah, like this would be it's possible the vital evidence has already been destroyed. In that case, reproduction of the scene, we have no hope of finding it. Hey, relax, like I said, I'll just zip it and nod politely while you cats do your thing. Thank you, that would be very helpful. Cheers must have been for the audience. Well, I pity whoever had to put them all away. Again, this is repeating stuff, actually. I wonder if I can go onto the stage. Let's see if I can go onto the stage. I don't think we can. No. Okay. There's nothing else here to investigate anyway, so... Should examine this area carefully, mate, just hold the clue we need. What was behind the stage, which means there ain't many people who could have thrown Knight's body down it during the show. This is looking worse and worse for Mr. Saint. There's a sturdy looking hemp rope lying on the ground. Kinda reminds me of the ropes we used for playing tug-of-war in school. The answer is no, Kate. What? I didn't even say anything yet. I see it also has a metal stake attached to one end. Oh yeah, it looks like something you'd use to put up a tent. There was no tent, was there? In which case, what was it used for? It's a metal weight of some kind. It looks like it weighs... Projection makes it a little tricky to read. Do you remember how heavy it was, Kane? It says 30 pounds. Sure, it was 30 pounds. A single 30-pound weight was found by the well. What does anyone need a heavy weight for, anyway? Doesn't seem related to the circus show at any rate. What are a bunch of pulleys doing here? They don't seem to be well pulleys for lifting buckets. What do you think of the stuff around the well was used for? Pulleys, a rope, and a weight. What were they being used for? Well, I'm assuming that it would have been to winch something up because 30 pounds would have kept something significant down, I guess, and then the rope would have been attached with the pulleys, and that's probably like the system that they were using. Can't see any of the animals needing them for their part of the performance. Indeed, nothing immediately strikes me as a likely purpose. We'll have to ask Miss Berry later. But that's about all there is to find for now. Regardless, you should be here soon. Okay, you can power down Mr. Feith. Sure thing, prepare to return to normality. Oh, never mind. I was like, I thought we had to investigate something else. Sorry, sir, I came as quick as I could. Speak of the devil. Ah, detective, that was indeed impressively quick. You know me, sir. Never did like to keep you waiting. Thanks for coming all this way too, Regina. No problem, it seems way more fun than rehearsal, so I auditioned for the day. It's very much appreciated. Alright, detective, let's get started with Missile. Yes, sir. Hey, Missile, over here, boy. What's the matter? Come on, boy, come on. He looks like he's angry at something. Why do I feel tired? I went to bed at the same time that I normally do, and I woke up at the same time. What's wrong with him? Looks like he's scared of something, sir. Oh. Oh, the crocodile. Or the alligator, I should say. Alligator? Guess he's not a fan, sir. Well, I doubt he'll be of much help to us like this. Any other bright ideas, Mazzarino? Yes, actually. Miss Berry, would you mind lending us a hand? I'd love to! Just tell me what you need. Do you want me to teach Ellie some tricks? I don't doubt she could do it, but nothing quite like that. I'd simply like an account of what the yard looked like during the show. I like where this is going. You're thinking of using Little Feith again, am I right? If you'd be so kind. Okay, I've plugged in all the data. Firing up the simulation. Oh, it's got a timestamp now. Here you go. This is what the yard was like during the show. Time at which the body was purported to have been thrown down the well. Wow, this is so amazing. It's like magic. And magic here, just sweet, sweet data. Which is why... Oh. The area behind the stage is missing. Yeah, Regina said she wasn't involved in getting the stage set up. So we don't have any data on what it was like back then. No data, no simulation, huh? Brutal. I'm so sorry, you guys. It's all because I let Simeon do everything by myself. Or by himself. Oh, no, it's all my frilly associate's fault. Objection, Fender. Anyway, we've got a fresh simulation now, but we still have the other data too. I can switch back whenever you want the recreate. Oh, okay, so now we can swap the two recreate. Oh, I get it now. So I guess, instead of just having the set scene with the recreation, we can swap in between one scene and the other one. So obviously in the performance scene, we don't get the access to the well because that was not there during the performance, or it had no relevance to the performance, I guess. That might be what they're trying to get around with that. I'm not entirely sure, but that's basically how I'm understanding it anyway. You can examine the scene both during and after the show, and switch between the two at will. You can switch between recreations by using triangle, talk to K. Now then, let's continue our investigation, shall we? Okay, well I've already investigated everything on the first one, so I don't know if there's any reason for me to do it again. Okay, so I can switch recreations at any time, but I'm guessing I'll have to do that at some point. But it's better for me to probably switch once we have investigated this other one. You remember how Little Faith works, right? Yes, it creates a simulation I can interact with and investigate like a real crime scene. That's right, just go around and poke at everything you find interesting. Don't forget that if the input of data is wrong, then the recreation will be wrong too. You see something weird? Try presenting evidence to clear it up. Right. Actually, I'm still not very familiar with the new feature you mentioned. It's nothing complicated, but it lets you switch between different recreations. So the two I've got programmed in right now are... Seeing as it was during the show 2 days ago, and when they were tearing down the stage yesterday. Should remember to talk with Kay again if I need to switch recreations. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that right now. We're gonna investigate. She has allowed neatly for the show, though we know there are a few empty seats during the performance. Tell me about this space, the way the seats are arranged. Reminds me of a karaoke contest I entered as a kid. You entered a karaoke contest? I sure did, and I came in second. Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dares to take flight. One alone soars to shine, the light of righteousness on the world's blank. Tell me you didn't actually sing that. I sure did. She did well to take second place, or perhaps stole was more apt. Or is it more that she failed to steal first place? I'm overthinking this. Story of forbidden love between a tiger and an elephant. Wish I could have seen it. Wish I could have seen Simeon up there on that stage too. Oh, he was wonderful! The way he flew off that stage! Ah yes, that scene. This victory is depicted in a very unique manner, whereby the villain is sent flying from the stage. Having been ejected from the stage in this manner, the villain no longer appears in the performance. You're saying the crime took place during that time? Roughly how long would you say Mr. Saint was off stage for, Miss Berry? Let's see, I guess it was around 15 minutes. Just as Judge Gavel said. Isn't it pretty hairy, health and safety-wise, having an elephant fling a guy off the stage? Not at all, Azia is very gentle. I'm not sure it changes much if she flings him gently or roughly. Too gentle, in fact. When we first rehearsed it, she barely nudged him. But by the end, he was flying off that stage. Not because of Azia, though. Simeon had figured out some kind of trick, apparently. Isn't that amazing? A trick? Do you have any idea what kind of trick? Who, me? Oh no, it was Simeon's big thing. Wouldn't know where to start. A trick of some kind enabled Azia to send... Oh, I think I know what it was. It was probably like the weight system, where the pulley weight, maybe they had a thing attached to him. That might be this trick. Alright, I'll talk to everyone else once we've investigated everything, I think. That's probably the best way to go. Because now we can't get through and check this. The basket was empty in the other recreation. Yeah, it was definitely empty in the photo I took too. Sorry, I made a mistake when I was filling you in earlier. Oh? The basket's for holding Azia's food, but... the morning of the show, all the apples that were in it had vanished. Poof! Totally forgot to mention it. Sorry. Disappearing apples. I should make a note of this. Food for Azia that was in the cart until the day before the show, but was gone by the next morning. It's the pen held Azia, the Asian elephant. Now empty as the lady herself is on stage. I wonder how they got her in here in the first place. What do you mean? Well, the entrance to the yard is people-sized. And there's like a gazillion megawatts pumping through that fence. Kinda risky, no? Not if one turned off the electricity. Yeah, but then all the prisoners would escape. Through an entrance blocked by an elephant? I think not. This is a real puzzle, alright. I'll need to give it some more thought. She seems to be enjoying the challenge. I'll leave her to it. Yeah, I'm guessing I'm gonna have to swap something. Is this gonna say the same thing? Yeah, this is gonna say the same thing. Alright. I wish it would, like, just let you skip the side that you've already read. Because, like, we already read this 3 times now, and it's, twice, and it's not allowing you to skip it. So like this would be the same thing, right? Yeah. I'm just clicking on it in case there's some extra thing that we need to. Because I'm assuming I'm gonna have to swap as well. I'll check to see what happens if I swap in case there's something new that's been added, but nothing new from you. As bad as it looks, sir. Poor little guy scared out of his skin. I'd hope to have tracked him down that setting game, but that clearly isn't in the cards now. Didn't say a word, so I know just what we're looking for. It's written all over your face. It is? This one might be temporarily out of action, but my fishing rod is good to go whenever you need it. Oh, and if you want to give the metal detector a shot, I have that too. My detector can choose 7 secret weapons used to find metal. Never seen him so excited. I'll be sure to let you know if I need either of them, Detective. So do you come here to visit the prison often, Regina? I sure do. I have so many friends here, it's wonderful. And they're all such sweeties, the old faces and the new. I made a new friend on there yesterday. Ellie is just the cutest. Cute, that full-grown alligator lurking in the depths of the pond? Are you sure about that? Can't help worrying you could just walk up and then chomp, you know? Don't be silly, she'd never do anything like that. Especially since she's not doing great. I heard she hasn't been herself since yesterday. I'm so worried about her. You guys are worried too, right? Right? Yeah, totally. Super worried, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, super. Don't rope me into this. Is there something else that was... It would appear that we're missing some data for this point in time. Yep, that's about the size of it. Gotta go steal us some data. I don't steal data, okay? I use logic and deduction to get what I need. I'm more of an act first, think later gal. Please don't add that to my workload with your recklessness. I would hate to have you ordered. I would hate to have to order your arrest. I'm gonna see what happens if I swap. I'm assuming that we're gonna have to at some point. I mean, change the recreation to yesterday's stage tag, you know. Let's see what happens. Here you go. This is how things looked when they were taking down the stage. I'm assuming that I can't talk to anyone else about anything else. Okay, so I can just interact with the... So there's no more to be found here, but I can still do something here. Looks like this was designed for raising and lowering a bucket. No sign of the bucket, though. There was just nothing here, it was just that. Alright, I guess that now means we only have to put logic together, I guess. I can't think of any other... Can't think of any other things that would need to be done at the moment. I think we just do what needs to be done. So let's have a look-see. Alright. So now, now we've got to put some logic together, so... Connect the items around the wall with this. Connect pulling force with counterweight. Okay. Trick was the same performed for his big scene. Could it have something to do with all the items we found by the well? Taking a look at these items, would they not have been used for this trick of Mr. Saint's? Sounds plausible enough. Yeah, it could maybe add to the simulation. Good idea. Please go and ask Mr. Saint for the details. Roger that, I'll be right back. Where is he exactly? I'll be right, he's in the detention center. Yeah, I was like, Is he even here? But it's like, yes, yeah, he would be. He's in the detention center because, he's in the detention center because, he's the one that's suspected of, yeah, committing the murder. That's fine. Back, can you tell me exactly how he did it? Excellent. Well, how does it work? He said he used the pulley at the top of the well to suspend a heavy weight from a rope and lowered that down into the well. The other end of the rope went through 2 more pulleys and was tied around his body. I see. So he used the downward pull of the weight to help him launch himself into the air. But how did he make sure the weight only dropped when he wanted it to? He used the stake to stop it, that's how. Miss Berry didn't seem to know anything about the trick or the contraption he built for it. In which case, I suppose it must have been Mr. Saint himself who pulled out the stake. That's right, and to do that, he used a second length of rope. Tied to the stake, and then, when he gave it a sharp tug, the stake was released and the weight dropped down the well. It's a great trick, I have to steal it. This one has to go into the Great Feast repertoire, not repertoire. It'd be quite that easy. These kinds of circus tricks can require years of practice to master. Simply stealing the idea won't be enough. Alright, practice it is then. Long before you run away to do so. Would you mind updating the simulation? Right, then we can see how it'll work for ourselves. Okay, I'm switching back to the recreation of the performance. Now to add in the data. Little fish should be able to reproduce the trick. So this is how Mr. Saint performed his trick. A contraption that used the well, a very heavy weight, 3 pulleys, and 2 lengths of rope to send Saint flying during the show. Seems full of surprises, huh? I mean, dropping a weight down a well to help him fly off the stage like that? That's genius. Indeed, but I imagine he would have needed quite a lot of weight, more than him at the very least. Would have taken some serious pull to lift him into the... Would have taken some serious pull to lift him into the air like that. Yeah, and probably a ton of practice. Okay, so now this is updated, I think. So I now do something else. Can now examine this. The Saint used the well to construct a contraption that would send him flying from the stage. It made clever use of 2 ropes. This tarp, it's just like the one we saw in the workshop. This tarp, it's just like the one we saw in the workshop. Yes, but why is it here? Why is it here? Just repeating what we're saying. Are you okay, Mr. Edgeworth? You've gone kind of blank. Don't intend to stay blank until you stop stealing my thoughts. We don't know what the second weight's here then. That's one heavy weight. Kind of makes you think how much this must all be weighing on Simeon. It does. I'm not sure I quite see it myself. Too bad we don't have the real thing here. Otherwise, I'd hang it around your neck like a big old albatross. Then we'll see how you like it. You'd face some real stiff resistance if you tried, I can promise you that. I guess that's all the investigation time for that. Although they're still showing something that I haven't investigated. Oh. This is the rope that was hanging down the well. There's no pinata at the end of it, and definitely no bucket. Do try to be serious, okay? Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm just trying to lighten the mood. Cut it out with that stare of yours. We might want to consider what could have really been attached to the end of the rope. I was wondering if there was something to do with, like... pulling a rope, I suppose the two tend to go together. Because there was 2 weights there, so I was thinking to myself, like, is 30 pounds of force dropping down a well enough to propel someone back? I mean, I guess it is, because weight as you do that is supposed to... weight as you do that is supposed to, like... as you drop it, is supposed to, what do you call it? It's supposed to, like, send you backwards, I guess. It's the best way to put it.
Who's that Pokemon?
So, dude, like a great feat and a treasure. Can't have one without the other. Sorry, but the proper pairing in this case is a great feat and a set of handcuffs. I think that's all the stuff investigated. Okay, so now I guess we don't have any other new things to investigate. Because that didn't really give us anything new. So now we want to compare the... I think it was the pulling force and 30-pound weight. So that goes together. Yeah, the metal detector insufficient weight. Doesn't this seem odd to you? notice, Detective. There's something strange about the weight we found. How heavy it is, how there's only one, or what it's made of. I don't think it's what it's made of. Yeah, that was what I was thinking. That was actually what I was thinking. It was the insufficient weight, because 30 pounds wouldn't be enough to ricochet someone backwards. Like, it's enough to thing, but not enough to, yeah, so it'd be how heavy it is, because, like, there was 2 weights, so 60 pounds would be, I don't know if 60 pounds would even be enough. The one weight at a time wouldn't be heavy enough. More weight would have been needed to lift Satan to the air. A single 30-pound weight couldn't have lifted Mrs. Saint to the ground. In which case, could there perhaps be some weights missing? Sounds like a job for my servant-seeker weapon, sir. Should the need to use them arise, I suppose I should speak with him then. So I guess that's using the other side. Okay, I guess I don't need to talk to him. So now I think I do insufficient weight with metal detector, I think. And then after that, any other connections? Yes, this is where we're going to go back to the well, deduce the trick, and present the rope. There's a lot of stuff to do here. Detective, I have need of one of your secret weapons. Roger that. The metal detector, if you would be so kind. Oh jeez, I'm never gonna get to use my fishing rod. So before we get started, let me run through how the metal detector works, sir. Simple enough. Uses this sound. And this gauge will tell you how close you are to something made of metal. Closer you get, the more strongly it will react. When it starts going wild like this, just give me the order to examine the spot where I'm standing. So, what have we got here? Oh, the fence. Anyway, that's how it all works. You tell me where you want me to look, sir, and I'll go right on it. Oh, we get to control Gumshoe? Wait, do we get to control Gumshoe here? Especially because from far away I am from a metallic object through its beeps and fancy gauge. My design. So I get the water it goes. When it starts going nuts, it's time to examine that spot. No need to get your hands dirty though, sir. You just stand there and tell me what to do. Okay, so I guess now we're controlling Gumshoe. We're close, so there's something metallic nearby. Okay. Yep. Good something, there's something here, sir. It's a gold coin, sir. What a find. It'll go down in history. Don't imagine a gold coin would stay hidden long in a prison yard. Oh, you found it. Never would have guessed it was hiding there this whole time. That's one of the coins of the big coin hunt we hold once every 2 weeks. Well, that sounds kind of interesting. Must be fun for the whole family. Sure, as the prisoners at the hunt for the coins for the warden buried around the yard. They find 3 silver coins and 1 gold coin, they can swap them for a jelly donut. First a show, now a treasure hunt? Is this a prison or a playground? Okay, so that was not the, so that means that when... I don't see anything metallic. What did I just pick up? Because I must have just picked up some iron sand. Iron sand? As in sand you can pick up with a magnet? That's stuff you can find at the beach sometime. I got just the thing we need. Right here, introducing secret weapon number 6 or 7. Are you making this up as you go along? Simply an ordinary mag that I found at the hardware store. Watch this, I just bring it closer to the ground and ta-da, it's picking up the iron. Must be nice to be so easily entertained. Because the investigation must continue. Alright, so that was still not a... So it had to be near the thing then. Like, so pick up something over here. Wait. Wait, found these little guys on the grass. Wait. They're the same as the weight we found by the well. They must be from Mr. Saint's trick. Count 4 altogether, sir. So that would mean there's 120 that were hidden, plus the 2 that were there. So what, 180? Which would be a little bit more accurate. They would be more than heavy enough to send it flying. So somebody had several of the same weights as the one by the well. Why? And why over here?
Who's that Pokemon?
Yes, nice work, me. Wait. Oh. Alligator! That thing nearly gave me a heart attack. Wait. What's the matter, detective? It's the moon detector, sir. It's reacting to the alligator. What? How? You sure it's not responding to the weights we just found? No, sir. I'm sure this is something different, and I'm sure it's coming from the alligator. Let's get the big stomach good. Don't think that's it, Kay. Then what is it? Allie hasn't been herself lately. That's the name. Allie, the warden's favorite pet. She wouldn't even look at the food warden the guard brought her yesterday. She was acting as if, I don't know, as if maybe she'd eaten something that didn't agree with her. Maybe the murder detective was responding to whatever she ate, sir. No, what if she ate one of the weights? Highly doubt that even an alligator could swallow a 30-pound lump of iron. So what did the murder detective actually pick up? Why did someone hide those weights? I missed something when I looked at the equipment by the well. Did we get the scene again? Coming right up. Oh, okay, now we're back to the teardown again. So, have we investigated everything already, I believe? Yes. I don't think anything else has changed. Nothing here, nothing there. Gumshoes. Now, we can talk to Gumshoe. We can talk to Gumshoe now. But we still have other parts to investigate. Mr. Richard, I think I cracked the case, sir. What if the killer was an invisible man? Go on. Well, the weapon came out of nowhere and nobody knows how the body was moved. None of that makes sense until you put an invisible man in the picture. Detective, don't tell me you think invisible people really exist. Who knows, sir, but it'd be fun to see one, though. What a winning idea. Perhaps we should make your assignment to Mr. Winner permanent from tomorrow. You gotta be kidding me, that kid probably still believes in Santa Claus. People in glass houses. Is that everything? I think so. No, we have to investigate the... Hang on a second. Game just froze. I've got to reinvestigate the well and then present something, I believe. And the game crashed. Not great. Waiting forever for this to load. Hopefully it's just not just a normal problem, not a... Okay, just a normal one. Alright, let me just fix this up real quick. Then we'll be right back to... here it is. That. So I think now we go back to this. Actually, wait, do we go back to the... Point the cursor at that thing. So we gotta go backwards to... Yeah. So we'll switch the recreation so we can see the 2 days ago performance. Wait, we can't even deduce? I'm so confused. Do I have to deduce with... Oh! Hang on a second. I gotta deduce the pre-setup. That's what I think it is. That's what I've gotta do. I thought we had to do it while it was, It's like, I guess now we go here and then we do the deduction here. Yeah. So we deduce that the rope, has to do with, the trick. But the 2 recreations. The one during the performance and the one I'm looking at right now. There's a major difference between the 2. One of the ropes is missing. Oh yeah. The same trick wouldn't work with only the items we see before us. So what happened? Where did the missing rope go? I think one of the pieces of evidence we've collected might tell us exactly that. Really? What shows us where the missing rope went? It was walking. I think. No, it was... Wait, what? Why did it tell me to do that? Oh, the rope. Present the rope and then... do that. Never mind. I messed that up. I was supposed to, we deducted the rope, so I was... Yeah, we do have the rope. I also didn't check these either. I haven't been checking my evidence recently. It's the same as the one on Hilbert's collar, right? Yes, the bell is something of a trademark for Mr. Canis. And it says him with a trademark, you'd think he'd want to stay anonymous. Isn't that true of great feats, too? Mr. Edgeworth, you don't know anything about great feeding, do you? Great feats are only great because they stand out from the crowd. And what's in it for the feats to stand out like that, other than to attract the police's attention? Can hear this chisel in his dog's mouth. Do you think it's a murder weapon, Mr. Edgeworth? It's too early to tell, but the fact that blood was found on it is certainly incriminating. Why is it freezing again? It's fine. We already saw that. We can't examine that any further. Oh, right, I've got to, hit the rope.
Take that!
This rope was found beside Knight's body. Yes, this must have been the other rope used in Mr. Saint's trick. So you're saying... Yes, that this rope did indeed have a weight attached to it. But it wasn't any of the iron weights we found. Those were hidden in the bushes and replaced with something else. What's it, Mr. Edgeworth? Come on, I'm dying here. Think about what the rope we found in the workshop was related to. Do that and you'll soon figure out the answer. The weight dropped down into the well and placed the iron was... yeah. The body. Could only have been Knight's body that was dropped down the well. And there was rope and tarp that was found there as well. Yeah, and that would have been heavy enough as well because the body would have been, you know, a body is way heavier than weights. Somebody first swapped out the weights used for Mr. Saint's trick. Then Mr. Saint used the contraption to make his exit from the stage. When he let the rope around his body loose, both the rope and Knight's body fell to the bottom of the well. That rope was never used to restrain Knight.
Who's that Pokemon?
It was used to suspend his body halfway down the well. From this we can easily see why most of the weights were hidden. That no one would realize they'd been replaced with the body. Can then further introduce that they were hidden by the killer. Oh, there, gang. Some poor Bronco stabbed in the neck. Would there be blood everywhere, including down the well? The killer thought of that, which is why they used this. What did the killer use to stop Knight's blood from going everywhere? It would have been the tarp, because that's why the tarp is all bloody. Yeah. tarp was found with the body. Another piece of the puzzle falls into place. It's all coming together now. I love it. All we're doing is proving that the body did go down the well. Which means we're helping to prove that Simeon was the killer. No, not quite. What about what Judge Gavel said yesterday? If Mr. Saint truly is the killer, why would he need to go to such lengths to commit the crime? As we found on the well, Mr. Saint used his contraption during the show, therefore it reveals nothing about where the real killer actually was or what they were doing at the time. So they're designed to throw suspicion onto those who were not at the show. Yeah, I guess we did suspect Mr. Canis right away, huh? That was the killer's goal, to make us think that the crime took place during the show. In other words, they used the well contraption to construct an alibi. Just Barry, when exactly did Mr. Saint put his contraption together? Been the day before the show, the night before actually. Yes, we started getting ready for the show at around 9 PM. I think we finished around midnight. In which case, the killer must have switched the weights out for the body after that part. Okay. And that updates. Can you know about this contraption? He told his doctor to suspend bodies halfway down wells, which means Canis isn't the killer. So have we done... Oh, we've still got a bunch of logic stuff. Yeah, there's a bunch of logic stuff to do. A bunch of it. I don't think we have anyone else to talk to right now. So logic it is. What's the next logic portion? Because we just did the top stuff. So now we do... that's some disappearing apples. And then we connect this to body used as weight. And then present the security footage. And then we get into the next, next section. The apples in the basket were likely eaten by Azir. Should have put the cart where the trunk couldn't reach them. Sure about that? Yes, it was still full of apples the night before the show. Then we must consider the possibility that the cart was moved to somewhere within Azir's reach. A large basket full of apples couldn't have been moved by the wind. Which likely means somebody moved it for a reason. So before the show had even started, the cart had been moved and its apples eaten. Yes, that seems to be the most probable timeline. Let's update the recreation, okay? Well, do I'll add that into the simulation of the performance then. Let me just change back to that recreation first. So we're gonna have to go and investigate that again, maybe? Okay, let's accept changes. Hey, you're all done. No wonder it smells of animals. It was being used by for the elephant. How does he use apples, right? It's full of them the day before the show. So they vanished overnight. Did you figure something out, Mr. Edgeworth? Quite possibly. I'm assuming that's all that's changed. So now, I think we then put the two of these together. And then this will allow us to get to the last. Oscar was moved the night before the circus performance. To do so, the weights were switched out for the body around the same time. And the question should be asking is, why was the cart moved? I think I can hazard a guess. The cart would have been blocking that door. Which can only mean somebody needs to open. Okay, now she's actually going to open it. Now let's see what... Great, it's locked. Let me ask a guard for help. Hey, Mr. Guard! Yes, miss, what can I do for you? That was fast. Guard, where is the key for this door? Oh, the warden keeps hold of that. I'll go ask her for it. Well, the guard is the only one with the key. I mean, if someone did open the door, they would have had to get it from her somehow. If they're saying that the warden has the key. Thanks for that. So we haven't investigated this area. For all these breakers, they must control the electricity for the whole prison. So I've been thinking somebody got in here the night before the show, right? Why? What were they trying to do? Well, I doubt they came here by mistake thinking it was a break room. They must have come to tamper with the switches.
Who's that Pokemon?
Turn the power to something? Come to think of it, wasn't there something... There was the blackout, didn't they mention there was a blackout? And they did mention that if the power gets turned off when something happens, it does, what might have lost power when the breaker flipped? Yeah, there was a... The dual sensors, I think they said. Was it the dual sensors? Or the bracelet themselves? No, it was the security camera, never mind. They mentioned the security camera. The security cameras, I believe they said, go off if they, if the power goes out. Yeah, the timestamp is off due to a 3-hour gap in the footage, which I think that that was what they were talking about before. So it should be the security camera footage. Yeah. It's a 3-hour gap in the security camera footage. So somebody flipped the break it was connected to. Seems very likely. Do you think it was the killer? It's true that shutting off the cameras would have made things easier for them. Which means the killer would have to be someone who had access to the breakers. And it seems only one person has the key. It couldn't be, could it? Yeah, the only person who has access to the breaker room key is the warden, so unless someone was able to steal the warden's key... Located in the power room just off the prison yard, but they tampered with the night before the body was found. Alright, the 50 work here is done. Yeah, so now we've got all the confrontation stuff, I guess. Alright, here they come. First on the scene, the early bird wins the worm. Good morning, Mr. Winner. You, how'd you get here before me? Good morning, Mr. Edgeworth. I see you've made an early start. See you've made a late one, Judge Gavel. It's not my only case. I'm a very busy woman. All of us enjoy the freedom of a prosecutor, relieved by his only current responsibility. To apologize. I meant, of course, an associate attorney. Associate? More like asinine. We'll see about that. You should just let us begin the investigation of the yard. Okay, I'll go get some office style. That won't be necessary. Why not? I've already finished investigating the yard and won quite the prize in the process. Won? But I'm supposed to be the winner. Your Honor? I'd like to revisit your theory from yesterday. I caution you to choose your words carefully, Mr. Edgeworth. As I'm sure you remember, your badge is in my hands. How could I forget? You've told me several dozen times already. Perhaps you'd care to try a different threat. I've been warned repeatedly, yes, and each time my words seem to have fallen on deaf ears. I'm to make this crystal clear. Community cannot and will not tolerate insubordination. Fate of my badge and the whims of the committee are of no concern to me now. The only thing that concerns me is proving Simeon Saint's innocence. Interesting. Spoken like a true defense attorney. In that case, I shall be equally uncompromising. In the name of the goddess of justice, I will strike down your case without mercy. When I am done, your career as a prosecutor will be over as well. I hope you do not come to regret this. My theory remains the same as when I related it to yesterday. Mr. Custer did not see Mr. Knight's body when he passed through the tunnel. As such, the body could have only been dropped down the well during the show. We both know the only one who could have dropped the body down there during the show is Mr. Saint. Okay, so I think the... we can just press everything, and then we present the trick. We're about halfway through this part as well, so I think we'll probably be able to finish it, considering there's a good amount of time left. That's still your assertion, you can prove it too, of course. Of course you can! Who do you think you're up against? What Eustace means to say is that we received the final autopsy report just ahead of our arrival. This is a busy woman. Been looking after baby Winner. She appears to have died the night before the body was discovered. In other words, the night before the show. Why does it sound like the sound is going out? Like, every now and then it's like it's cutting out. I'm not sure why. Cause of death is as stated. It seems the wound is 4 inches deep. Yeah, that's pretty fine. Simeon Saint was off stage for a period of 15 minutes. There was plenty of time for him to throw the victim's body down the well. Did you guys investigate the yard yet? Which means... I fear there may be something of a flaw with your theory, Your Honor. You seem very confident of that. Do you have any evidence to prove it? Yes, I think I just might. Okay, so we press all the statements and then we present everything on the fourth one.
Hold
The theory being that Mr. Saint was the killer, you're certainly clinging to it rather stubbornly. You were certainly clinging rather stubbornly to the idea that Mr. Saint wasn't the killer. Do you have any conclusive evidence that he wasn't? Any idea who the real killer might be? I'd like to see what evidence you yourself have first. I am an emissary of the goddess of justice. My words are her words. But her words are wasted on you, I see. You would challenge me if I said the sky was blue. This is a court or a cult. If you truly mean to refute the word of the divine, then come, show me your evidence. Isn't it possible that Mr. Casaretto simply failed to notice the body? This isn't the Associate Attorney. You have been through the secret passage, have you not? Well, how'd you know? I noticed mud on you yesterday, on that charming key in your hair, to be precise. It's incredible. You could be a great thief with eyes like that. Answer me truthfully, in the name of the goddess, would you or would you not have noticed a body had one been present? Well, you know, I guess I would have.
Who's that Pokemon?
There you have it. Mr. Casaretto did not see a body, which means there was no body there to see. Okay, two more, and then we... Could you talk us through your reasoning on that a little more? The day before the performance, Mr. Knight borrowed the keys from Mr. Casaretto. More specifically, the key to his cell. Mr. Knight then used the key to leave his cell and enter Mr. Saint's cage. I don't know what's happening. My sound is cutting out in my headphones, maybe? Let me fix that. That might be one. Split that there. Okay, now it's back. Okay. Following day, Mr. Casaretto crawled his way through the tunnel, but there was nobody there yet. It's an adder. Mr. Casaretto smelled that sweet smell, so Mr. Knight must have been in the tunnel already. No, his body did not pass through the tunnel until sometime after Mr. Casaretto had crawled through it. Mr. Casaretto used the tunnel right around the time the show was starting. The body was discovered just after the performance ended. which you deduced that the body could not only have been thrown into the well during the show. Yes, and who the culprit must be. I'll just quickly check something. I don't think that's... Yeah, that's right. So this is the one we're gonna present the items on. You sure about that? Could nobody else have done it? I understand that Miss Berry was on stage for the entire performance. Those who were not had plausible alibis. What about the guards? They too were watching the show, as was the warden. How can you be so sure? A guard could have easily approached the well unnoticed. None of the guards left their posts during the show. I have checked this for myself, you know. Took statements from each and every one of them. Thorough, I'll give her that. Finally ready to accept the truth that the killer could only have been semi-insane. Judge Carroll hasn't carried out a full investigation of the yard yet, which means we've got the advantage for a change. To review the evidence we gathered during our investigation of the yard. Yes, this is where we present the trick, because, again, they haven't been able to investigate, so we have this. And then we want to press the third statement. Sorry, Anna, but there's something else you're going to have to take into account. The one yard was rigged up to create a certain unique contraption. Contraption, go on. You will recall that Mr. Saint was sent flying from the stage by the elephant. I do, just before he was to be absent for some time. He was only able to fly through the air thanks to a weighted rope he tied himself. He tied around himself. Dropping the weighted end down the well allowed him to complete the trick. Wait, wouldn't that send him flying as soon as he set foot on the stage? Simple, really. He kept the weight from falling by using a stake to keep the rope in place. Second rope, he was able to pull the stake 3, thereby controlling when the weight was dropped. He found evidence to suggest that the original weight was replaced with Knight's body. This was done by the real killer in order to create an alibi. This man time of death tells us that the murder took place early in the morning. The killer could have counted the contraption in the time between the murder and the show. Saying Mr. Satan sells the contraption outright? Well, then who do you think is the number 1 most likely person to have used it to dispose of a body, Even you must see how this looks. If Mr. Saint was the killer, he could have simply done as Judge Gellert theorized without these extra steps. Does anyone else know how Mr. Saint's trick works? Well, let's see. We had to get the prison's approval on what we were going to perform. I don't think Simeon's the only one who knows. And there you have it. Interesting. You have certainly been diligent in your investigation. And yet I fail to comprehend your actions still. Why do you not work to do what is right? Is what I am doing wrong? That's interesting. If so, who is it? Who is it that deems it so? I'm guessing she's, like, super high into the justice sense. That's probably why. How can you not grasp even that? How can you not see that you are doing wrong at this very moment? You are a prosecutor and yet you aid the defense. Is that... Oh, that's the part that she's considering as, like, the wrong part. So she's... thinking that that's wrong? She's different. Definitely an interesting take on it. So I guess we'll just see what happens. This file's in the face of common sense. You are breaking every rule in the book. Think only of what is right and just, and act as I see fit in each situation I am confronted with. This is the path I have chosen. My hand is like frozen because I've been holding on this control for so long. Whether you can cover on that choice is immaterial. But if you mean to stand in my way, I will fight back with all I can bring to bear. Perhaps the goddess of justice is testing me. Very well, if it is her will that we must fight, then I shall end this once and for all. Listen well, Mr. Edgeworth, for there is another reason why only Mr. Saint can be the killer. When I was moved from the yard to the workshop, then Mr. Knight must have first been brought here to the yard from its cell. The only person who had the opportunity to do that is Simeon Saint, and thus he remains the only plausible suspect. Sent to a cage with him to Mr. Knight's cell. Why would he do that? Why take such an unwieldy weapon all the way to the holding cells? It is pretty sus. But we've all met Mr. Saint. That's exactly the kind of thing he would do. It's entirely plausible that he took the cage with him out of absent-mindedness and nothing else. Maybe plausible. But is it no more or less plausible than him having helped Mr. Knight? I need some real solid evidence if I'm going to get her to budge. Alright, so this one here we want to press the third statement because it'll give us that help us progress, so avoid that one.
Hold it.
Seem to think that Mr. Knight was killed here in the yard. When do you think he was brought here? Something time between midnight and 8 AM, the day of the show. Could only have been during that time. In other words, between the end of rehearsal and the start of the performance. As I was saying, if the body was moved from the yard to the workshop. So skip the third one, otherwise there's going to be problems. Is there really no other way he could have come here? Snipe was awaiting trial. If he, a random non-inmate, had openly entered the prison proper, surely it would have been noticed. Presumably none of your witnesses have testified to having seen such a thing. Precisely. Praise be to the goddess of justice for granting you this insight. So as you will agree, it can only be that Mr. Knight was brought over here in secret. Alright, skip the third one.
Hold it.
So many notifications. I suspect you say, are you really sure of that? Strictly speaking, Miss Berry is not entirely beyond suspicion. Oh. Really? I don't think I'm suspicious? Gina, you know she just said you could be a murder suspect, right? Sure, but I didn't do it. She didn't even bat an eye, a true animal tamer through and through. Of course, that was simply a little joke. I knew it. I figured it just had to be. Then why don't either of your smiles reach your eyes? Surely Mr. Saint isn't the only person who had the opportunity. I must have some evidence that can help break this deadlock. So this is where I think we use the... We press the statement, and then we present the camera footage, and then...
Hold it.
So if nobody else had the opportunity, need I remind you that we are in a prison? The entire facility is monitored at all times. Anything out of the ordinary would have been spotted.
Hold it.
Mr. Saint was under that same scrutiny, was he not?
Overruled.
The warden had granted the members of the circus troupe special access. As a member of that troupe, under the supervision of Miss Berry, he is the only person who was free to wander where he willed.
Objection.
Seems you've forgotten something, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Forget is not a word in my vocabulary, Mr. Edgeworth. Very well, then recall this fact, if you will. Claim that Mr. Saint is the only person who was free to walk around the prison. There was a brief period of time on the day of the crime in this prison, a a time when it would have been possible for anyone to move through the prison entirely unmonitored. What do I have that shows there was a period on the day the crime oversight was limited? Wait, oversight was limited? Hang on a second, why did I... Yeah, it was the security footage, that was what I was supposed to do. Okay, why is the sound going out again? Where's the security footage? I think it's this one.
Take that.
Mr. Sane is far from the only one who had the opportunity. Which opportunity are we talking about again? You previously established that the time code in the security footage was off by 3 hours. And from this we can deduce that there must have been a power outage lasting for that length of time, during which anyone could have moved around the prison undetected. Do you mean to say that our killer intentionally created this 3-hour gap? That it was no simple camera malfunction? Is that even possible? It was completely possible to create the 3-hour gap using this. It would have been the breakers.
Take that.
Investigation of the yard turned up something rather interesting. A panel of breakers, one which can be used to cut the power to the security cameras. We also learned that the door to the power room may have been opened at around the time of the murder. Such a shame to see one so capable fall so short of the mark. Sergeant knows what he's doing. Then how does he explain the lock on the power room door? Oh yeah, it was kind of locked up tight. And the warden's the only one with the key. Those breakers are vital to the prison's infrastructure, so I very much doubt that anyone could have gained access to the power room's key so easily. I mean, the warden could, because they have the key on them at all times, so... No, but one person could have. I beg your pardon. That person, the killer, had easy access to it, in fact. What's more, their position here is such that nobody would dare question them. There's no one like that. The breaker to the electric fence is in there. They'd be questioned in an instant. There's only one person who meets these criteria. I can hardly believe it myself, but I have to follow where the logic leads. The person who had access to the power room key was... the warden. The only person who had access to the key at all times would have been the warden. So... yeah. That's the only logical explanation that we have. Oh, the dog's barking as well. Warden the guard. The dog is also reacting, remember, so something's up. Oh, just look at you. Aren't you the cutest little poochie-woo? He's not just a pretty face. Missile also has quite the nose for sweet things. Seems he's smelling something very sweet indeed, and it's coming from you. Oh, darling, you're making me blush. I'm not even wearing perfume. Then perhaps it is the sweet scent of death. You're a regular poet, aren't you? I had no idea. But if I didn't know better, I'd almost think you were calling Watt the killer. That is precisely what I'm calling you. Warden the guard is the killer. Mr. Edgeworth, do you realize what you're saying? Oh, such a naughty boy. How could he suspect me? I'm the one in charge around here. It's like we're in a murder mystery, aren't we? And equally far-fetched, this is preposterous. Sadly, it is not, although I can hardly believe it myself. This is where the evidence points, and we must trust in the evidence. This piece of evidence proves that she's the killer. It's the... should be the breaker. Because, it should be the breaker because she has the access to the keys. Actually, no, sorry, not that. The, sweet scent. We already used the breaker, so it's the scent on the body, I think.
Take that.
Because the dog was smelling it, remember? Your scent betrays you, Warden. And here is your accuser. The police dog? We had him track a sweet scent that was lingering around its body back when it was first found. He now appears to be smelling the same scent, and it's coming from you. Oh, darling, you're priceless, really you are. Your evidence is a whiff of suspicion. Verity, dear, do put him in his place. Seems Judge Gavel may have reached a similar conclusion to myself. You believe this to be no mere coincidence, Mr. Edgeworth? I do. After all, she had the key, and the scent found lingering on the body is hers as well. Were it just one or the other, we might be able to brush it off as coincidence. However... Indeed, then it seems the conclusion approaches. Perhaps we should hear what the Warden has to say for herself. We should, and when we have, this case will finally be at an end. You're all being simply awful. Stop looking at me like that. Me, the killer? How could I possibly do such a thing? Alright, this is now where we get... do I have to press stuff? Okay, we have to press all the statements. Press all the statements, and then, yeah. Verity told me everything she knows about the case, sweetie. The victim died in his cell, so by your logic, I would have had to have killed him there. How am I supposed to have moved the body, especially as I never went into the prison? I was too busy with work, you see. I was cooped up in my office right until the show began. Check if you like, you won't find a record anywhere of me having entered or left the prison proper. I have the first idea what harebrained theories you little scamps have cooked up, but I'm innocent. There's simply no way I could be the killer. Give me a break, Miss Hall doesn't lie. Don't make it hard on everyone and just come clean. Oh dear, I'm afraid you are the one making things difficult. As I just said, I never went into the prison. If you think I'm lying, go and check the records. She clearly wants us to check those records, which means they won't help us. We'll just have to find another way of getting the truth out of her. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, stop being a big silly. You've made a boo-boo, and you know it. Thinking about whether I should open the curtain, turn the light on or not, because I just like to get a bit glary. Like, I might do that and then take a break. That way we can, I don't know. Maybe I should just turn the light on. Yeah, we'll do that. You know, we'll take a break for a little bit. Turn the light on and then I'll, yeah. It's been almost 4.5 hours and I haven't got up to do anything, and also I want to turn the light on, so. I'm definitely going to finish this case today, I think. We've got 3 hours, so I would think that it should be done. So let's just wait and see. I'll give it a... We'll do that now. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes, hopefully. So, yeah. Alright, we're back. Just make sure everything's working. Sorry, but it's actually... It's weird, like, you get settled in to a certain area, and then you... When you get up to go and do something, it immediately becomes cold. Although I'm sure it's like the opposite of... for everyone else at the moment, because of the summer weather, but hopefully after this week it starts dying back down, so that we have, what do you call them? Better stuff overall, I guess you would say. So, yeah, let's, continue. I think we were pressing every statement here.
Hold it!
Just never told you everything. Are you close? Fingers feeds, darling. Why do you ask? Are you jealous? Jealous of what? I had to ask Warden Lagarde for a lot of information on the first day of our investigation. It seemed only right that I share some information in return. Oh, Verity, do you have to make it sound so awfully dry? I thought we had a lovely chat. I simply shared the truth in our conversation. It was the least I could do. Not sure what's going on, but these two, they're terrifyingly formidable together.
Hold it!
The murder took place in this cell. You seem very happy to accept that. Why shouldn't I be? It seems the most likely place for it to have happened without drawing attention. Besides, I found Knight's blood in his cell. Yes, but that was from being struck by Mr. Casaretto. Though I needn't tell her that, I suppose. Actually, I didn't check that one thing. I have not checked... I feel like I've been checking the wrong... I know that... Okay, that's fine. I wanted to quickly check something. I just realized. Does this go through? Does this go through everything? I think it does. I think I found something that can help someone else. realize this now, but... I have to keep an eye on that, actually. Take it there's also been no testimony to the contrary. What does it matter? Knight being killed in his cell doesn't go against any of the facts anyway.
Hold it.
Do you have any evidence that you didn't enter the prison? Please, darling, let me finish. So that's the last thing I'm going to press anyway.
Hold it.
So you were in your office the whole time, and you didn't notice anything unusual? No, I can't say that I did. You didn't notice anything missing? I must confess, I'm a rather messy girl. I'm forgetful one at that. I put something down and it's lost forever. It's a curse, darling, a curse. I even lost some important evidence recently. It was gone, poof, just like that. She still has a job. Honestly, if somebody came into my office and took something, it might be years before I noticed. Seems like I'll need more than that. More than the power room key to expose her. On the day of the murder, I was working in my office. Oh, and looking for something I misplaced. If I had a reason to go into the prison, I simply wouldn't have had the time.
Hold it.
Sure, maybe you didn't go through the main entrance to the prison. But what if you took another route? Oh, come now, sweetie. Surely you don't mean that awful, filthy tunnel they discovered. Why, until yesterday, I had no idea it even existed. No, you had another way in, I'm certain of it. A route that didn't require going through the main entrance of the tunnel. Because it feels like the heater's on, but it's not. The route you took went through this location, so... it's the yard, then accomplice, and then the bracelet. So it'd be the yard, because it's connected directly to the office. Through the fence. Warden, you took Knight from his cell and brought him to your office, which just happens to be connected to the yard. If you had a way through the fence, then you would have been able to circumvent both the entrance and the tunnel. A gold star for creativity, darling, and how would I have gotten through the fence? The extremely high fence, topped with razor wire, with thousands of volts of electricity going through it. Yeah, how's she supposed to have gotten through that, huh? The fence's electricity supply can be cut off from the power room. Only you had the key, Warden. No one but you could have done it. Utterly ridiculous. The power room is on the prison side of the yard. Warden, the guard was on the detention center side. How would she even have reached the power room? Exactly, Verity, darling. Well, clever puss, you've dug yourself a real hole now. There is no record of Warden the guard having entered the prison proper. Then the idea that she could have shut off the fence by using the breaker is out of the question. There must be some way she could have done it. Take a deep breath, big guy. Lose your cool and you've lost everything. But if I don't find a solution, she might still wriggle out of this. Hey, I said take a deep breath, not freak out and completely lose your cool. There's nothing to be gained by banging your head against the same wall, yeah? No matter how you look at it, Warden the guard couldn't have done it alone. Mr. Edgeworth, if you cannot find a... You aren't doing yourself any favors by obstructing justice with your silence. That was a reflexive objection, but now that I've yelled it, if I don't come up with an answer, it's all over. I have one more thing to add, if you'll permit me. Something that explains how the warden could have shut off the breaker from the wrong side of the fence. Yes, because it's not as impossible as it seems. What enabled her to shut off the breaker? An accomplice. She couldn't have done it alone, but what if she wasn't alone? Now we're talking. Way to flex the old grey matter, kiddo. I believe that Warden the guard had an accomplice. Enough. You disappoint me, Mr. Edgeworth. What do you mean? Mr. Richards has said nothing wrong. The inmates of this prison are all issued with security bracelets. The ones that raise the alarm if people go where they're not supposed to. I see that you have realized your error, and we are, of course, within... I think it is on. It just feels like it's... Not only are the bracelets worn, but even the guards surveil each other for signs of wrongdoing. And despite all that, no one noticed Mr. Casaretta's escape. The only ones who were free to roam were the animals. And they most certainly could not have operated the breaker. No, sir, our accomplice must be human. And who did it, given that it cannot have been a prisoner or a guard? Wouldn't be so quick to rule out either, Your Honor. The fact is, there is one person, someone whose movements weren't restricted. And I have just the evidence to show who that free-roaming person was. It's the broken... We have a proof, the broken bracelet. Someone can have done it. This is one of the prisoner's bracelets. Indeed, a broken bracelet belonging to a certain self-proclaimed model prisoner. What do you mean? And who is this prisoner? Frank Sorwick, Warden Lagarde's favorite inmate. It's strange, isn't it, Warden? That he was able to keep his broken bracelet hidden and wander freely around the prison all the while. That is pretty funky, and I don't mean it in a good way. Couldn't be the case that he was permitted some sort of special leeway, could it? Although you are in the habit of giving such leeway to certain others. Potted Harmer Canis, for example. Mr. Edgeworth, that is pure speculation. In that case, why don't we ask Mr. Sorwood himself? Confident he will confirm for us that he and Warden Lagarde were accomplices in this crime. If the two of them had worked together, a certain route into the prison becomes viable. The real route by which Knight was moved from his cell to the prison proper. Call there were two big obstacles on her path. First, the security camera outside Knight's cell. Second, the electrified fence in the yard. She was able to remove both obstacles in one fell swoop, by having Mr. Sorwood shut off the corresponding breakers. Alright, Mr. Edgeworth, you've had your fun. And, do you still deny it, Warden Lagarde? No, darling, you've got me, I admit it. Tell me this isn't true. Sorry, Verity, honey. I'm afraid it is. Frankie helped me do it.
No way! You did it, Mr. Edgeworth. You got her.
Nice shooting, cowboy. She won't be wriggling out of this now. As Mr. Edgeworth said, I had Frankie switch off the breaker. But we didn't kill Knight, did we? No, sweetums, no, we didn't. Warden, explain yourself. Oh, Verity, dear, I doubt your precious goddess will want to hear any of my excuses now. She is all merciful. You have but to confess, and you shall be saved. Oh gosh, alright, I was being threatened. I had no choice but to do as he said.
Who's he?
Potted Harmer Canis, that awful assassin.
Canis?
How long has it been since that awful man came here to my beautiful prison? I'll never forget the day he arrived. The moment we were alone, he said this to me. You should know that I have other dogs. Dogs not confined to this fine institution. Others? Yes, very loyal dogs. Dogs who will do anything I ask of them. Of course, he wasn't talking about real dogs. He was talking about his very human cronies. Then he said one last thing. I would recommend that you take care in how you treat me during my stay here. I wouldn't want to have to set my dogs on you, or your precious family. I had no choice. I gave him that cell. I gave him everything he asked for. Everything? Wait, is that how he became the fixer? Yes, darling, I obeyed his every command, smuggled it in for him all that he wanted. Eventually I brought dear sweet Frankie into our little conspiracy. He agreed right away, of course, because I made things easier for him too. So you were smuggling in contraband? How exactly? Once a week late at night, Frankie would shut off the breakers. That allowed me to go from my office into the yard without being seen by the cameras. I simply dropped the packages down the well on the prison side and went back through the fence. Each one of them spritzed with a little of my perfume. So that's what the sweet smell was. Yes, it was a secret for Canis' dog. When he picked up the scent, he would fetch the packages and bring them back to his master. He had to make sure Rocco wasn't in his cell at the time, of course. Gonna be easy keeping him from finding out. Oh, we are all very much creatures of habit here at the prison, darling. Everything runs to a schedule. Meals, exercise hours, that sort of thing. We knew when he wasn't there. That adorable little bear of his freezes with fright at the sight of Canis' dog, poor thing. So there was no risk of him raising the alarm either. She has oversight over everything here at the prison, which made her the perfect mule. With her on his side, Canis couldn't fail. Frankie would sneak out again early in the morning to switch the breakers back on, and our work was done. Apart from fixing the time codes on the cameras, which I would do later when I got the chance. You have shared a great deal, Warden. Goddess of Justice will surely take your honesty into account. I've been the most dreadful fool, I know I have. I'm supposed to be the one in charge. The day of Knight's murder was also one of our delivery days. And so Frankie, bless his heart, did his usual work with the breakers. There was no package for me to deliver that day, so I didn't go out into the yard. So that's the secret behind the Fixer's system, and why she was... The police have been trying to crack down his accomplices for the longest time. Even I've had to lend them a hand myself, you know. Heaven knows how many times I've hauled the secretive scoundrel into my office to talk to me. No matter what I say or how much evidence I present him with, he simply won't say a word. That's why you were interrogating Mr. Canis over and over? Exactly, I was trying to track down those horrible hench people of his. I borrowed everything the police had on that rotten scoundrel. I watched his every move, intercepted every letter he wrote. His letters? Then I suppose she must know about his correspondence chess games, too. No matter what I did, I couldn't turn up any clues as to who his underlings were. Living in fear like this, it's... Oh, you just can't comprehend it. As you have just heard for yourself, Mr. Edgeworth, the words of Warden Lagarde's confessions have cleansed her of all suspicion. Surely there is no more to hound her any longer. Has she really been cleared of all suspicion, though? Or is there more about her to uncover? There's definitely more. Sorry, Your Honor, but this conversation isn't over yet. And I think the Goddess of Justice would agree. So you mean to make her suffer even more than she already has? Unfortunately, her suffering under Mr. Canis does nothing to prove her innocence in Knight's murder. She admitted herself that she knew of, and even facilitated the so-called Fixer's delivery route. I believe she used that same route to move Knight's body. Where is your evidence, Mr. Edgeworth? Didn't the fact that the sweet smell of a Knight's body is the exact same scent Warden Lagarde uses the signal aid delivery? What do you make of it? Well, that's because we've done it so many times by now that the whole well probably smells of it. Some of it must have just rubbed off on his body. That doesn't match the statement that Mr. Casaretto provided. Smell? Yeah, always smelled kind of nice down there. Nice? Gee, I don't know, smelled sort of like dessert, I guess. His words would seem to suggest that the smell had permeated the well. You've been rendered speechless, I see. Then I hereby move to adjourn this session of the court. No, what do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? What can I do? Is this as far as we can go? Finally, so you're actually done? Yes, Eustace, it seems we are. By the power vested in me, this court is adjourned. Who is that? Come on, Judge G, things were just getting good. Fender? Are you objecting to my adjourning the session? No, no, no. Would have started an objection if I wanted to do that. You do you, G. Adjourn, don't adjourn, whatever floats your boat.
What are you doing, Mr. Fender?
Don't worry about what I'm doing. Let's all just take a chill pill, shall we? By which I mean a square of chocolatey goodness, anyone? Are you trying to get yourself charged with contempt of court? No, no, my bad. I just had a quick request to make is all. A Simeon Saint's lawyer, that is. Ah, yes, I had forgotten that you were his real attorney, Mr. Fender. How could you? You're killing me here.
Can you blame us? You've been making Mr. Edgeworth do everything this whole time.
Right you are, which is why I figured it's time to put in some work. Work, you say? Somehow I don't believe you've worked a day in your life. Let's say this is me doing some prep work for the upcoming trial. Mind if I question the witness? Now, amusing, but what is there left to ask? Got a feeling in my funny bone that Feats he has something more to tell us about the killer. Yes, indeed. See, as a major player on Team Simeon, I can spot a sympathizer when I see one. And you don't think he did it, do you? So tell us who did. Come on, spill the beans. Roll ears.
Edgeworth, what's he doing?
He's trying to coax Warden Lagarde into giving something away. Ask yourself, why would she go to all the trouble of sending Knight's body on such an odd journey? It's because she wanted to frame Mr. Canis.
She did? No way.
If he was convicted of committing murder here, that could have been grounds for a transfer to another prison. Most likely a more secure facility.
No way he'd be out of her hair forever, huh?
Precisely. She saw her opportunity and seized it.
No, no, no. Saint can't not be the killer. That's not fair. I was all ready to prosecute him.
I know, right? But maybe we should find out what she thinks first. Don't want to get the wrong guy, yeah?
Nice. Now Mr. Winner has to go along with it, too.
Well, Warden, are you happy to testify further? Of course! How could I refuse this silver-tongued devil? Ladykins, you have such a way with words. I'm just doing my job, thief. Besides, one can't tell the truth without telling the whole truth, can one? I'm simply dying to tell you all verity, darling. Do say you'll let me? As you wish. Court is unadjourned.
Can't believe you pulled that off, Mr. Fender.
Me either. Thank you for the timely intervention. Hey, it's the least I could do. Kay's not wrong. I've been leaning on you hard. And besides, the defense never rests, am I right? Simeon's depending on us. Sadly, I think I just about exhausted my reserves of cool lawyer chat here. And we can't foul this up now. Which means you're up to bat. Miles McSmiles. Shown that never rests spirit. I shall. Fabulous, then let's get started. Okay, my truth. I really don't think anyone could have done it but that dreadful man Canis. There's no telling what went on between him and the victim. Perhaps he simply took a disliking to him. He's certainly the type. But whatever the sort of details, it was him. He stabbed the poor man to death. Then he had his dog dispense of the body. That simply has to be what happened. The victim, Mr. Knight, yes? I did him the most terrible disservice. Yes, you killed him. I suppose you could put it that way. If I went such a sorry excuse for a warden, this would have never happened. That's why I have to clean up this terrible mess. Warden Lagarde, as ever your honesty is truly to your credit. I am certain Mr. Knight is looking down and weeping tears of gratitude. You've clearly never met Mr. Knight. Alright, so this is now... We just press the fourth statement. Press the fourth statement, you'll add 2 more, and then the first of the 3 statements we present the chess set. We are getting very close. So press everything except the 4th, then press the 4th, then present on the... press the next 2, and then present on the first of those. You seem very confident in your assertion. Why is that? Because all the other children in my little home are absolute sweethearts. They have faith in themselves and in one another. They have faith in the gods, in me. They work hard every day to better themselves. None of them would dare commit murder. It's a very touching reason indeed, and I don't believe a word of it. Canis, oh, he's rotten to the core. He's the only one who would do something like that.
Hold it.
Knight was being kept in a holding cell while Mr. Canis was in the prison proper? What could possibly have happened between them when they were at opposite ends of the facility? Prisons aren't as big as they seem, you know. All kinds of awful things can happen. Knight only arrived 2 days before he was murdered. Can't imagine anything significant happening in that short space of time. You don't know Canis, my dear. He'd find a way, I'm sure of it.
Hold it.
How could he take a disliking to somebody all the way over in the holding cells? Oh, I'm just plucking possibilities out of the air, darling. As I said, there's no telling what really went on between them. You're so awfully serious, aren't you? Not that I mind, of course. Why is she looking at me like that? So noble, so dashing in that marvelous suit, so clever. I can feel myself becoming your biggest fan, darling, I really can. Stay with me, Mr. Edgeworth. I wasn't prepared for that mental onslaught. Alright, skip the fourth one, because that's the one we're supposed to do.
Hold it.
Surely you're not suggesting that the dog threw the body down the well? I told you already, darling. Canis has more dogs than that beastly creature. Remember, he has pets on the outside, too. You mean he brought someone in from the outside the prison to help him commit the crime? Of course not, silly. How would they have made it through security? But he's the so-called fixer, no? Exercise that fabulous brain of yours a little. How hard would it be for him to recruit a dog on the inside, or even Plat one? Interesting. And does this dog have a name? Well, if I knew that, my life would be so much easier now, wouldn't it? Anyway, it was just a little thought. You can ponder it in your own sweet time, darling. She's a slippery one. I'm not gonna be able to catch her with this line of questioning, it seems. One the guard's testimony is little more than a house of cards. Just need to push her into the right statement to bring it all tumbling down.
Hold it.
What more can you tell us about those sort of details? Well, we all know what Canis did for a living. I doubt the killing part gave him much trouble. Especially as the victim was already injured. His neck, I think. Couldn't turn his head to the right, poor dear. That's what they told me when they brought him in anyway. They must make some sort of report for the warden when new prisoners are admitted. Seemed keen for us to think you didn't know much about Knight. That's because I didn't, sweetie. The victim was simply a fun target to that monster, nothing more. I expect Canis used the chisel that was hidden in that chest set, don't you? Awful grisly business. Just imagine, the man probably didn't even have time to cry out. I see. Thank you for your thoughts. They were very helpful. Actually, I'd like to hear about them in a little more detail, if you don't mind. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, you're making me blush. I could chat with you all day. Oh, don't look so nervous, darling. I'm only teasing. Of course, we can talk about them some more.
Hold it.
And which chest set would that be, precisely? Why, the one the victim brought in, sweetie. Do try to keep up. The victim was a certified chess fanatic, or so I'm led to believe. But the naughty boy stuck in a chisel inside it. Can you imagine? How does she know about the chisel in the chess set? Only a few people were supposed to know about that. After all, we only learned about it thanks to certain deductions we made. So, how did she find out? Of course, in the hands of a killer like Canis, even a chisel could serve as a deadly weapon.
Who's that Pokemon?
I seem to have very strong feelings about Mr. Canis. Well, of course I do. I told you what he said to me and what an absolute menace he was to interrogate. Could slither out of anything, this snake. Sounds as tough as a rock. That infuriating, self-satisfied look on his face when they took him back to the cell. My blood boils just thinking about it. So I don't blame her on that count. Alright, now we can go and present... Whoops. Present the chess set. Because, had you known... Warden Lagarde, you strike me as being more careful than the image you project suggests. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, please, call me Fifi, or Sweetie Pie if you prefer. However, I think you may have been a little less careful when you realize in this instance... Aren't you just the most adorable little creature? Don't be embarrassed, we're all family here. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, don't let it get inside your head. You said earlier that you didn't know much about Knight. In which case, I find it rather strange that you know about the chisel. Well, of course I do, darling. Do you think we don't check prisoners when they come in? You're not talking your way out of this, Warden. This is entirely irrelevant, and you know it. Knight didn't bring the chess set into the prison himself. It was brought by Mr. Saint when he came to visit. Knight wouldn't have had it with him when he arrived. What? I mean, of course, that when Mr. Saint came in, we... You checked him? I find that hard to believe, because if you did, that makes your story all the stranger. If you found the chisel, why didn't you not confiscate it there and then? Judge Gavel, did you tell anyone about the hidden compartment in the chess set? I did not. If no one leaked our findings, then how exactly did you learn about the chisel, Warden Lagarde? Because it certainly couldn't have been when you checked Mr. Knight or Mr. Saint on their arrival. Indeed, such a thing would imply an intentional oversight if it had been found, yet let through. Precisely, so Warden Lagarde, and answer truthfully this time. Where and when did you learn about the chess set? If you won't answer, then allow me. I submit that you... Alright, darling, there's no need to rub it in. You got me alright. I questioned Knight, that was when I learned about the chess set. But please, you have to believe me. I did not kill him. One moment, Warden. This is a significant development. The court requests that you make a detailed statement on the record. Any objections, Mr. Edgeworth? None, Your Honor. Thank you, darlings. I'll clear up this awful misunderstanding, I promise. Very well, go ahead, Warden Lagarde, and please, tell the truth this time. Her lies are starting to wear thin. This is my chance to expose her. Alright, so now we press, the fourth statement. But that's something I'm gonna leave. I said I questioned Knight, but it wasn't anything serious, you understand? I make a point of talking to every newcomer to our little home. Knight was no different. We just had a little chat, you might call it. And after we talked, I had him taken back to his cell straight away. The more she lies, the more thoroughly she seals her fate. So it was simply a conversation with a new detainee. That seems entirely above board. Exactly, Verity, darling. I knew you'd understand. Well, I don't. What proof do you have to back up your statement? I suppose we shall see, won't we? Mr. Edgeworth, you may begin your cross-examination. So, am I right in assuming that you talked to Knight the night before the show? Exactly, darling. Would have been around 3 AM at the 27th. 3 AM? That falls squarely within the window of time laid out in the autopsy report. That seems rather late for a friendly chat. Wouldn't he have been asleep? Probably yes, but if you remember, a guard was attacked in his cell. We had to examine the scene of the crime, gather information. These things take time, sweetie. I assure you, he was wide awake. We all were. Regardless, I find it somewhat odd that you would choose to question him at such a late hour. Such a tease, aren't you? Anyway, no matter how odd you think it is, I had him brought to me, and that's what happened. Must you really insist on questioning every last thing I say? Sorry, Fizz, he's like a dog with a bone sometimes. Be sure to scold him once we're done. Though, would you mind giving us a little more info? Like where you had brought him to? My office, of course. Where else? Her office, which is where we believe the body was moved from. Would you mind appending what you just said to your testimony? Anything for you, darling.
Hold it!
Remind me where your office is. You've seen the sign in the detention center corridor, I imagine.
The one that says no entry?
That's it, sweetie. My office is just up in there. A short walk from the holding cells. I understand that you also have access to the yard. Why, of course, that's where my gorgeous little garden is. Oh, I see where you're going with this. You're saying that's how I moved the body. You had the means and the opportunity, it's hardly impossible. Hardly impossible proves nothing. You have no evidence for this assertion.
Objection!
There's no other way that the body could have been moved. Surely you haven't forgotten that it was Mr. Saint who dropped Mr. Knight's body down the well.
Yeah, what she said.
You're miles off, Edgeworth. Probably shouldn't push this any further for now.
Hold it!
Did you and Knight speak about? Oh, nothing much. Just some small talk, really. I asked him about what animals he liked, what his hobbies were. His hobbies? Then I imagine you talked about chess. Oh, yes, I couldn't stop him talking about it, in fact. He even had a piece of paper covered with little notes about it in his cell. At least I think that's what they were about. So she's seen Knight's correspondence chess diagram.
Hold it!
How was he when you spoke with him? Oh, he was so open and honest, darling. That guy, honest? He was talking about one croissant and promoting a porn. I suppose he must have been hungry. En passant and promoting a porn. It seems he spared no one from his obsession with chess. This might be press.
Hold it!
If he really had gone back to his cell, he would still be alive today. You really think I murdered the poor man right there in my office, don't you? What would my motive have been, darling? I told you, I barely knew him. I'm no angel. I have my grudges against Canis, but I had nothing to do with that animal. She really does hate Canis. Warden Lagarde, I must insist that you append that statement to your testimony. Yeah, we already know that we have proof that Knight, the chess diagram, we have proof that Knight had something to do with them. You say that you bear a grudge against only Mr. Canis, is that correct? No, I despise him, coming into my prison thinking he can do whatever he wants. But he won't get away with it. I'll clip his wicked wings if it's the last thing I do. That awful dog of his, it's a menace. Completely upended the peace and quiet of my home. She even hates his dog. It does seem at first glance that she didn't have much of a motive to kill Knight. But she hates Canis so much that she probably hates anyone who has anything to do with him. Thinking about it from that angle, the key to breaking her testimony will surely reveal itself. She likes to get to know all the peeps, huh? Pretty chummy prison ward if you ask me. Chummy? She killed the man, detective. Poor guy would have been in cuffs, not to mention the neck brace. He was defenseless. Warden Lagarde was the murderer. The evidence points to that conclusion and no other. Okay, so now we need to press this one here, I think it is. So we present the chess diagram, I believe, on this, because we know that the chess diagram is in relation to Knight playing correspondence chess with Canis. So present the chess diagram here. Transfer bell. Yeah, we're getting close.
Objection!
Judge Gavel, I'd like you to take a look at this. It's about a game of chess. What is the significance of this, Mr. Edgeworth? It's found in Knight's cell. It's exactly where you said you saw it too, Warden Lagarde. But you didn't just see this gaming knight's cell, did you? You've seen it in Mr. Canis' cell, too. What do you mean?
Objection!
Oh, come now. Don't tell me you haven't taken a look at the chessboard in maximum security. I imagine you watch his every move like a hawk. Or rather, I imagine you feel that doing so is your only option. If she wants to find out who these cronies are, right? Personally, interrogating your own prisoners is highly irregular, to say the least. But as you said, Mr. Canis had threatened you. He put your precious home at risk. That's why you took it upon yourself to question him. You wanted to find out who his dogs were. So what if I did? You also told us to read his letters, which means you must have known about one key fact. You knew he was playing correspondence chess. And then who should appear but Knight, carrying with him a diagram of a very particular game. We ourselves use that diagram to infer a connection between the two men, and it seems you came to the same conclusion. But in your fear, you took your reasoning one step further. You surmised that Knight was Mr. Canis' henchman sent to kill you. Which is the real reason she had that chat with the Bronxter. If his boss wouldn't crack, maybe he would. When you questioned Knight, you made another discovery. For there, inside his chest set, you found a hidden chisel. The murder weapon itself. As far as you were concerned, that chisel meant one thing, Canis. Thus, you convinced yourself that Knight was working for Canis, and that is why you killed him. I see you have no more excuses. Judge Gavel, your verdict, please. Much as it grieves me, there would appear to be little room for doubt. I hereby give my verdict. Bronco Knight was murdered by... In the name of the goddess of justice, who is it this time? Warden? It's a joke! It's all a big, stupid joke! You people just don't get it, do you? I think we've proven that it's you who didn't understand things correctly. Me? Please, darling, I understand it all perfectly well, thank you very much. I understand that there is a glaring contradiction in your theory, Mr. Edgeworth. You're just grasping at straws now. I have no time for this, Your Honor. The verdict. I'm curious to hear what the warden has to say. You're a dull Verity. I just have one last thing to say. Then Mr. Edgeworth can declare himself the winner. You rang? Does anybody remember a certain autopsy report? Of course, we received the finalized version only this morning. That's right, and I was listening to what you told us about it, Verity, even if nobody else was. You said the wound was 4 inches deep. Wait. Riddle me this, Mr. Edgeworth. How does a tiny chisel make a 4-inch wound? Forgive me, O goddess. I came perilously close to making a terrible mistake. Looks like your theory is the one that doesn't hold water, Edgeworth. What now? What do we do? You'll be fine, Mr. Edgeworth. Always comes through. Right, sir? Looks to me like the Miles Atron's out of commission. Milesatron, I guess. Milesatron. You're an Lieutenant too, aren't you? Why don't you do something? Turn things on their head with a desperate bluff. Blurt out the first mind-blowing thing that comes to you. Look, Detective, I'm as much of a man of action as the next guy. But without evidence, we're up a creek without a paddle here. This might be the end of the road. We can't give up now. We have to do something. I'm certain that Warden Lagarde is the killer. It's the only explanation that fits the facts of the case. But if the chisel wasn't the murder weapon, what other bladed weapon is there here in this facility? It seems we still do not have all the answers, nor the evidence to provide those answers. Alas, we must wait until the trial to see this matter resolved, I'm afraid.
Objection!
Oh, come on, G. You just given the killer a chance to destroy the evidence. Are you calling the judicial process into question, Mr. Fender? Nope, not me, nuh-uh. I tried, Miles. Any bright ideas? What is the real murder weapon, since it's clearly not the chisel? Confound it, this question throws everything with deduced out the window. Nothing to add, Mr. Edgeworth. Allow me to remind you.
that claims not supported by sufficient evidence are subject to the harshest penalties. It's hopeless. I can't think of anything. I need more time. Loath as I am to admit it, You can't give up now. Remember what Mr. Fender said? Simon's counting on us. Without us, he's... Remember how upset he was? He was devastated. Nobody's in more pain than him over Mr. Knight's death. There's no way he did it. But if we can't save him, who will? And what's more, he believes in us. He's sitting in that cell waiting for us to bring him some good news. And I, for one, won't walk away until we have some.
Gee, Miles, your little buddy there's quite the motivational speaker.
And she's right, too. When you find yourself on the ropes, think of your client. Picture them pleading with you and to help them. Doesn't that make you want to fight back as hard as you can until the very end? Think of your old man, good old Gregory. No matter how bad things looked, he'd always find a way to turn it around and save his client. And you're just like him, right? If there's any way to force a turnabout here, you're the one who'll find it. Simeon's counting on you. Judge Gavel? You seem to have recovered your composure, Mr. Edgeworth. But if you mean to attempt a defense, I would advise you to consider the ramifications. You have repeatedly proposed misguided theories, and have made numerous false accusations. If you do so again, I will have no choice but to judge you unfit to serve as a prosecutor, and relieve you of your badge for good. She's right. I have put forward a number of theories that prove to be flawed in one way or another. Have I made some sort of fundamental oversight? Wait. She said my theories were misguided. Nothing to say, then the court will tolerate no more of your time wasting. I hereby... Sir! Mr. Edgeworth! Give my verdict. That's it. I've been thinking about it the wrong way all this time. My theories weren't misguided, I was being missiled. The defendant, Simeon Saint... I think it's a little too soon for that, Your Honor. I'd say it's well past you, darling. Would you agree, Verity? Mr. Edgeworth, you may proceed. What? I'd like to remind you of a few things. The sighting of his dog Helmet, the fact that he wasn't at the show. These and other factors made Mr. Canis the obvious suspect at first. This again, Mr. Edgeworth. You seem almost proud of your blunder. But what if the real killer wanted us to suspect Mr. Canis? What if it was all carefully arranged? And what if the same was true of the chisel, our purported murder weapon? Nine had been stabbed multiple times in the same place with a bladed instrument. What if he was stabbed with the chisel after the real murder weapon had been removed? Just to leave traces of blood on it for us to find. That was how the killer misled us into thinking the chisel was the murder weapon. But why mislead us in the first place? Why indeed? Why make us think the chisel's the murder weapon rather than whatever was really used? Because it is the murder weapon in order to get Knight transferred or in order to get Canis transferred. I think it's in order to get Canis transferred because... Warden, you took advantage of what the chisel seemed to suggest. By using the chisel as the murder weapon, it would lead back to Canis, which would then mean that they'd be more likely to want to have Canis be transferred, because that was her, obviously, that was her plan. That was her plan from the start. Because she wanted to get him moved from the... Moved and removed, I guess, would be the best way to put it. And that would be one way to do so. What it suggested? What are you talking about, darling? Mr. Winner. If I were to tell you the murder weapon was a chisel, what would you think? Mr. Canis is the killer. And there you have it. That was the trap the warden set for us. Mr. Canis has a bunch of chisels, so she wanted us to think it was one of his, right? Indeed, that was her plan right from the start. To frame Blooded Armor Canis. Her reasoning would appear to be sound. Warden Lagarde certainly seems to harbor a deep and abiding hatred for Mr. Canis. However, I think you know what I am going to say next. That alone is not sufficient proof that Warden Lagarde is the killer. I knew that wouldn't be enough. There's only one thing that would prove it. The real murder weapon that we now know must exist. If you cannot prove your theory, then this conversation ends here. If we could just find the real murder weapon. How many times do we have to go over this? We searched the prison from top to bottom. Eustace is quite correct. No other possible murder weapon has been found, so I'm afraid you're at a bit of an impasse. I can still prove my case yet, Your Honor, because it's still here inside this prison. This would have made sure of that. Security gate. I'm glad you at least remember what it is, and do you remember what it does? Of course I do, I'm not an idiot. The security gate detects metal. Which means you can't bring anything metal inside the prison or take it out. Precisely. If there is another murder weapon, it cannot have been taken off the premises. But nor can it have been brought into the prison in the first place. And so we find ourselves back where we began. What I am trying to tell you, Mr. Edgeworth, is that if you wish to believe that there is no other murder weapon here in this prison, you will also have to explain to me how it got there. Alright, we know that the chisel was smuggled into the prison inside like a chess set. But our contention is that the chisel is not the real murder weapon. So if the murder weapon came from outside the facility, then there must have been a way to bring it in. Yes, the question of the hour is this. Can you show me this alternate route? How did the weapon Warden Lagarde use to get into the prison? You borrowed evidence from the police to help with your investigation, is that correct? Oh yes, sweetie. Everything related to Canis is with me now. Heaven knows how many times I've hauled the secretive scoundrel into my office to talk to me. Of course, that's how. The fact that this is here with us shows how a bladed weapon could have been brought into the facility. I think it's was it not the chisel? Was it the chisel? Oh no, with the bells. Yeah, it was the bells.
Take that.
Let me just remind you of your conversation with Mr. Canis yesterday. Yes, it was but one of my bells. One of only two in existence. Just two? Two and only two. One for my knife and one for my beloved helmet. Exquisitely crafted, utterly unique. My ears are my guide, after all. I must be able to use my tools, precisely. Of course, as you said, the knife has long since been taken from me. So you see, there is a way for objects to be brought into the prison unscrutinized, as part of the evidence Warden Lagarde borrowed from the police. Mr. Canis' knife was part of the evidence in the case against him, and that evidence was here in the prison. Not only that, but the knife had a certain bell attached to it. Bell that was attached to the chisel. Correct. The killer took the bell from the knife and attached it to the chisel. But that can't be right. The chisel only had Mr. Knight's fingerprints on it. Easy enough to explain if the killer wore gloves. She made it look as if the chisel was the murder weapon, and then attached the bell to it. In doing so, she made sure that all of the evidence pointed to Mr. Canis. And who had access to the evidence from which the bell was taken? Why, only the person to whom it had been entrusted.
Who was it, sir? Who's been messing with the evidence?
I believe that would be you. Isn't that correct, Warden Lagarde?
Bells aren't exactly fair, you know. Anybody could have set that up.
Unluckily for you, that isn't quite true. These particular bells are unique, because there are only 2 of them in existence. By attaching that bell to the chisel, you are as good as declared yourself the murderer. The killer, I should say.
But you don't have any proof that the knife was ever even here to begin with.
I don't, not yet anyway. Mr. Winner, I'd like you to order another search of the prison right away.
Good morning, Kaisex. Hope that you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by. Hope all is well. Hope that the morning is going along nicely. We are almost at the end of this case. Only a couple more pieces of evidence to present, and then we will be finished with case 2, which we've been doing for quite some time. Quite some time indeed. So it's going to be good to finally be able to say, hey, we finished what we were doing. But if you do find something, that's going to make things awkward for me. This isn't about what's convenient for you. You have to find the truth. You're a prosecutor, aren't you? Hope everything's going well with you this morning, though.
Oh yeah, but you know.
It's worthless excuse for a prosecutor. If I had to investigate authority, I wouldn't be sitting on it.
Anyhow, it's not my decision to make. The warden would have to authorize it.
You know full well that she will do no such thing. You have the power to insist on a search. Use it. Sorry, darling, but not without that evidence. The Goddess of Justice cannot bestow her blessings on those who lack the proof to support their claims. Our work here is done. The rest of this matter will have to be settled in the courtroom. We're gonna have to, like, force ourselves to do it? No, if we give the guard the opportunity, she'll destroy whatever evidence is left. I have to object. I have to stop them. But what do? I don't have anything concrete to offer. I guess there's only one option that we have, then. We have to stop them somehow. What am I thinking? I'm never this reckless. I can't back down now. I've got to put everything on the line. I'm not a prosecutor right now, but I'm an associate attorney with a client to defend. Only I can save Mr. Saint, and that means... My throat is sore. Hopefully I'm not getting sick. I would not want to get sick, but... Even if my chances are 1,000,000 to 1, it's still worth a shot. Although I am getting tired, it is cold. It's now or never should I object. We have to object, there's no other option. Suppose this must be how a certain serial bluffer always feels. Regardless, I cannot walk away. I'm tired. 2 more hours to go, hopefully. Don't want to end stream, I just want to... I mean, I probably just need to... I want to finish this case, and I want to get into the next one. So it better be good, Mr. Edgeworth. I've got it. Got what exactly? The real murder weapon, of course. I know where Mr. Canis's knife is. Do you really, Mr. Edgeworth? And that's the thing, I've been getting the same... I get the same sleep every time. Like, you would think that my schedule would be consistent. It's like, I went to bed early. Got up at the same time. Streaming at the same time. If I did not know better, I would say that you were bluffing. You wound me, Your Honor. I don't know the meaning of the word. This is terrible for my heart. There's no way you could. It's not here, I tell you. Well, would you be so kind as to enlighten us? Where is the real murder weapon? Think, Miles, think. Somewhere not even the police would search. A blind spot in the zoo. A hiding place that the warden could be absolutely sure of. A hiding place? No. If you insist, come on, Helmet, open up.
Did she use the same trick? No, that's ridiculous, isn't it? But the more I think about it, how many foolproof ways to evade detection could there be? Mr. Edgeworth, how long do you intend to keep us from waiting? There's the faintest possibility I'm right, but if I'm wrong, we stand to lose everything. Your Honor, this is where the real motor weapon is hidden. I don't know if we have to do this specific place, but I think the way that we're thinking is that it's in the crocodile's mouth, the alligator's mouth. So I'm gonna say specifically it's here because that's where the crocodile is. Is that everything in this case? I think so. Present the chess sets. And then we finish the case. That's case number 3's next. Let's make sure that. Let's make sure that I get these things out of the way in case there's trophies that are ahead. It's all the same. That's all the same. That's all the same. Examine, examine, examine. Okay, logic is there. No trophies are coming out. I think we're only going to get this one trophy today, which is a little unfortunate. Because that means that this video will probably take ages to upload tomorrow. So we might not be streaming that day. I don't believe I understand. Would you care to explain a little more? Where exactly is the real motor weapon hidden? The only place that it could have been hidden is, in the alligator. Sorry for the yawning. Because, yeah, that also makes sense with the metal detector, too. What's the matter, detective? It's the motor detector, sir. It's, reacting to the alligator. How? The metal detector was reacting to something inside her, after all. Your Honor, I'd like to remind you of this piece of evidence. The chisel? Didn't we just figure out that that isn't the motor weapon? You might recall that Mr. Canis hid this chisel in his dog's mouth. Would you believe that the real motor weapon was hidden in much the same way? That's right, the motor weapon is hidden inside the alligator in that pond over there. We detected the presence of a metallic object during our earlier investigation. Judge Gavel, we need to know what's inside that alligator. Understood. Then we would need to summon a veterinarian. Sure, I could get the little sweetie to open up for us. Be happy to give it a try. Please, by all means. Warden Lagarde, the real motor weapon is about to be revealed. You know what? Why don't they use the fishing rod? They could have used the fishing rod for something here to fish it out of the... That would have worked. Why not do the right thing and confess? I have nothing to confess. As you wish, then you can simply wait and watch as your lies are exposed. So, we got it. There it is. That has to be it. It's over, Fifi Lagarde. The real motor weapon was what hit Harmer's Canis's knife, making you the only person who could have killed Bronco Knight. Alright, time for a breakdown. I'm not the criminal here. This is all Canis is doing. I did the right thing. I was afraid it was Canis' lapdog. Curse that despicable man, Canis. Why did he have to come and ruin my perfect little home? We could have been happy forever if it wasn't for him. He ruined my paradise on Earth. He ruined everything. Curse him. Curse that pitiless butcher, that awful, terrible, despicable man. Curse him. Oh, man. actually run away. Wait. Oh, look. Oh, well. Alright, there we go. March 29, 12:34 p.m. Detention Center Corridor. Prosecutor Thwinner, sir. The test results have just come back. Thwinner? I guess we've all been under a lot of stress. Traces of Bronco Knight's blood were found on Mr. Canis' knife. Just like you said, sir. Congratulations on a stunning victory. Thank you, officer. Excellent work. You can continue complimenting me if you like. Yes, sir. Thwinner wins again. I think I'm welling up a little. With rage. Excellent work, Eustace. Just a few loose ends to tie up and we're done. What are you talking about? I just solved the case, didn't I? We have yet to confirm whether or not Knight really was working for Mr. Canis. It'd be vital to know if Warden Lagarde was simply jumping to conclusions on that front. There's Clueless and then there's you. Well, then I guess we'd better get back to our investigation. Alright, officer, you're with me. You're about to see the winner win a whole lot more. Prepare to witness first-rate investigative talent in action. Yes, sir, I'm right with you, sir. Can't wait to watch you at work. It's winning time! I expect this case will cause quite a stir. The attempted murder of a president is news enough, and now his would-be assassin has been murdered. But Knight never sought to kill the president in the first place. Truth is not always as important as it might seem, Mr. Edgeworth, in the eyes of both society and the law. How can you even say that? You didn't have to believe me, however. As a prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth is obliged to accept that this is the reality of the world he operates in. Being a prosecutor is about more than proving people guilty, that's what I believe. We are all free to believe as we choose, but the law is not to be toyed with for our own personal goals. Why is it shutting off my... I'm getting like... It's shutting off the sound and then it's re-putting it back on again, so... I don't know if it's my headphones playing up or what. I don't think it's the game. I'm sorry, I don't think that it's the anything with the stream, but... Yeah, I'm trying to get it back in. Come on. Come on! Come on, get back in. There we go. I think it's got something to do with my headphones. Like, every now and then only one headphone works on this. That's why I have one ear out and one ear thing. And I also have, I only have one ear in because if I put both ears in, it's going to be block out most sound. And I don't really want it to block out the sound. Alright. Back onto it. What does that even mean? Wait, you're not gonna take his... I'm afraid I must be going now. Farewell, Mr. Edgeworth. This case was extremely long. It took us three or four streams to get through it. Judge Garrett is right. There must be only one set of laws for everyone. But if following the law means sacrificing the truth, can I really do that in good conscience? Simeon, you're out! Why, Regina? Is everything alright? They did let you out, right? Yeah. I'm so confused about what's going on. Some guy just came and said I was free to go, and that I had Mr. Edgeworth to thank. You sure do. Mr. Edgeworth found out who the real killer is. Well, really? You did that for me, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, no. No. Stop staring at me like that. I'm innocent, I swear. Don't pull the rug out from under me now. Stop it, silly. It's true. He saved you. So say thanks already. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Thank you. And a great big Regina Berry thank you from me, too. It's the same talking directly to me. Small victories, I suppose. Can I just ask one question, Mr. Attorney?
Sure. I'm not actually an attorney, though. I thought Bronco was my friend. Oh, my best friend. I trusted him, but now...
But now?
Well, it's just... I never knew. I never would have believed that he could hate somebody enough to want to kill them. If he kept something like that from me, then he never really trusted me, did he?
It's not true, Simeon. Of course he trusted you.
No, he didn't. If he just told me, I could have stopped him. Could have told him that hate never helps. That he had to let go of all that stuff.
Mr. Saint, I think you're forgetting something. Should show him the thing that proves Knight trusted him. The chest set.
It's the chest that I bought for him.
Knight had hidden a chisel inside. I imagine he meant to use it to escape.
What? You mean he was using me?
No, he believed in you. He knew he could count on you to bring it, and that you would never be so untrusting as to look inside. I imagine that by not telling you, he was hoping he could keep you from getting caught up in this mess.
Bronco, why didn't you tell me?
At least you understand now, right, Simeon? I'm sure he does. May not show up, but Simeon's no dummy. Good night's sleep and he'll be completely over this whole thing by tomorrow.
That's not as complimentary as you think it is. I'll try. I have to, for Bronco. I have to show him I can become the best animal trainer out there.
That's the spirit.
Oh, I almost forgot. We're doing a new show soon. I'd love it if you could come, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be joining Regina on stage for this one.
That's right, the Very Big Circus is the biggest, most fabulous event in town. You'll have oodles of fun. Sounds great, doesn't it, Mr. Edgeworth? Come on, we have to go.
Well, I'll think about it.
Alright, Simeon, we got some training to do. I think it's time you and Regent got acquainted.
What? Regent the tiger? No way, I can't. No.
Oh, you'll be fine, silly. You've never met a nicer kitty cat.
I can't. Please, Regina, anything but that, please. Another satisfied customer. Well, that was really something, Smiles. Talk about pulling it out of the bag. Couldn't have done it without you, Fender. Without your timely intervention, she would have gotten away. If I checked that recently, I've got 2 weeks before that updates. I was checking my point system. Besides, I have to thank you for even being able to investigate the case in the first place. Oh, stop it, pat me on the back any harder and you're gonna make me blush or topple over. Suppose it would be asking too much for you to take this seriously. Seriously, Miles, my friend, I'm always serious. Anyway, how does it feel to save an innocent client? That's what it means to be an attorney, after all. To be an attorney? Gotta say, I had a blast. Reminded me of the good old days. Like Gregory was standing there right beside me. It's been like a zillion years since I felt this warm and fuzzy on the job. That's good, bittersweet. I'm not sure. Say, Miles, you ever thought about going into the defense game full-time? Excuse me? You know, pick me up. I'll pick up where Gregory left off. Get out there and actually help people. Hey, pal, don't get any big ideas. Mr. Edgeworth ain't about to switch sides. Why not? Coming over to the light side's all the rage. Everybody's doing it these days.
Come on, Mr. Fender. You know it's not about that.
Chill, team, chill. Don't get it twisted. I was just asking a perfectly innocent question.
No, you weren't.
Look, you were. Looks like you got a mean defense team there yourself, Miles.
Pokemon!
Fender, I'm a prosecutor. Yep, but I'm an attorney. You could be one too. I'm serious. Well, I've said my piece. You change your mind, you know who to call. I'll be waiting.
Follow in my father's footsteps. Could I really do such a thing? Gonna be a defense attorney, just like my dad. Oh, this reminds me of all the stuff from, like, the first game. Where you get to see them as, like, like, when they're in high school and everything like that. It's like, this is, like, from the first... These are from, like, the first trilogy of games. Yeah. It's from the first trilogy of games. An attorney like my father. Me? That's the end. That actually popped way early than normal. Alright, we'll sync the trophy up. That'll be like probably the only trophy we get today, considering we have like about an hour and a half. Which again, we've spent... we've still got 3 more episodes to go in this game. No, please don't do that. Yeah, the last time that we saved was 3 hours ago. 3.5 hours ago. It took us 3.5 hours to get through that last section. Alright, Turnabout Legacy. Let's go and get this started. At least we'll be able to make a little bit of progress in it. Cake? I like cake. What shall we make today, kids?
And Judy, bake and boom.
Your 3 p.m. extravaganza. I love cakes. Macarons, waffles with cream, chiffon cakes that are light as a dream. Laugh and sing, smile, it's true. All that sweetness waiting for you. Look there, wait, where? Over there. The oven's got something special to share. Ping. Now let's see what we've got for you. Oh, Samson and Judy's bacon bop. It's cooking time. You ready to make something special together? Cake extravaganza. I love cake. I guess we're solving... Well, talk about a blast from the past. Wait. Hey, Gregory. I'm going back there tomorrow. With your boy. I'm finally gonna find out what happened 18 years ago. Wait, so they knew each other? Well, I guess it made sense they knew each other. Because that's, the guy on the left is Gregory Edgeworth, which is, Miles' father. April 2nd, 10:05 a.m., Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. Well, Fender, are you finally going to tell me what we're doing here? Why have you brought me to an art gallery of all places? Hey, you have nothing going on. Seemed like the perfect chance to come and enjoy the magic of star sign stuff together. I'm leaving. Sure, big guy, I'm just joking. You know about the IS-7 incident, yeah? Your old man's last case? Of course, Von Karma took great pleasure in showing me the files as soon as I became a prosecutor. And I reviewed them again last night after your invite. See? I was also present at the trial all those years ago, although my memories of it are very, somewhat lazy. As a child, I was completely in awe of my father. The sight of him in court was inspirational. Gregory Edgeworth, attorney at law, and opposite him... Okay, so it was, yeah. The man who would become my mentor, Manfred von Karma. It's quite the case. However, it ended with the conviction of the accused. So you were there too. You were in the courtroom for Gregory's final outing. Well, that makes explaining things easier. I wanted you to know something, see? That something being what really went down. Not the truth in those files, but the capital T truth. It was 18 years ago, smack dab in the middle of a real doozy of a winter. The buildings were covered with a blanket of snow. It looked like the streets were lined with popsicles. But things weren't so innocent behind those frosty door walls. In fact, some pretty sordid stuff went down. This was back before yours truly was the fine figure of an attorney you see before you today. "18 years ago." Okay, this is going to be the flashback. So last time we played this, not last time I played, the last game that we played, Case 4? Case 4 was the, Case 4 was the flashback episode, so I guess this is the flashback episode instead. Being Case, 3. Case 3. December 24th, 5 PM at Detention Center, Visitors Room. Hey, Mr. Reed, this one really came out of the blue, huh? It did. We were called in before the ink on the arrest papers was even dry. So whenever there's a playable character, I always voice it like myself. I'm not going to change Miles' voice and Gregory's voice. I'm just going to voice them how I normally would. Whenever I play them, whenever it's the main character. The main character, I always talk as if they're talking. And then everyone else I do voices for, because it's a little bit different. Here visiting a client with my assistant, Eddie Fender. Murder on Christmas Eve? What's the word coming to? In the dark of the night and the end of the day, I saw two timely saviors are coming my way. Oh, I'm gonna enjoy this character, whoever it is. Oh, it's the... Welcome, my friends, to the visitor's room, and if we're not friends yet, I'm sure we'll be soon. It's the guy that was singing in the opening. Whoa, talk about an entrance. I was not expecting that. Neither was I. Sorry if I surprised you, I'm just so happy to see you both. Thanks so much for coming out. Seriously, I can't thank you enough. You're the accused, I take it. I am. Gregory Edgeworth, attorney at law, at your service. I look forward to representing you. This is my assistant, Eddie Fender. Pleased to meet you, sir. Can I get some profiles, please? I'll do, everything I can to help. Come now, Edward. Calm down, please. You'll have to forgive him. He's still new to this. He's been helping me out part-time, but he's far from fully fledged lawyer material yet. Nonetheless, I'm hoping he'll be of some assistance in investigating the particulars of this case. Gregory and Eddie, it's an honor to meet you both. My job as a defense attorney is to save my clients from wrongful convictions. So the first thing to do is establish whether or not he is truly innocent. Perhaps we could begin by having you tell us a little about yourself. What am I thinking? I haven't even told you my name. I'm Samson Tangaroa. It really is you. Samson Tangaroa, the world's greatest confectioner. You flatter me, my young friend. And call me Samson. All my pals do. Oh, thanks, Samson, I will. Can't believe I'm meeting you in person. Okay. So, Samson Tangaroa, age 39, my client and a man said to be the greatest confectioner of this generation. I feel like I'm gonna love this case. I love confectionery. I love cakes. I love sweets. You know, all those things. 2 cases in a row. We get a prison case, and then now we're getting confectionery. Like, seems Eddie knows something of our client. Mr. E, it's the Samson Tangaroa, singing, dancing, confectionery making sensation. Is he gonna sing for us? Yep. What shall we make today, kids? Macarons, waffles with cream, chiffon cakes that are light as a dream. Laugh and sing, smile, it's true. All that sweetness waiting for you. Look there, what, where? Over there! The oven's got something special to share. Bing! Now, let's see what we've got for you. Even the guy, I just noticed this now. The guard is doing jazz hands. The guard is doing jazz hands. The guard is doing jazz hands in the corner. I only just noticed that. I almost started dancing along. No way, I got to sing with Samson Tangaroa. This is a dream come true. Thanks, little pal. It means a lot to hear you say that. My apologies, but I think we need to discuss the matter at hand. Of course, I'm sure you're both very busy. Alright, where would you like me to start? Samson Tangaroa, please. So you're not just a confectioner, but also a singer and a dancer. I sure am. When I'm having fun, my body just starts moving. You must really enjoy making desserts. Wouldn't be much of a confectioner if I didn't. I live to make sweets that will bring joy to others. Hey, they're not just things, they're works of art. Sparkling, dazzling, mouth-watering creations. The stuff that dreams are made of. So he aims to create joyous and inspirational pieces, does he? About the incident. I understand that the incident in question happened at your mansion. It did? We were holding an international confectionery, contest there when a body was found inside one of my creations. Inside of your... No way! The detective in charge placed me under arrest because of it, and now here I am. But I could never take a life. Never. I'm sure the police will soon see that, will see that too in time. They'll realize their mistake. I sure hope so. And what can you tell us about the victim? Same as Artie Frost. He was taking part in the contest. Do we have a profile for you yet? No. Mr. Frost was a wonderful confectioner. His creations were things of real beauty. I just don't understand. Why did he have to die? I'm sorry. He seems genuinely upset over the victim's death. So, Artie Frost, age 38, the murder victim found dead inside Samson Tangaroa's chocolate work. I love chocolate. I think I have a pretty good measure of the man now. Mr. Tangaroa, there's just one last thing I need to confirm with you. You didn't kill Mr. Frost, correct? Correct, I swear to you I didn't do it. Like I told you, I could never take a life. Never. I can maybe make a little bit of... At least we're going to make a bit of progress in the chapter... at least we'll make a little bit of progress in chapter 3, like case 3. We won't, there's absolutely 0% chance that we'll finish case 3 in an hour and a half, but at least we'll be able to say, hey, we have, we at least have, like, some progression. Like, even the shortest cases in this game tend to be 3 to 4-ish hours. And then some of the cases end up being upwards to 9. Like, maybe you'll get a 2 to 3 hour case. Like, some of the tutorial cases could be around that long, but I can get a hydrate as well. Probably need it, considering my voice is starting to... My voice is probably starting to go. Might grab something to eat as well. I'm undecided right now. Just to snack on. Let's do that then.
Yeah, I'll get the hydrate now. I'm gonna get a drink because I don't have a bottle with me. I keep saying I should get a bottle, but I don't have one with me, so I'll do that now. I have a little bit of time. Oops. Alright, I have my water now. Might as well take something. It's getting close to... It's getting close to, It's getting close to dinner time, so... I mean... I'm just debating about whether I should eat something, but I probably might just wait. Especially if I'm drinking water. Alright, I'm going to take you at your word. Thank you for being so forthright with me. At least the water is actually not like ice cold. It's just like normal temperature, I guess. It's actually good. I'm starting to lose my voice a bit, so I hope I'm not getting sick. Likewise, it's good to talk to somebody other than those detectives. We'll head to the scene of the crime and see what we can learn. We'll be in touch when we have something more to tell you. Goodbye, Gregory. Goodbye, Eddie. I'm counting on you both. Even then, he's still singing. Alright. Oh, I see. This is... Okay. We're back in the area. This is why he was mentioning, like, 18 years ago. This is the same room where they were at the start of this case. December 24th, 6 p.m. Contest venue, Fountain Room. Pretty cold out there, huh, Mr. E? Never saw... He calls him Mr. E, I just realized that now. I only picked that up now. We're a attorney and he calls him, Mr. E. Never saw so much snow. Yes, it doesn't, and it doesn't seem like it will be letting up anytime soon. Just look at this place. What a sweet house Samson's got. It's huge. Yes, big enough to hold an international confectionery contest. No less. Welcome everyone. Come on in. We'll have some fun. Oh. Mate, who is this? Are you alright? I'm so sorry. Do you happen to be Mr. Gregory Edgeworth by any chance? I would. It's a pleasure to meet you.
I'm Eddie Fender, Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, welcome to our humble abode. Duty bound. It's an honor to meet you, but wait, oh, the puns. The puns again? The puns again? Duty bound. Of course. I'm the housekeeper here, and Mr. Tangaroa's assistant. You're no housekeeper, you're duty bound. The duty bound. You know a little something of my work. A little. I watch you on TV every chance I get. I'm Bacon Bob's biggest fan. It's very kind of you to say so. We'd be nothing without our fans. And what might Bacon Bob be? Oh, okay, so she's the... Yeah. Okay, so she's the one that's with, Samson. It's on the biggest show on TV. Every kid on the planet loves it. Dynamic duo of Samson and Judy make delicious sweet stuff, all while singing and dancing. Oh, he's gonna start singing for us. Like this. Check it out. Okay. What shall we make today, kids? Cookie dough, fan caramel too, fluffy shoe cream, tiramisu. Everyone come along, baking treats with a smile and a song. There it is, it's true. The oven's got something special for you. Bing, just take a bite and you will see. Oh, that was bad. That was bad. That was a wonderful performance, Mr. Fender. Bravo! I apologize for my singing. I apologize for my poor attempt at whatever was considered, whatever that was considered singing. That's long every time I watch the show. Perhaps Miles might enjoy it too. I'll suggest it later. Oh, this dancing really takes it out of the game. I'm so sorry, I'm the world's worst hostess. Can I get a profile, please, of the person? Here, nothing relaxes the body and mind quite like a cup of tea. I don't want a cup of tea. I want snacks. I want food. No, I want sugary sweet cakes. Show me these, please. I don't like drinking tea. This is Ceylon, correct? It's delicious. Its citrus aroma is said to improve one's ability to concentrate, as I recall. Interesting. This is what Ceylon tea tastes like, huh? How odd. The sauce is cold. Yes, it's said that the tea cools down more quickly, I'm afraid. Some of my guests don't like it too hot. Does that actually exist? Does that actually exist, where there's sauces that... I wonder if there's something that could happen. Sauces that, can keep your, beverages hot or cold. Because that could be a neat little, invention, I guess. I see. These teacups are very unique, too. The design is really something. You think so? Thank you so much. I ordered them all the way from France. They're my absolute favorites. They were designed by a marvelous sculptor named Paul Halik. Have you heard of him? I think he was a character from one of the past games. He makes the most amazing tableware in the world. You're clearly a big fan of his work. Oh, I am. These teacups are the greatest treasure. She's certainly not afraid to show when she's passionate about something. If you don't mind, Miss Bound, I'd like to move on to the reason we're here. Can you tell us everything you know about the unfortunate incident that occurred earlier? Of course, I'm sorry for getting so distracted. Guess I'm still in shock. Because I'm the one who found the body, you see. Discovered the victim? Is it true that the body was recovered from inside one of Mr. Tangaroa's creations? It is. We were in the middle of the contest's final judgment phase when I heard the sound of something big collapsing coming from Samson's room. Samson, are you in there? Why? Finally. Judy Bound, age 16, assistant to Samson Tangaroa. She's fond of the work of sculptor Paul Halik. I opened the door and went inside, and there was Mr. Frost's body. Thank you. I'm sorry to make you relive such a traumatic experience. Think nothing of it, please. Only wish I had more to tell you. Now, if you don't mind, Miss Bound, I'd like to begin our investigation of the crime scene. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, you have to save Samson. He's no murderer. He could never do something like that. Yeah, I don't think that he would have done it either. Of course. Leave it to us, Mr. Bound. Oh, Miss Bound. Thank you so much. I'll go serve the others their tea, then. Come, Eddie, to the scene of the crime. Yes, sir, Mr. E. Alright. Oh, that's a... Oh, and I see a certain detective from the past. A certain Detective Bad from the from the first game. So, he's back. Also, that is a very impressive, that's all made out of chocolate, apparently. We've got a giant ship made out of chocolate and what looks to be like, cream that's making up the waves and stuff. That looks fantastic. December 24th, contest venue, Tangaroa's, room. No way, everything in this room's made of chocolate. Can't believe I'm getting to see so many of Samson's creations this up close and personal. I'd be more excited myself if the room wasn't a murder scene. Just hearing you say that sends a shiver down my spine. That might just be the temperature in here. It's rather cold. Yeah, now that you mention it, it is pretty chill. Oh, right. It's probably like that because it's, well, actually, I don't know. Like, how cold it has to be cold enough that it has to be warm enough that the water is still flowing? Defense on the scene already. That was fast.
Who's that
Pleasure to meet you. Gregory Edgeworth. I'm representing Mr. Tangaroa. This is my assistant, Eddie Fender. Nice to meet you. Bad. Detective Tyrell Bad. Detective in charge named Bad. Man, a few words. Wait. Something about this just doesn't taste right. Why? You're in your notepaper? He likes to chew over his thoughts rather literally, I'm afraid. It helps him to digest and remember them. It's a little quirk of his. Please try to ignore it. That also seems very unhealthy. Please don't, like... Why are we eating paper? Although I'd be the first to admit that it's easier said than done. With introductions out of the way, not too bad, would you mind if we joined you in investigating the scene? Sorry, not gonna happen. What? How come? Mr. Edgeworth is Mr. Tangaroa's attorney. Yeah, and attorneys will do anything to get him off the hook. Even put words in their clients' mouths. You think I need that on my crime scene? In this game, in the previous game, Bad was a member of the Yadagarasu who was investigating, like, he was basically involved with covering up evidence and stuff. He wasn't a bad guy, but he was, like, doing things to try and make the system just. But then obviously, like, it was for the good of, the system, but... Sir Edgeworth would never do something like that. I don't trust attorneys, okay, kid? Detective, you established my client's supposed guilt based on an investigation of the crime scene, correct? That's usually how it works, yeah. What of it? Then extend me the same courtesy. I believe he is innocent, and I would like the chance to prove it. You believe he's innocent, and you didn't even see the scene yet. That's some flimsy lawyering. It's exactly why I wish to see the scene for myself. I need to ensure that my belief is based on solid evidence and sound reasoning. You're about to tell me that you're not leaving until I let you look over the scene. I am. Fine, knock yourselves out. But I'm coming around with you. Like I said, I don't trust attorneys. If you're good with that, go ahead and get to it. That was a lollipop this whole time. Must admit, I didn't see that coming either. Better get started then. I'll need you to take notes, Eddie. Oh no, Mr. E. Let's get this over with. Alright, investigation time. Which will... Yeah, we have like an hour to go. So there's going to be a lot of stuff that we'll be having to break down. Like, I'm assuming that you're my partner in this, so... You're doing this all wrong. An investigation's like a popsicle. You walk around the scene, look at stuff, talk to witnesses. Everything you do, it's like a lick of that popsicle. Slowly you eat away at it. Until all that's left is the stick. And written on that stick is the truth. Then I suppose I better hope it doesn't say guilty. Alright, I'm assuming that we're gonna investigate the... I'll investigate the ship last, because that's where the body was found, so, yeah, we'll do that instead. So, yeah, we'll go around, I'll go around anti-clockwise, I'll go around clockwise, starting from here, because it means that when we come back and talk to Eddie, we can then go and investigate the body itself, so... So find section of nautical paraphernalia. You think one of them could be the murder weapon? No, they're all made out of chocolate. You'd have a hard time bludgeoning someone to death with one of them. Can't tell what's real in here. They really do look genuine. I can hardly tell the difference myself. True testament to Mr. Tangaroa's skills. The Red Rover and the Crimson Tide. Looks like this title is the inspiration for everything on display here in this room. The ship and the treasure chest, of course, but also all the other nautical objects on display. It's certainly a suitably grand theme with which to showcase Mr. Tangaroa's talents. What are you investigating, officer? Sir, I was just taking the temperature of the water here. And what have you learned? Oh, it's warm, sir. The stream in each room flows into the main fountain, and then the water is circulated back to the rooms. Unusual to say the least. I've never seen a house quite like this one. Rich folks, they're all crazy. Oh, that's right. This isn't someone's venue. This is like the guy's house. So all these rooms are his house. How's it looking over here, officer? Anything of interest in that cupboard, or... Yes, sir. So, there is. Oh, no, there isn't. Just a blowtorch used for cooking and some tableware, sir. You heard the man, Mr. Attorney. Nothing to add, am I right? So, you do have something to add? No. Can't get a straight answer out of anybody. Perhaps you should ask a straight question. Alright, we'll look at the stuff that's adorning the top here in case there's something. There's another chef here. And you are... I've got to think of a voice for this character. What do I want to do for this character's voice? What do I want to do for this character's voice? I'm gonna try and think, because the other guy is, When I see this guy, it reminds me of the Iron Chef from, thing. Sorry, meditating. Did you want something, detective? That sounds too much like bad. I'm certainly not a detective. Gregory Edgeworth, a pleasure to meet you. I'm his assistant, Eddie Fender. I see, name's Carmelo Gusto. I'm a confectioner, here for the contest. You are? What's your specialty, Mr. Gusto? Oh, he does, air blowing air. What do they call it? Sugar blowing. The art of air and sugar. Oh, wait, look at that. It's a little baby seahorse. It's a dragon. A noble soaring creature of the skies. That's a dragon? It does look more aquatic than airborne. No need to sugarcoat it. My design sense is weak. I know that better than anybody. That's why I'm heading to Shangfa when all this is over. I need to train hard. Perhaps we should get off the subject of his design sense for now. So what are you doing in here, Mr. Gusto? I didn't think they were allowing civilians on the scene yet. So, Carmelo Gusto, age 36, a candy crafting confectioner who's taking part in the contest. Detective wanted to know more about one of the pieces in here. Makes sense, seeing as he's a contestant. Perhaps I should ask him a few questions of my own. Carmelo Gusto. Those are some interesting implements you use, Mr. Gusto. Sugar blowing pumps. They put air into the sugar. They're so cool. It's like watching a sword master do his thing. I'm no master, just not a day goes by that I don't hurt myself one way or another. That's why I wear red. That way it doesn't matter when I make a mess.
The way of the confectioner is a lonely one. You never stop learning, not until you die. The way of the confectioner sounds like a long one, too, if he's still injuring himself on a daily basis. Confectionery contest. Tell us about the contest. Based on what we've seen so far, flavor doesn't seem to be the only criteria at play. The contest was Tangaroa's idea. It's about art. Confectionery as art. Confectionery as art. Art you can eat. Every part of it. Every single item in this room is edible. The whole place does kind of smell like chocolate. Tangaroa was a genius. A once-in-a-generation talent. Flavor and flair, he has it all. And if you can't undo the god of confection to himself, you can't win. Don't know, man. Beating out the greatest in the world seems kind of hard, yeah? As it should be. Whoever beats him becomes the greatest in turn. That's the real prize here, nothing else matters. So you're competing for a title, effectively. And a treasure, the ultimate cookbook. Tangaroa's most prized possession. If you want to know more, it's all written down here. It's the list of rules that was given out to contestants. Piece of paper listing the rules for the contest. Alright, we'll go and have a look at those rules. What are the rules? Prizes, the ultimate cookbook, the title of world's greatest confectioner, rules. Judging will proceed clockwise from the leftmost room. All contestants together in Mr. Tangaroa's room when judging ends. 2 non-confectionery items may not be used as decorations. Stands and display materials will be provided. And 3 contestants may not enter another contestant's room until judging has been completed. So does that mean that he shouldn't have been in this room? Because if this is Tangaroa's room, that would be breaking the rules. I wonder. About the incident. Sorry, I don't know much about what happened. I only heard about it after the judging was over. How was the judging organized? It started at 3 PM. Tangaroa began making the rounds right around then. Okay. So you've got Tangaroa's room, Gusto's room, Elevator, Scon's room, and Frost's room. He left his own room, then worked his way around the venue clockwise. My creations were the first to be judged. After that, he went to Scon's room. She's another of the contestants. What can you tell us about her? Ruthless, brutal. There's nothing she wouldn't do to win. She was working with Cream, some kind of dreamscape. Then, last of all, Frost's room. His thing was flavored ice. Sculptures this time or so, I heard. Bound found the body while Tangaroa was still making the rounds. She panicked, ran to call the cops. Tangaroa went right on judging, claims she didn't know a thing about... Oh, why is my hand suddenly hurting? You want to go home, doing 16 hours, got 6 hours left. I want to go home, I'm sorry to hear that you've got... I didn't realize... 16-hour shift is absolutely brutal. Oh...
Who's that Pokemon?
16 hours? 6 hours? So what time would it be in 6 hours for me? It'd be like 10 PM. Jeez. All I can say is I hope that they're paying you well for a 16-hour shift, because that's absolutely brutal. Then you have to get back up the next day and probably do a shorter one, but I hope that you can make the time go faster. The second half is overnight. Yeah, there's probably less that happens overnight, I would think. You are not getting paid well. You're working 16 hours. You were working 16-hour shifts and you're not getting paid? What is going on with this country? Well, what is going on with this world, I should say. We live in different countries, but 16-hour shift and you're not getting paid well is a crime. It's an absolute crime. Yeah. Went ahead and looked over the victim's work, even though the guy was nowhere to be seen. Pretty suspicious behavior in anyone's book. Don't have enough information to challenge him on that yet. By the way, Detective Bad, what were you and Mr. Gusto talking about earlier? I was going to ask about the piece on the wall here. The one in the frame. How's the stream been? We finally finished the second case. It took me... 4 streams to get through. It took me 4 streams to get through. Yeah, I always do these long streams because it's a story game. Not all the time, though, because it also catches up to me. It also catches up to me, so it's like, tomorrow I most likely won't be streaming, I don't think. Just because I know how long uploads and other things take, so I might just take the day off. I need to do something to distract myself from the cold. I need to do something to distract myself from the cold, because it's just, like, I want this month to end so we can start getting some actual, like, warmer weather, please. That's what I want. I want warmer weather. Everyone should stop hogging the summer weather. Seems like something was off. Although, I've also got to remember, like, because you have to stop stream to swap games, it's like, technically you also stream for long periods as well. So if you added all the times up that you don't swap games from one thing to the other, it'll eventually will add up. Here in Colorado, you never know what you'll get. It's the same here. It's the same here in the sense of, people say if you don't like the weather, just wait 5 minutes and it'll probably change. That's how it is here. Never had snow, though. Never had snow and never had anything that's like a major, like, disaster. Like, no bushfires, no, hurricanes or tornadoes and stuff. I'm not saying that I want those, but, like, never had snow. Snow exists here, but just not in this particular part. I've never seen snow. And then I hear that it's like, when America gets snow, I hear it's like, break out the snowplows. Break out the snowplows and get everything else, and yeah, I would not want to deal with that. That's not what I want. I want to see snow, I don't want to have to be, like, bogged down in it. Everyone keeps saying that they'll ship me some snow, but I keep getting water by the time that it arrives. So just soggy packages, But then you bozos showed up and pulled me away from my very important work. Perhaps we can take a closer look at it together. Can't take a hint, can you? Mr. Gusto, would you mind helping us out? Yeah, wacky weather here. It's just, I'm sick of these 0-degree temperatures in the morning. Like, even here, never had a... Until a few years ago, never had any... Like, earthquake activity. And we had something that, like, it was a minor one, but it was still just, like, fascinating that it's like, I turned 33 this year, and I can say that I have only experienced one minor earthquake. Whereas I know a lot of people have experienced other ones and other disasters, but not me, thankfully. I'm not asking for that to happen, but yeah. So I said, all the weather is backwards right now. I can tolerate the summer weather better than I can tolerate this winter, because it never used to be this cold. So, of course, confectionery is my life. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Just a lot of wacky weather events. You experienced an earthquake back in Philly over 10 years ago. Well, when I say that there was an earthquake here, it was like a slight, like nothing, it wasn't like a big massive one, it was just like enough to like, for a few seconds, it was like, oh, we felt the earth move, just for a couple of seconds. Yeah. Yeah. It's just like in Japan. The reason why Japan gets so many earthquakes is because Japan is on 4 different tectonic plates. And so when one of them gets interrupted, it's like all of them have a chance to get interrupted, so it's just this bad like chain reaction. But nothing to the level that like other countries have dealt with. I can't remember what it was. It was maybe like a 3 or a 4. It was barely anything at all. But we're not known for getting earthquakes compared to other places. Yeah. That's why there's just so many problems that happen over in Japan with the tsunamis and things, is because the tectonic plates are constantly moving, and so imagine like you know, putting something on top of like 4 tiles, but it's like in the cross center of the 4 tiles, and so anytime anything gets moved on one side, it could affect the other ones, and then you've got a country that's just moving in between that. It's just like it's crazy with what is happening. You knew you could make a picture that's pretty much that's pretty out of chocolate. Sansa really is a god among men. Is it really made of chocolate, though? It looks far too much of like a regular illustration to me. You have a good eye, I'm impressed. That's no piece of candy, that's the ultimate cookbook. The ultimate cookbook, in other words, the grand prize. So it's not made of chocolate after all. No, the book is simply framed in some... Tango showed it to all of us when he gathered us here to explain the rules. Sorry to interrupt the game, it's fine. It's not, you're not interrupting the game. This game has nothing but text in it anyway, so it's nice to take a break from it, so I can just chat with people instead of talking with things. I interrupt the game myself. It's not anything that anyone's doing. I like chatting with my viewers. So it was knew that the grand prize was in this room the whole time. Anyway, you see it too, right? Frame, something's missing. The oddity Detective Bad was going to ask Mr. Gus about earlier. You're right, Detective. Something is missing from this frame. So it's not just me. I've been seeing there was something that upgraded for. I think they were. Did they unveil something for RE9 recently? I know that there was a trailer, but I thought I saw something else that had happened with RE9. Okay. It's coming soon. which is good. It's about time that they make a new RE game. There was an update for it. Where was it? It was... Oh, they might have revealed what was actually, like, hunting them. That might have been what it was. They haven't actually said, officially yet. They just gave more backstory. Because there was a playable demo. That was what it was. There was a playable demo available at Gamescom, so people got to actually play and see what it was involving. And it sounds like what we're getting is, it's gonna be another RE2 kind of thing, being chased, or like a Lady Dimitrescu kind of thing, where they chase you through the area, and I think they've tried to like adapt it so that it can attack you in different ways. Thank you for the like, Kaisex. So I don't know how much of the demo got released, or if they are going to release a demo of it, but it looks like there's going to be some sort of, like, hunting mechanic, potentially. Which should be a fun experience, considering they did a good job with RE2. And even the Lady Dimitrescu, the Lady Dimitrescu stuff was well done as well. I mean, it was only one part of it. Better show Eddie which part of the frame is missing some chocolate. Oh. Right. Do I get a chance to... Oh, I'm not gonna present this then. Never mind. So yeah, this case is basically... Well, so far, like, all this area, a lot of these things are made out of chocolate, so...
Take that.
So that means next year there's gonna be... You're not sure how you feel about it yet? Yeah, we'll give it some time. Give it some time. Look at the decorative work in the corner here. Something's missing, though. Like, it's gonna be hard for me, for them to top RE4 Remake and Village. Just gotta wait till you see more, or till the game releases, yeah. Like, I'll be getting it anyway, because I have the other games. It could be on, like, 7. It could very well be, like, 7. It does have the third and first person stuff, though, is you can, pick between third and first person. Except from the other side. That's like Tango. Oh, the balance is all wrong. That's not bad at all. That's... Take a look around. Every confection in this room is missing some small bit. Right, candle holder, the nautical stuff, they're all like that. As long as it's not like 5. I do not like 5. I hated 5. I know a lot of people love 5 because of co-op and others. I hated 5. 5 was terrible. Just do not make it like 5. I like 6 more than 5. And 6 has its fair share of problems. Not 5. I hate 5. Get rid of it. Send Resident Evil 5 into the volcano. Like they went with the idea should have died in the volcano. Like the middle portion, fine. I like the middle portion. I like Sheva. I liked some of the more unique environments, but it was... I really, really, really did not like 5. Really did not like 5. So I could see it either being like 7, it could be like 2, at least giving you the option for first and third person means that,
it's going to be there's going to be at least a bit of a variety, because I know that a lot of people do not like the first person, a lot of people don't like the third person. So at least if you have a choice between one or the other, then they give you something. Somebody deliberately damaged them. Tangaro's creations have been tampered with in several places. So I'm actually curious to see what will happen with the game, because February is not that far away, so they've been working on it for a long time. They've been working on it for a long time. So I'm thinking the game will be finished somewhat soonish. Well, it's been, I think that the game's been finished for a decent amount of time. And it's the first game that they've done that's new since... I mean, RE4 Remake, if that does count, that was 3 years ago, I think. I think RE4 Remake was 3 years ago, so we're already looking at a game that has had probably at least that long in development. Especially since RE4 Remake sold so well, and was so well received. It's a very good question. So I'm wondering what they'll do. Like, I'm not sure if it will sell as well as the others, because I don't know if, there's been rumors that Leon might be in the game. Nothing's been confirmed, but there's been rumors that he might be in it, and it might be his last one. So if it is Leon's last game, I'm not sure why they would go with, Grace as the protagonist, if they're gonna make it the last game of Leon. I feel like he would need to have his own... Because these characters are getting old. Like, these characters are getting old in terms of their age in the game. Because it's based on real life years, so... It's like, what, Leon would be 10 years older at this point than he was in RE6, because he didn't appear in 7. Maybe just the intro. I mean, they showed off part of that stuff. I think that she's the playable protagonist. I'm just not sure, because I don't know how many people have played Outbreak. I haven't even played Outbreak, so... It's just one of those, how important are they going to be... I mean, how much importance are they going to be putting on her as the character? Never do that with his own creations, never. This sort of means there's some deeper meaning for the case. On the scale of the scene, inspect anything that catches my attention. Because I thought we were getting Chris. I thought after RE8 we were getting Chris. And I thought what was going to happen was it was going to be the organization that Chris was working for was experimenting with the super soldier serum stuff that they were using. And I thought what was going to happen, it was going to be Chris, Leon, Jill, and all the characters coming back to take down the organization. That's what I thought we were going to do. I thought we were going to get like all of them to come together and finally defeat the organization and have that be done. But it seems like they want to keep going, so... because we've not heard from Jill since 5, which is... You know, I'm sure she's probably recovering from the PTSD and all the other stuff that she's suffering from the 5th game, after all the stuff that happened. Like, she went through a lot in that game. I mean, all the characters kind of went through all different stuff, and... They're gonna have to eventually, like, go at some point. And I don't think we've seen Leon and Jill in a game. Like, we've seen Chris and Jill in a game. We've seen Leon and Ada in a game. We've seen Leon and Claire in a game. We haven't seen Leon and Jill together. And that would be the most popular male protagonist and the most popular female protagonist.
I think. I mean, I like Ada more than Jill personally, but and maybe even Claire more than Jill. It's my cookbook. In other words, the grand prize. So I don't know what they'll plan on doing. Like they have to. I can't see them killing them off screen. I can't see them. Can't see them killing them off screen. I can't see them doing like some like blasphemy. No, it's not blasphemy. It's the truth. Jill is not my favorite protag. I don't know. I've always liked Ada more, and I liked Claire from 2. I really liked Claire from 2. Maybe it's because I didn't play the original, but I just did not have the same attachment to Jill as I did the other characters. But Leon is way better than Chris. I'm not like a big Chris supporter. Jill is your favorite? I mean, I understand, like, a lot of people would say Jill is their favorite, but yeah. I just don't know what's going on with, like... Did I play Reverse? No. I think that game got shut down this year. Did Reverse get shut down this year? I think it did. I have not played Reverse. I've only played, 2 through Village and the 2 Revelations games. Everything else I haven't played. I'm waiting on Zero Remake. I was waiting on Code Veronica Remake. I don't know if those are coming. Like, I have no clue if we're getting a Zero Remake or a Code Veronica Remake, but if we are, I will probably play those. I do want to play those games. But I don't think we're going to get them until after... probably after this now. Like, after Requiem. Because I need games to fill in, right? So, the fill-in games for between RE9 and RE10 is probably going to be, Zero and, Code Veronica remakes. Maybe they do an Outbreak remake, I don't know. Maybe people, if they really, really like Grace, they might do a... Like, would they do a Outbreak remake? Just, if Grace was super, super popular, they might do it. So participants knew that the grand prize was in this room this whole time. You're playing them all deluxe, pre-order deluxe edition, yeah. I mean, I'm sure that's what's going to happen when you get to RE9. You'll probably want to pick that up as soon as possible. Because a lot of people will be playing that. I still need to play, Separate Ways. I still need to play Village of, is it Village of Rose or Shadows of Rose? I still need to play that. It's a journal belonging to the captain of the chocolate ship, also made of chocolate. Diary of Despair, that's subtitled. So I'm still behind on, kind of on those, but those are they're not really required playing. So maybe they're just going to come up with some new ideas for these, because I don't see Resident Evil ending after 9. I think that they're going to try and do another 2 or 3 games, maybe with the new character, but it just depends on how well received Grace is. Yeah, I've already watched Separate Ways several times. I'll do the Rose DLC at some point, because I really, really loved Village. Village is probably my favorite. Like, it's Village or RE4 remake. It's very close. I think Village is probably better, but they're both like it's like trying to pick your favorite child. You can't pick between them. What a jaunty rhyme for such a tragic sounding tale. Yeah, I'm not very good with difficulty. I'm not a difficulty I'd rather just watch the professionals play. Watch the professionals play RE on the hardest difficulty. I think the best I've done on an RE game is I think I finished. Oh, you're a sucker at Heisenberg, yeah. I think the best thing I've done difficulty-wise in RE was like, I think I did hardcore on RE3 remake, and then I think for Revelations 2 I beat everything on in the raid mode. Outside of the hardest difficulty raid mode. I think I beat all the other raid modes, but candelabra made of chocolate. There's a title here, Light of Life. Well, this particular light seems to be missing one of its life-giving flames. Does it have some sort of symbolic meaning, or could it be? You did Inferno on RE? Yeah, I think I did hardcore. Where's my list here? I can check this. RE3. What did I do? It was one of my last ones I did. I did hardcore. So I did hardcore S rank. Hardcore S rank under 2 hours with no healing items. That's the biggest thing that I think I've done on any of the RE games outside of the raid mode. Hardcore S rank under 2 hours with no healing items, but you can cheat, kind of, in that. So it's not really... RE3 is at least... I got the Files Trophy, yeah, I did. Because I used to guide. I used to guide to find all of them, because collectibles are easy to find in these games. I think I got the Files Trophy. Where is it? Yeah, read all story files. I think this game also had a hidden one. Was it this game or the other game that had a hidden one? No, RE2 had a hidden one. That was DLC related. You did 2 runs and missed 1 both times. You didn't use a guide. Yeah, but you're an expert though. You're a professional at Resident Evil games. Like those times that I played them were the very first time that I played them. Like you know them back to front. I feel like. If so you must have a really good memory when it comes to those. I could not find everything. Yeah, the letter from Jill was DLC. The kendo in the shop. That was actually added for later. But it's also impressive that you were able to because the stuff would have changed slightly because of being from the original game to the remakes. And positions can be changed. Looks like a fire alarm. Yeah, and before you start prodding it, it's not made of chocolate. Push it and bells will start ringing. People will come running from the security room. Thank you for noticing. I mean, someone has to notice. I just pick up on all these things because it's not something that I... Like, I'm sure if someone said Kingdom Hearts 2, I've played Kingdom Hearts 2 how many times? Kingdom Hearts 2, I've played... Kingdom Hearts 2 on the PS2, I've played that game 9 times, because I did all 3 difficulties, with all 3 swapping of the sword, shield, and mage stuff, and then I did a playthrough of it on PS4, so I've played that game at least 10 times. And so I'm probably going to remember a lot more stuff about Kingdom Hearts 2 than I would, like, some other things. That's why I remember all the cheese strats with, like, how to defeat the bosses and stuff easily, and how to beat, like, Lingering Will with the...
Who's that Pokemon?
Defeating Lingering Will with the, you know, infinite combo and a whole bunch of hassles. So don't. I know you want to, but don't. Honestly, thought hadn't even crossed my mind. It's just one of those things. It was my childhood game. It was, I think, the first game I had ever bought with money that I had saved. saved up from doing chores. I think that's what I remember it being. I'd saved up money from doing chores, and the very first game, I still owned it as well. Kingdom Hearts 2 on the PS2. One thing you have a hard time remembering is attack patterns of enemies. Yeah, that can be a little bit difficult. You can't do the extra bosses. Some of them are hard. Like, I didn't do them on stream, but I have beaten the... I have beaten all the organization. They are difficult. Some of them are easier than others, though. It really depends on, like... Luxord was terrible for me. Luxord was terrible. The amount of tries I had to give Luxord just to win was god awful. Yeah, I know who Benji is. Yeah. So I've done Organization from Final Mix, and I did Org from KH3. I haven't beaten Yozora though. I might go back and beat Yozora at some point, because I have not done that. But yeah, I know who Father Benji is. I've talked with him in the past. What does being an attorney have to do with anything? Where are we now? Besides Cage to Lingering Will, he's done... all secret bosses through all the main games. I'm trying to think now. KH1, all bosses. KH2, all bosses. Birth by Sleep, all bosses. Dreamed Up Distance, all bosses. Kingdom Hearts 3, I've done all bosses except Yozora. I have not defeated Yozora yet. All the ones with trophies I've done all the bosses for except for Yozora. I've unlocked Yozora and I tried to do that, but I've beaten Lingering Will, I've beaten all the org fights on both games. I've beaten Mysterious Figure, I've beaten all the ones from Birth by Sleep. The absolute, I will tell you right now, the absolute worst secret boss is Mysterious Figure from Birth by Sleep. I'm not even kidding. You've got to defeat him 3 times, with all 3 characters. Terra, Lingering Will, Terra Mysterious Figure is god-awful. It is terrible. The worst boss, one of the worst bosses you can ever encounter. No stagger, constantly doing moves over and over again. There's an insta-kill move. It's bad. It is the absolute worst. Like, if you've ever seen any, even speedrunners hate doing that boss. It's just a terrible boss fight. You're constantly having to dodge. He's constantly attacking you. Done God of War 100%. I've done the original 3, Ascension, and God of War. God of War. There is a way to stagger. It's just like you stagger him for a move, and then he immediately goes into more moves. You know how when you do Kingdom Hearts bosses, like Kingdom Hearts 2, for example, and like there's a certain period of time where like you can do 2 or 3 full combos off, and then all of a sudden then they go off and do their move. Well, there's nothing like that in Mysterious Figure's fight. He will you hit him for a move like Thunder Surge, and then he'll start doing combos, and then when he finishes his combo, he'll do another combo, and then he'll do something else, and then he'll do another thing. So there are some moves that allow you. Sephiroth is Look, Sephiroth in comparison to Mysterious Figure is like doing the Atlantica aerial swim this way stuff. Like, it's not even a comparison. Sephiroth is not anywhere close to. It feels like it's non-stop. Sephiroth gives you plenty of breathing room. Sephiroth has wind-ups, he has moves that you can telegraph. Mysterious Figure just says, I've got all these moves in my pool, and then I can just do... And then you've also got a move where it's like, it's got like a death counter, and if you get hit by that move, you've got to mash, I think, X to get out of it, and every single time you get hit by that move, the counter goes by much faster, so if you get hit by it like 3 times, you're basically dead. Sephiroth Kinemats 1 is harder than 2, I would say. Just because there's dry form. Dry forms are busted in Kinemats 2. Kinemats 1 Sephiroth fight can be a little bit annoying. It can be a little bit annoying, but if you keep attacking Sephiroth in 1, he will, you know, you will get MP, so if you're playing on an easier difficulty, you can probably get away with beating Sephiroth a lot easier. Kinemats 2, there's just so many different things you can do. Dry form, summons. The big problem, obviously, against Sephiroth is, in 2, is that you only have, if you're not using healing items, and you're using Kuro, or Kuraga, your MP is going to get drained super fast. Then he has Heartless Angel, you know, the Heartless Angel move, which you never play KH on easy. I mean, I always play it on Proud, usually. I usually play it on Proud. Because I've just played those games so many times. Easy's always too easy, no fun. I mean, I play on... I always usually try to play everything on easy because I want to have an easier time, but... Not, Kingdom Hearts is a bit different because I've already played them so many times. I think the only time I played the game on easy was KH1 because I had to do a playthrough where you couldn't change your armor, speedrun it, and also... Yeah, Proud is a... oh, actually I shouldn't mention that. Proud... Because I forgot about Critical. For the trophies I played the games on Critical. So, Critical is much worse than Proud is. Critical is much worse than Proud. Like, I remember dying on the hyena fight a ton of times on Critical. How can I find what I'm looking for here? Yeah, I forgot about Critical. So I played, for the Platinum, I played on Critical for most of the games. Because I think that's what I had to do. Yeah, not every game had crit. It was a final mix addition. Most of them have Proud, because the original games all had Proud mode, so... Kingdom Hearts 1 Riku Ansem, bad fight. Hard, super hard fight. Very, very difficult fight. Especially on the original version, because on the original version of Kingdom Hearts 1, there was no cutscene skip. Yeah, Leon's fight you didn't have to win. The, in Traverse Town, you could actually lose. But, original KH1 on PS2 had no cutscene skip, so if you died to Riku in the Heartless Pajamas, the Ansem, the Riku Ansem fight, you had to watch a 10-minute cutscene over, and over, and over again. And so, I remember playing it as a kid, and I'm like, I am stuck on this part, and I can't get past it. The Riku fight's harder than the next boss fight on Destiny Islands. Yeah, I think Ansem is relatively easier than Riku Ansem. Some very tasteful tableware here, along with some kitchen utensils. Yeah. Because I think cutscene skip came in... That was you a year ago when you streamed it? Yeah. I think there was cutscene skip that was introduced in the newer version, but the original version, no cutscene skip. I think Kingdom Hearts 2 started cutscene skip, so... Yeah, you had to sit through a 10-minute cutscene every single time you, failed in Riku Ansem. He said it's the same design as the one Miss Bounce served us earlier. Think Sansa could have been drinking tea out of that? What? A couple of dust for princes were the only ones they found. No, it's not the same. It's not the same. You can skip cutscenes in the original. So in the new one, it's only the old version. Only the PS2 version of Kingdom Hearts 1 can you not skip cutscenes. In 1.5, the one on the PS3 and above, you can skip cutscenes. You don't need to watch it. Thankfully. Because Kingdom Hearts 2 was what introduced cutscene skip, and then from there they've just had it in every game since. Yeah, maybe you just forgot. Forgot about it, but it's good to know that is. Yeah, I hated. Every time I died, it was just so bad. It was so demoralizing. It's like I gotta watch this cutscene again. Gotta watch the cutscene. Gotta watch the cutscene. Gotta watch the cutscene. And it was always the same move. It was always his desperation move, if you remember it. Where he, like... covers himself in darkness, and then he starts running around the arena, chasing you. And you have to jump high enough, and also, like, glide, because he starts jumping around, and then, he does the... It was such an annoying move. Mr. Tangaroa was wearing gloves while he was working on his confectionaries. I could explain why prints were only found in his teapot and cup. It was like he would run around, and then he would jump, and then when he jumped into the ground and did the ground pound, it would, like, shoot out the darkness energy waves. And, yeah. I remember just, like, being on low health and having to, like, hope that he just didn't hit me, and he'd just hit you, and it's like, yep, back to the 10-minute cutscene again. So I don't think there were any other sequences that were long. Like, obviously, if you died to... Oh, that was the bad one. The bad one in Kingdom Hearts 2, if you die in the section, if you remember the section where you're going off to fight the 1,000 Heartless, if you die in the area where you're fighting, if you die in the area with Leon and Cloud, sorry, where Cloud's helping you, if you die there, you've got to redo the Demyx fight, and then you've got to redo the entire running up to the area where the 1,000 Heartless is. I remember that distinctly, because I died several times in that area, not realizing that I could just let Cloud just kill everything in that area. And I had to redo Demyx, and I had to redo the entire section again. That's probably the worst section in the game to lose so much time in. Outside of maybe Xemnas' fights. If you die in Xemnas, Zebraman Xemnas, then that's also bad. So I think if you die in Zebraman Xemnas, you might have to redo the entire Xemnas section again. I know for sure that if you die in the sequence leading up to 1,000 Heartless, you have to redo Demyx and that area again. I know for sure that's something. Take a roll of wall when he was working on his masterpiece over there. The
They're conveniently good at hiding fingerprints too. Suppose it's possible to employ them in such a manner. Is it really all that suspicious to find a pair of gloves in a kitchen like this? I'm a detective, everything's suspicious. That's the job. I don't know, fond memories for me. So we'll talk to Eddie and then we'll go and investigate the... It's like one of my favorite games of all time for a reason. I think it's number... It's somewhere maybe like 4th or 5th. It's in the top 10 for sure. It's hard to rank every single game that I've ever played and just off the top of my head think, but it's probably the one that has, out of my top 3, it's probably, sorry, out of my top list, it's probably the one that I've played the most. And the one that I've watched other people play, and the one that I've seen like other, you know, there's just a lot of different things. Real crime scene, this is so exciting. This isn't a game, Eddie. I need you to take it seriously. Don't worry, Mr. E. I'm taking notes and everything. Aw? What kind of notes? Notes about how all this delicious stuff is made. Can't wait to try it for myself. I'm not playing around, Edward. Take this seriously. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. Sure. Let's investigate this then. This looks so good. All of it's made out of chocolate. So this is where the body was discovered. He took it away already, but everything else is just how we found it. It's really rather impressive, making an entire ship out of chocolate. Let's send some tango over for you. Don't you just want to take a big bite out of it? Which part to bite first, though? That's the real head scratcher, you know. That's the other thing as well. Like, Kingdom Hearts 4 is on the horizon. There were leaked screenshots that came out, but it's like, I've not done a Kingdom Hearts game on stream. And so eventually, if I do get around to Kingdom Hearts 4 on stream, I would love to do a full playthrough of that with Platinum and stuff, because it's just a franchise that I've always loved and enjoyed. And it's something that I think a lot of people just have an attachment to, at least from my generation anyway, because I was 10? I think I was 10 when the first game came out. I think I was 10 when the game came out, and so I was 12, I think, when KH2 was out. Why don't you part of a kid and you'll be off this crime scene so fast your head will spin? Hey, it was a joke. Stop staring at me like that. I do sometimes wish Eddie could keep his cool a little better. Appears the body was inside the treasure chest. Yeah, a woman by the name of Bound found it. We will be finishing soon anyway, maybe in like 5 minutes or so. But it's all good. Samson, are you in here? It seems she heard something breaking and came in and saw what it was. What was the sound Bound heard coming from Tangaroa's room? If only we had just a little more information. Something else in here. It looks like a seal of some kind, with somebody's initials and an intricate shape carved into it. So for making those fancy wax things on documents, do you think it belonged to the victim? No idea, but it's gotta get logged anyway, so I'll take that. Seal that was found near the body when it was discovered. What could the design signify? Again, all of this is made out of chocolate. Like, I've seen people make a lot of stuff out of chocolate. There's someone that that actually
was on our version of Dessert Masters, and they're a chocolatier basically. They make giant stuff out of chocolate, and it always looks really nice. I really like chocolate. So seeing this case is making me at least happy. One of the stands for the ship is broken. The ship collapsed because one of its stands broke. The ship must have collapsed into the treasure chest and smashed it open. Wait, do you think... Could that be how the victim died? Was he crushed by the ship? If he was, this becomes an accidental death and not a murder. You're too serious? Don't worry, Detective. For the moment, we're simply discussing a possibility. I was being serious, though. Detective, can you tell us a little more about the state of the victim's body? Let me see. Got a picture here someplace? You can see for yourselves. Death was from blunt force trauma. Victim was struck and killed with some sort of blunt object. And what about the weapon? Has it been found yet? You can ask the prosecutor in charge about that. The detective's not one for sharing much, I see. Do you mind if we borrowed this? Let's get off my nose. It's not like it's official. Pam took it with an instant camera when she found the body. Instant camera? Like it's disposable or something? No, it means that it develops the pictures right there and then when you take them. No way, sounds pretty convenient. Now then, I better get my facts straight and take down some notes of my own. There's something in this picture that contradicts with the current crime scene. I need to call on my powers of deduction to figure out why. At the crime scene, the police have taken custody of the body. We still haven't finished investigating the thing yet, but I'm gonna have to save that for another time because it's that time again to end stream. So, there's a lot of stuff that happened in today's stream. A lot of stuff that happened in today's stream. We ended up going and, we finally finished the first case. Sorry, the second case we finally finished. Finally finished the second case. We also ended up, we finished the second case, finally, after a long time. And finally started on the third one, which is a flashback. So, graphic-wise, again, nothing much changed graphic-wise. Outside of this one here is already, there was an animation sort of thing at the start with the introduction. I loved the introduction, I loved Sweets. We got to see a lot of really artistic stuff here. Same thing with the music. Gameplay-wise, there was one extra addition that we got. We ended up getting, Little Feet. It works exactly the same as it did in the previous game. Recreating the crime scenes based on information we input into it. This time, however, you could input a second crime scene or multiple scenes in it and swap between them. And so the gameplay was improved there. And then obviously, everything else is based on how we progressed in the other. So I'm going to bring up that real quick before we, let me check something real quick before we go and do that. So, let me open up this, and we'll go ahead and just give our overview of everything that happened today, and then we'll go and start talking about that, because we haven't done a lot in this case as of yet, but it's already introducing some things that I am really looking forward to, I believe. So, we finally got to the... after we ended up, in terms of, after we finished doing the stuff with Little V and figuring out what was, going on with that, we ended up, finding, Castle Roto disguised as a guard. He got caught because of the polar bear. And then, more stuff about, like, the cells being locked and how,
they got into the cells and how all that stuff was working was basically discovered. And there was accomplices figuring out how that ended up happening, and then it got to the end section of the game where basically they packed up the circus stuff. We ended up using Little Feeth there to recreate the crime scene, where we figured out the stuff with the weights and figured out how they used the pulley system. We dug up some stuff with the metal detector as well. That was another thing. We did that. We ended up figuring out like what happened with the elephant and the show itself, and we figured out how the pulley system worked and how it related back to the body. Of course, as well. We also ended up going and figuring out how the killer ended up using the, well, not necessarily using the system, but it was more so just like, once we cleared Saint of being the suspect, basically we came out and said, well, the only person with access to the breaker room ended up being the warden themselves, and how they were able to manipulate certain people to do stuff, because that was what she was being threatened by Canis to do stuff, but then she was also using other benefits to allow for other characters to go and do what they were doing as well. So that ended up happening that way, and eventually we just she confessed to having an accomplice, confessed that she didn't that she was being threatened, confessed that she was doing what she was doing. And then eventually it came out that she found out about their connection between Canis and Knight, and that was why she decided to go and do what she did. I guess I should have gone over that in the first place, but essentially, like, she was being manipulated, and all the stuff with trying to figure out what was happening there, and she gathered up a whole bunch of evidence, and then she saw that the evidence ended up matching the chest stuff, and then that was when she realized that she put two and two together, and basically killed them there. And then we ended up getting Simeon free and giving the chest set, and then we also still haven't, we also ended up having like a little bit of reminiscence stuff, which leads into the next case. So the next case basically started out with the bake-off sequence, which was fantastic. That they're doing a thing like that. I absolutely loved that they did that. Very, very fun little opening. Also, before they did anything like that, they ended up going and figuring out, like, Miles went back in time. Fender went back in time with Miles to the area where him and Gregory first met and investigated the case, which leads into what happened here. So, we're playing as Gregory Edgeworth in the next case. Samson, who was like the lead baker person, he is accused of murdering a contestant in a dessert competition. We saw Von Karma, obviously, because Von Karma was working on this case with Gregory, so we know that they are involved with that as well. We also ended up realizing that, well, we had a couple of the other contestants. We've only met one of them so far. Eddie's way younger as well. And then we met Judy, who was his partner for the, she's the adopted daughter of Samson, and also was the person who was performing with him in the thing. And we also got a, return of, Detective Bad. So, we haven't got a lot from, the case as of yet. I believe this is going to take place maybe as, like, a multiple part sequence, because they were reminiscing at the start, and then they ended up going and then going back. So where we are currently ended up being pretty good. So basically we got the introduction, and Eddie's a big fan of Samson. We made it to the mansion. We met up with Judy. We saw the some of the presentation stuff. We saw the chest with the chocolate, which is what we're investigating at the moment. We saw all that stuff, and we've currently just started working on
doing stuff for that. So we will just have to wait and see how far we can get in the next stream. I'm not sure when we'll do that. It probably won't be tomorrow, considering how much time we already have lost, and also a few other things too. So we will just have to wait and see how that goes for the future. So, obviously, if I'm able to stream tomorrow, we'll do more of this. If we're not able to stream tomorrow, we'll probably just take the break and do it on Thursday instead. So yeah, with all that being said, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Every like, comment, subscription review on this video gets monetization. Actually, I should mention, yeah, Tuesday to Friday will be this. Saturday, I'm hoping to return to Persona 5 Strikers. Sunday will be this, maybe, and Monday will be Rivals. I put everything to all my Plat Play past segments to the YouTube channel, which is friendly tablet from games for the games we have played on the stream thus far. All in no rest place, all upcoming games, DLC, Switch games we can add to the Trump promotion as well. Working on more Plat Play past segments of games we have the Plat Trophy, as well as switching things up segment for games on the Switch, along with more Triangle Strategy experience, Caldera experience, and Pokemon via doing those. Live notes are done for, as well as the Super Mario Dreamhack stuff and the Pokemon Let's Go Eevee stuff. Dragon Quest 11 I'm still working on. Final Fantasy Spectrum Master I'm still working on as well. And you'll also get a notification of link one as well. Follow or subscribe to me on Twitch at 100 subscribers. I'll be doing a Final Fantasy 2 Picture Master Speedrun. You'll also get access to more tournament point redemption points, as well as a video for the next game. So after we finish this, back to Princess Peach Showtime, then DODGER Returns, Luigi Mansion 2 HD, Persona 4 Arena Ultimax, and God of War Ragnarok. Your three choices are now between Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, Metaphor Revantatio, and Tomb Raider 3 Remastered. You'll get sub-badges and emotes, as well as ad reviewing. We can watch the ads. Get Twitch Turbo, get Adblock. I appreciate your support today for the subs, bits, chats, lurks, raids, shoutouts, as always. I will be doing Rivals next week, as I said. Quick matches, competitive minigames, I'm going to do those as well. Follow me on Twitter to be notified when I go live. Wish to add my Discord, I will send you an invite to my friend's Discord server. That is on Facebook Discord. Close to 2,000 members to Grand Trunk Gamers to discuss that as well. I'm very active there, and you'll also get a notification of when I go live if you're on there as well. And finally, if you wish to know who created my stream overlay that I use all my future content going forward, you can find a link down below in the screen for that as well. So as always, before we go and head off for tonight, let's see if there's anyone online we can raid. If anyone has any raid requests I'd like me to make, I will gladly do so. Otherwise, we'll just see who's currently streaming right now and give them the raid. Let us see. Let's see who's streaming, if there's anyone right now. Yes, there is. Let us raid. Are they still streaming? Let's see. Need to make sure that they're still playing. I will raid. Yeah, we'll raid Germany. They're playing rematch with Victory at the moment, so I will send everyone over to there. I think. Yeah. So thank you all for watching, and with all that being said, have a good rest of the day, night, wherever you are, and I will see you all in the next stream.